Perfect. Okay, hello, hi. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? How are you? Oh, I gotta make a lighting change in here. I didn't realize. Hi guys, how are you? So my cat decided to get. It is Saturday. It's 2:16 p.m. It's 7:25:26. That's a Saturday, July 25th, 26. God, the summer's burning by. It's an overcast, shitty day today. Kind of cold, even though it's the middle of the summer. And yeah, I am Skycat Live. What's up, guys? So my cat decided to wake me up at 7:30 in the morning today, and I was up. I went to the bathroom and I was just kind of hanging around, and then I conked the fuck back out at 8:30 and slept till 1:30 in the afternoon. And I went to bed last night at like 4. So I mean, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, I suppose I shouldn't have been getting up at 7:30 in the fucking morning. I went to bed 3.5 hours before, but the cat's getting me up now. It's 7:30. I can't stand shutting the door on her to keep her from bothering me. It feels exclusionary and cruel to her. But she wakes me up every day at 7:30 in the fucking morning now. It's like goddamn torture. If there was something that anybody could do, and I've been through this with both animals and people before in my lifetime. If there was something that somebody could do that would actually really cause me to slowly get more and more angry and lose control, it would be waking me up at goddamn 7:30 in the fucking morning. And I don't care if it's a cat or a human. I don't care. I'm only sleeping. It's the only thing I do that's normal. Sleeping, that's it. All the rest of it is fucking freak time, freak show crazy. Everything else the fuck I do, but sleep is the one thing that I share in common with other human beings and other living beings, and I really can't handle it when somebody interrupts it. Like, I swear to God, the only fight I ever had with my stepfather was because I took a spear. What did I take? I took a rod. It was a rod, and I put it through my goddamn smoke detector because it just kept beeping at fucking 5:15 in the morning for no reason. It would just be like, "Oh, there's too much CO2 or something in here," and I was like, "There's no CO2 in here. There's no the stove is not on. The fucking heater's not on. All the windows are open," and the fucking shit would blow off at 5:15 in the morning and wake the neighbors and shit. And so I got so angry at it because it happened every day for like 2 weeks. So I took a fucking rod and I put it through the goddamn smoke detector, which angered my stepfather very badly. He was like, "That's supposed to protect you and all this stuff. It took some time to set it up and all this." I was like, no. Putting a rod through it was the only thing that was going to make it shut the fuck up. I shut it off so many goddamn times. I removed the battery. It didn't matter. It was malfunctioning. So I put a goddamn rod through its fucking heart. It was the only thing that was going to stop it from waking me up. I like literally, and it made him so angry. He almost hit me. He got up right in my face, and he towered over me, and I felt like he was going to hit me. And I was like, "What? I'm sorry. I need my fucking sleep. I work 105-hour weeks. I don't have any reason for this to be waking me up. I didn't ever fuck your mother in a previous life or something that caused that fucking smoke detector to take away my sleep. It's a smoke detector. It dies." You know what I'm saying? It dies. If I had, had I thought about it, I probably would have just thrown a glass of water on it. But no, I got so angry at it for waking me up like the seventh or eighth time over like a week period. Like at 5:15 in the morning, I just took a fucking rod. I think it was a broomstick, and I fucking just started like bashing it because I can't handle if somebody wakes me up. My mother, she wakes me up all the fucking time, and it's like our unspoken thing. I don't complain about it. She's a family member. She's got the right to do that, but god damn it, she wakes me up a lot. I mean, and it just affects me. It does affect me. Losing sleep fucking affects me. So there we are. So the cat's been waking me up, and she's also been pissing all over the goddamn floor, which was so fucking annoying. So I had to get up at 8 o'clock and fucking like get out the mop and glow, boil some hot water or whatever in the fucking sink or whatever, and scrub the goddamn floor, pull the fucking coverage, scoop the fucking box, dry the fucking floor, put another plastic wrap down. It takes goddamn 40 minutes or something. And she's been doing that every day too. She's been pissing on the fucking floor because she's an old lady now. My cat, she's like 16 and 17 something. And she doesn't have as much control over her, like, whatever you want to call it, like desires or whatever, her compulsions. So she just hauls off and like elderly pisses all over the fucking floor for no reason, and she knows that I hate it, and I don't think she likes doing it, but she just does it anyways. It's fucking stupid. It's something about the way the floor smells or something That's driving me crazy. Almost every day now I've had to lose like 40 minutes of my fucking day mopping, glowing the fucking floor to try and get the piss smell out of the floor so she doesn't continue to piss there. And that's been happening for like 2 weeks, and it's fucking driving me crazy. I've now lost something like 5 hours this week to just scrubbing the fucking floor. And I don't know what the fuck to do about it. I'm at the point now where I just want to cover the floor in plastic and let her haul off and piss on it every fucking day because she's not going to fucking stop. So annoying. As I love my cat, but she's taking way too much of my time, and she's like preventing me from sleeping. So I crawl back in bed at like 8:30 after I went to the bathroom, and I like went, I turned on Jay Draper, and I kind of nodded off, and boom, 6 hours go by because I really hadn't slept. I mean, she got my ass up at 7:15 in the fucking morning or whatever it was. I went to bed at 4. You know I did. I stopped this stream at like 2:45 in the fucking morning, and I wasn't asleep like REM sleep until 4:15 or something like that. 3 hours later, I've got the cat fucking like yelling at me like in my bed, just being like, wake up, meow, 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 wake up, meow, meow, like in the morning, just like wake up. And it's like, what, motherfucker, it's 7:15 in the morning. What can I possibly do for your feline ass at 7:15 in the fucking morning besides kick your ass out the front door? Get out of here, you know? So I did shut the doors a couple of days to my bedroom this week, and I did get blessed sleep until like 11 o'clock on a normal hour instead of fucking freak show hour like 7:15 like the normies piece of shit ass human race. I'm not waking up at the same time normies do. You know I don't fucking do that. It affects my video game schedule. If you get up at the same time normies do, you have to fight all the shitty guys during prime time. Then you're playing during prime time. I don't like playing during prime time. That's when all the cheaters, hackers, and cocksuckers come out. You know what I'm saying? Like, So it's like, no, motherfucker. Like, yeah, I mean, I'll play during prime time, but my prime time is like 11:30 p.m. until 4 in the morning, somewhere around there. That's my prime time, not 7:30 to 11:30. That's not my prime time. That's when normie fucking freak shows play. I don't play that. I've got a whole thing about my video game schedule. It's like a circadian rhythm and shit, and it has to do with North American time zones and when Koreans play and when Brazilians play and when Australians play and when Europeans play and Russians play and all this other stuff. And that shit does affect my fucking job. And I've always had a very set sleep schedule since I became a WoW raider that's unset. It's an unset sleep schedule because the normies, they fluctuate hours during their time, during the day, about when they're up and when they do things. And I'm sorry, but if you conform to their conformist time slots, you don't get as much done in the MMO community. You're constantly going to bash your head against too many people, can't get the quest turned in, or too many gankers, can't get where I'm going, too many fucking door campers or whatever the fuck it is. I don't like prime time in video game hours, so I don't sleep normal hours. And so people waking me up, I have a way more of a reason than most people to really draw offense at it. I get really offended. I'm like, nah, motherfucker, you don't know me. You don't know my schedule. You don't know the people that I have to deal with, both the bullies and the randos. It's just insane. You don't know the people I have to deal with and what hours they're up and all this crazy shit. And so I have a certain unplanned, unset sleep schedule that keeps me at an optimized time all goddamn week so I can get my job done with as little fucking interruption from stupid ass muggle human being fucking normies as fucking possible. You know what I'm saying? And I mean it like that. Like, you know, the normies, they keep freak hours compared to me. Like, I keep freak hours compared to them, and I've always been, you know, graveyard shift. So I have a particular thing about, you know, I work graveyard in my lifetime. I worked graveyard like 12 years of my life or something like that. And guess when the phone calls start? About 10 a.m. The problem with that is you got home at fucking 6 in the morning from working a 10 to 6 shift, and maybe you worked a couple of extra hours, so you're out till like 10 or 11 in the fucking morning. The phone call's starting at goddamn 11 in the fucking morning from your doctors or your family or your friends or your girlfriend, whatever the fuck it is. Remember, that's actually goddamn 3:30 in the morning for me. It's 3. Why are you calling me at 3:30 in the fucking morning? Like, the cat waking me up at 7:30 in the fucking morning is 7:30 in the morning for me. It's fucking shitty. It's like, it's a terrible time to wake up. So anyways, So yeah, so I've been dealing with the cat waking me up. I've been dealing with the cat pissing all over the goddamn floor. I've been mopping it and really taking care of the house because I love this house. I spent all of my money on this fucking house, and I don't want her turning it into some kind of piss-soaked fucking nightmare scape. I don't want her doing that, so it costs me time every time she fucking does this, and I'm just gonna repeat myself there, so I'm gonna stop. So I'm just trying to like vent all the frustration that a single feline cat can cause me just for companionship, and I'm not sure it's worth it. It's like Jesus fucking Christ. My mom told me the other day, she's like, I love cats and I like living with cats and dogs, and I've had pets my entire life, but at this like elder age, I'm not so sure the responsibilities of taking care of a pet or a human being are something that I'm even very able to rise and do. And I was like, yeah, I sort of feel this way too. She's waking me up every goddamn day at 7:30 in the fucking morning and costing me like 45 minutes a day, mopping the fucking floor, getting it all dried again, getting it all sealed again and perfect. So it's like it never happens, you know, because I've had cats before. If you let them piss on the floor and you don't clean it, you're not going to have a house a week later. You'll just have a piss pit. And so I fucking clean this motherfucker with bleach every time she fucking does it, because it's like, motherfucker, if you don't, they will destroy your house inside of a month, maybe a month max. It's more like a week. If you let them piss on the fucking floor for a whole week and you don't do anything about it, you will lose your house. Full blown lose it. I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm in the middle of my opening soliloquy, so we get the interruption. It's like clockwork. I'm terribly sorry. Hello. Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know. Try again. Hey. Oh. Okay, I will. I've already started, so it's probably won't be today, but tomorrow I'll bring all of this stuff because I've got to strip the bed and all this other stuff. So, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. No, no, I'm okay. Yeah, we can do dinner if you want, but I mean, you don't have to. Yes, sounds wonderful. Hey, I'm sorry I missed your friend today. I wonked out again at like 9:30 and slept until like 1:30, and feel very sorry. I committed to coming up there, but I just slept the last 5 hours, and I'm sorry about that. The cat's been waking me up at 7:30 in the morning. So, oh yeah. Yeah, I mean it's her territory. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No, I've got everything I need. Thank you. What is something wrong with Nona? Oh, good. Okay, like a card would imply something's wrong, or like okay, 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 good. Okay. Well, okay then. I will see you at 7. Okay. Do you want me to water your garden today? I think you do, right? Okay, just making sure. I didn't know. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I just didn't know if I don't want to flood you is my concern, not the work. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Well, then I will see you then. I love you. Bye. Oh, I've been in this opening soliloquy for 15 minutes and I took a phone call in the middle of it. I'm terribly sorry. So, yeah, so that's my morning. That was my day. I fell asleep at like 8:30 And I just, like I wonked out until fucking 1:45 in the afternoon or something like that. And that's how you know. I did not, I thought I was going to take like a half an hour nap and then just start my day. No, 6 hours go by, and that's how you know the cat woke you up like 2.5 hours into your 8 hour sleep schedule, and you still need the rest of the 6 hours if you're going to get through the fucking day. And it drives me fucking crazy. I don't know what I'm gonna have to. I mean, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start shutting the door. It's more that I forget to shut the door, but I'm gonna put a note on the wall saying, "Did you shut the door? The bitch will wake you up at 7:30 in the morning." And the cat is a bitch. She doesn't care. She has no regard of my feelings whatsoever. The cat's a bitch. Like she thinks that her life and her ideas and her schedule, it should always trump mine, and she has no care, no interest. She's not equipped mentally to, she's not, it's not in her personality to care about whether or not I sleep. She doesn't care. So, and it does affect me. What I'm really scared of is her waking me up every day at 7:30 in the fucking morning for like 3 weeks. And then I'm tired out there one day driving a car or something like that. And then some muggle who's high on marijuana and heroin or something crashes into me in a T-bone situation or something like that. And I'm scared that I won't be able to respond the right way. Like for instance, like last year, I don't know, about 5 months ago, or like 6, 7 months ago, something like that. No, it was this spring. It was not that long ago. It was like 4 or 5 months ago, I think. I was driving down past the high school near my house, and this high school kid just came out of a full park at like 35 miles an hour for no reason. I swear to God, they were trying to hit me. I was just going along at 25 miles an hour, and this guy just like from a dead stop, he burns out of the fucking parking spot at 35 miles an hour directly into me. So I'm just like, all right, and I floor it up to 100 because speed was the only way that I was going to avoid hitting him. So I burned up on a 25 miles an hour road, and I burned up to 90 just to pass him, and I went into the opposite lane, and I went and went all around him like a pit maneuver in a car chase movie. And I just went back down to my 25 miles per hour. I didn't even honk at his ass. I'm just like, my instincts and my reflexes are so good from video games and stuff that I don't want some muggle killing me in a car. I've got good reflexes, and he did try to kill me. I was gonna fucking full-blown rear end his ass going like 35 miles an hour, and he came out fast, so I wasn't gonna have time to brake. So I just went around him. I just like into the opposite lane because there was nobody there. I revved up to 100 so I could get around him before I fishtailed, and then I got it back in front of him, and I didn't even honk at his ass, because he was just stupid. He didn't know I was there. He was getting out. He would have killed my ass, but I don't think he even knew I was there, frankly, until he heard the screech as I went 100 miles an hour around him, because I didn't have time to brake and stop. I would have rear-ended him really hard. I just sped up and went around him, because I needed speed to get through it fast enough. And that situation sticks in my mind. Like that if I didn't win Fortnite matches a lot, and I didn't have good reflexes or good, response time, and I'm not fucking fast with my fucking responses and stuff. If I'm tired because the cat wakes me up at 8:30 in the fucking morning, next time I'm just gonna rear end the guy, probably break my neck or my back or something like that. So I worry about it. I worry about losing sleep. It's fucking annoying. It's an old paranoia of mine that the whole world thinks that I'm the laziest person ever born, so they get back at me somehow by just waking me up over and over and over again, so I can't ever get good peaceful sleep like the rest of the world gets. And that's how I felt when I was like a meth addict. They would call, or like a drug dealer, they would just call all day, all night. They didn't care. They don't, just like the cat, they don't care about your reality at all. And so yeah, and so that's my story. I'm going to drop it out the big face. It's been about 20 minutes here. I just wanted to do like an opening dialogue here, keep the stream fresh with lots of talking and lots of personality and lots of smiles. Hi! And yeah, and I love you guys. So when I logged in today, I wrote a little thing in my notepad here. Oh, wrong account. I'm sorry. Hold on just a second. I wrote a little thing in my notepad here. Remember to block and red list people like this guy, Miara, right? Who friendly fire kill their own Caldari faction. I'm gonna say that every day. I'm gonna get them to fucking block and red list this fucking asshole. And I'm gonna do this every day for a month. It's the 25th until August 1st. I'm gonna put this in the militia chat for 3,000 people to read, which is remember to block and red list people like this guy Miara, team killers who friendly fire kill their own Caldari faction. And I'm gonna put that message in the fucking chat every fucking day for the next like 4 weeks, 5 weeks, because I don't have any other defense against friendly fire. If I don't shame them and get the community to block them, then there's no defense against it. They could just freely friendly fire all day if they want, and loot your ships if they want. And so my defense against friendly fire is public shaming, because what the fuck else can I do? What else can I do? So yeah, during like when I log in each day, and once during prime time, I'm gonna spam that message and get Miura fucking blocked by most of his faction. Fucking stupid shithead. Fucking friendly fire. As if I don't have enough problems with the PvPers, the piece of shit cocksucker devs, or the fucking harassment bullies, or the fucking targeted harassment jackass clowns, the baby reindeers. As if I don't have enough fucking problems in the fucking world. You gotta tack on friendly fire, motherfucker? What the literal fuck is wrong with you? And I told him, this'll cost you, bitch. That's what I said to him. And I told him, this'll cost you, bitch. For the next like 5 weeks, I'm gonna put your name in the JITA and in the fucking, friendly fire assholes. What else can I do but publicly shame them? So I am gonna publicly shame them. Okay, sorry, just writing things. Let's get into this. I'm going to send fire crystals. Oh no, I have to go receive. Sure. Okay, going out. Oh, I meant to receive and I didn't. God damn it. Keep walking in circles. Here's a moderate, but there's 37 in local. Go run the Scout BSC here, but I don't know. Yeah. This is a Galente fed system, yeah. Okay. Let's listen to humanitarian aid worker tells women to avoid men at all costs during civil unrest.
Watch this video, then we'll talk.
When the men come, set yourself on fire. That is a line from a poem called In Love and in War by the Somali British poet Warsan Shire. And as a former humanitarian aid worker, no line in a poem has ever hit me as hard as that one did. I have responded to all manner of emergencies. I've responded to floods, I've responded to earthquakes, I've responded to civil unrest. And in each of those scenarios, part of my job as a humanitarian aid worker was to speak to people who had survived these emergencies and document their stories for case studies so that we could raise awareness of what was going on, and also so that we could raise money for the charities that I was working for. I have spoken to a lot of people who have been fleeing emergency situations, and everyone's story was different and every situation was different depending on what was going on, but there was one common theme that ran through absolutely everything. No matter what had happened, whether it was natural disaster or civil war, men had come and harmed women. Men had seized their opportunity to harm women who were fleeing an emergency situation with their families in every single one of those situations. Now you might think, okay, in civil unrest we can understand that that might happen because of the nature of civil unrest, but it was every single
I wasn't
situation.
even out here 5 seconds. And 2 people came. The fuck was that? Yeah, let's get in another ship. Five seconds and I was dead. What the fuck is that? It's jack-offs. That's what it is. It's weird how you normally go out, you get 7 hours, but occasionally it's like you're out for 5 seconds and they come directly to you. And it is weird. It must have just been coincidence, but it doesn't feel like it. That fucking fast. Doesn't feel like coincidence. Oh, I am sending out fire and making sales. Okay. Oh, why won't you type in the box like I need you to? Seems like boxes and developers are kind of allergic to each other. Mostly because of mental fucking the developer's mental retardation. Even at Square. Like this 8-block system they thought was going to be okay. Mentally retarded software developers that the world crowned as kings for some reason. Wouldn't say if it wasn't true. A bunch of them are mentally fucking retarded.
Every single emergency.
And it's not some slur. It's like the actual fucking like situation that the developer is in. A bunch of the developers, like Yoshi P, they're very much mentally retarded.
Situation, and it didn't end when the emergency ended. It continued. It continued when people were living in camps. It continued when people were.
I'd trust a 5-year-old to run Square Enix better.
Moving around, because there was.
And that's how you know that I'm not kidding when I say mentally retarded. Like if you would trust a 5-year-old, and I'd trust a 5-year-old to run Square Enix over fucking Yoshi P. And that's how you know that some of these software developers really are full-blown mentally retarded. It's not like slur territory. It's reality territory. And I mean it. Like, you know, sure, they can conduct conversation well and function in society well and make lots of money, but when it comes down to actual mental process and how they choose to do things, it comes out they're mentally retarded. Wish they weren't. It affects the industry so fucking bad, but they are. Their IQs are so low when it comes to their work that their mental retardation literally makes the fucking product worse. And I mean, I'm sorry, and you know, I wish I didn't have to say it so harshly, but that's how dumb they are. You know, that's who they are. They shouldn't have been given this kind of responsibility. These software developers, they shouldn't have been given this kind of responsibility. They make such poor choices with their lives, and the things that they choose to do in their work and their art that I don't really trust them to touch the industry, you know. Yoshi P didn't used to be retarded, but around the age of like 55 and Final Fantasy, I'd say 13, yeah, he kind of got retarded, unfortunately. 14 is proof. 14's proof of it.
Unrest in the country.
He wasn't always like that. He used to make good Super Nintendo games.
Everything had fallen apart, and men would seize their opportunity to harm women. And so the charity I was working with and the charities that we were partnered with would have to put programs in place to try and protect women from men. Like women who are fleeing an emergency situation and trying to stay alive would also have to think about the fact that they were in danger because men were actively looking to harm.
Yeah, that's war for you, and men. So I logged in and I was 2 billion richer. Look, I'm up at 10.5 bill. Because some of these ships are fucking selling. This was a Anathema. I didn't get it. Astero. I didn't get it. Buzzard. I didn't get it. Caldari Navy Hookbill. No luck. Caracal Navy. Dragoon Navy. Dromule. Gnosis. Ooh, I got the Gnosis though. Yeah, and that's good. That makes up for all the other bets. Let's see if we can get something else, and then it's just winning from there. That covers all the other bets. Let's see. No luck on the Hawk. Oh, I got this Hawk, and then now I'm just winning, I believe. Yeah, like it's a little bit. It's like I've broken even, definitely. If I get a big win, it's just a big win. Like, but I definitely have broken even. I have not lost gambling. That's the main thing. I've not lost money, which is good. Oh, never mind. I'm up. Not that much though, but yeah, I'll take it though. Manticore. I didn't get it. Master at Arms. I didn't get it. Metamorphosis. Oh, I got it. And I'm up. I'm like really up now. Yeah, I'm like really up now. I'm fucking up. I'm like up. I'm up. I'm like 50 million up now. Come on, wins. Come on, wins. I lost this Osprey Navy. Outrider. Come on, Outrider. Nope, no Outrider. Retribution. Rodiva. Nope. Probe launcher. Skill extractor. This is a sale, so this is just my money, and if I win it, it's like free. But no, I did sell skill extractors, which is why I'm up so much. Nice skill extractors. That was 1.2 billion off just the skill extractors, and if I win, it's even more. But no, Stabber Fleet issue. I've learned to just roll with the losses because it is making me a much stronger. Learning to handle loss is, I think, the greatest battle that every single human being faces, and how well you handle loss, I think, actually dictates your value to mankind. And spoken like a true loser, but I mean, like, I don't care about losing these gambles anymore because I've covered my bets so much that it's not like a loss to me. It's just breaking even. You know what I'm saying? So the couple of the wins get erased. Oh well, I'm still winning at gambling, and that's a really big thing for me. So, yep, and we got about another day left, another 25 hours left on a bunch of other sales, and some of these we could kind of push along if I wanted to. Like this Cormorant Navy issue, we'll put this down where it's likely to sell. This hook bill, no, I already have two on that hook bill. Yep, so maybe a lot of these don't sell, but that's okay. We at least tried. I've got Master at Arms up for sale, but their price was too high, apparently. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. This stupid strict pen.
Them in that situation. One of the most harrowing stories that I ever heard, and now is the time to scroll away if you don't think you can deal with this, was a man telling me that he had been forced to sit in a living room and listen to men in an upstairs bedroom raping his daughters. Because I have spoken to so many women in these emergency situations, and because I know about the things that happen to them, I know exactly what I would do if there was an emergency. And
yeah, the minute there's no rules and no oversight, men just become rapists, pretty much. The only thing that actually stops it is the threat of jail and law. Otherwise, men just revert to rape monsters, pretty much. We know this about them. It's something about being horny and not being around women for too long, and then, you know, war breaks out, so there's no rules anymore, and when the rules go by the wayside, so does mankind's decent, well, not mankind's, so does male decency. It just flies out the window, and this is why I don't like war. Rape is just one of those things you don't think about when you think about war, but honestly, when I think about war, I think of all the rape too. It is a really bad thing, war. It's not just shooting at each other with guns across some line. There's a lot of other terrible things that come along with it, like famine, poverty, rape, murder, desecration of libraries and studios and artwork and all types of stuff, and schools, colleges, etc. There's collateral damage, which means innocents that are just trying to live there get shot by you by accident, and you feel remorse. But I mean, there's no rules. It's war, so nobody prosecutes you, and that's another element of it that I really don't like. Almost no prosecutions happen during war because it's war. You know, who wants to be lawyers during war? What are you going to do? Sue them and then force them to show up at the court by gunpoint? No. So there's no lawyering going on. It's just shooting. And that's another thing about it. All the base instincts that mankind has, that they just return to it, and they use war as an excuse to go crazy, and they become like these rape teams and these murderers and these desecrators, and they'll kill children, and they'll do stuff in Vietnam and all this stuff. And it's just, you know, and this is why I don't like war. It's like that song I sang about trouble travels in threes. Okay, you know, war is going to cause poverty for probably both nations. Honestly, both nations. Maybe it's only one, but usually it's like both nations experience a bunch of terrible poverty. So that's the trouble that you do know is going to happen no matter what. When a war breaks out, both sides spend all their money on the war. And so poverty is like it's just basically the same thing as war. War and poverty to me are like the same thing. So, so that's the two troubles that you know. The other trouble is whether or not your men are going to become rapists, whether or not they're going to kill children, whether or not they're going to burn churches or libraries or schools in their conquistadorialism. Do they eat the locals' food so they starve to death? That happens in war. That's all the stuff that you don't know, and that's all the stuff that's worse. That stuff's almost worse. Almost all of that stuff is worse, and nobody ever thinks about that stuff. But that's what war actually is. That's why war is dropping bombs on your mother's houses, is how I always think of it, because that's usually what actually happens. That's what usually happens. Somebody's like fucking parents get killed, a collateral damage, and the targets aren't even hit. That's what explosive warfare is your parents get killed, and no, they didn't hit their target. They missed and they killed your parents instead. That's what I mean by bombs on your mother's house. That's what war is. A lot of American boys, and they're not men, they're like boys, I think, are militant and crazy, and they venerate it and they glorify it. They think it's cool, and they watch movies that extol it as some kind of virtue or something. Like being at war, it's not a fucking virtue. So so it's just a weakness. It means you lost control. You resorted to violence against your enemy rather than speech. It's a weakness war. It's when you haul off and sock somebody without thinking first. You just do it. And that's war. Now, I don't know. Or maybe you think first, but you just don't care. And so like Trump. So and then so yeah, and all the things that go by the wayside is the trouble that you don't know. That's the trouble that travels in threes. You can count on war and poverty, but you don't know what's going to happen else that's worse. And there's so many crazy stories out of the World War II era about war and the stuff that, like, Guns of Navarone is fucking crazy. It's like this giant fucking gun installation on a very big, sheer, tall cliff in the I forget which ocean. I want to say Mediterranean, something like that. But yeah, where I can't remember where Navarone is. I believe that's like Italy. It's like an Italian coast, I think, or something, or Sicily or something. I can't remember. But or Greece, I don't remember. But yeah, the Guns of Navarone is a really crazy story about how do you get to a gun installation that's on a sheer cliff. Yeah, they did it too. They climbed the cliff and they went in there and they blew up the Guns of Navarone. And that's a really cool story about surpassing insurmountable odds, as an example. And and that's, but I mean, like, but the terrible reality was the Guns of Navarone sat on those cliffs and killed so many people. I mean, that's why they went after him. They were like the pillboxes at the top of the cliffs during D-Day. They killed so many people. And so and like that's the side that people just don't think about how really terrible the cost was and how much sorrow the Guns of Navarone actually caused. They think about the glorious demolition of the Guns of Navarone in the middle of the war. And so the story is cool, but it also sort of downplays how terrible war can be, how cruel it can be. And so cruelty is what I mean, cruelty and war, I think they're almost interchangeably the same thing. I view war and cruelty as the same thing. That's what it actually is. It's like hauling off and being cruel to your enemy that you hate for some fucking reason, usually a dreamed up, religious reason. And yeah, and there's just no value to it, only suffering. It's just cruelty and suffering. That's what war is. So yeah, and during war, men become very, very rapey.
The first thing that I would do, and my one hard and fast rule, would be to stay as far away from men as possible.
Yep.
Right, in these situations, you can't even trust humanitarian aid workers, by the way. Like, you can look up the things that humanitarian aid workers have done to women in emergency situations. You can look up the things that soldiers have done to women in emergency situations.
Yeah, the rape, it's got to stop. It's just as bad as the fucking war. It's sometimes I think war breaks out just so they can all rape everybody. It's like that fucking bad. They're like synonymous. Like cruelty, suffering, and rape are all synonymous with the word war. They're all the same thing.
be attaching myself to a group of men, hoping that that group of men would protect me from another group of men.
But they're all men.
Wouldn't be happening. When
Yeah, and then like they've been out there for 3 months. They haven't seen their wives in a while, or their girlfriends, or their army hookers, or whatever it is that they do. And so they just go crazy. It's like a it's like a thirsty man in the desert. It's the same principle. Imagine the desperation that a man might have if he's been out in the fucking desert heat for 15 hours since 6 in the morning or whatever. And it's like 9 p.m. and it's getting dark and he hasn't had any water and he's desperate and he's crawling through the fucking sand and the darkness is coming and he knows he's about to freeze to death in the desert. That's how desperate these men get for sex. It's the same exact degree of deprivation and desperation. And like, you know, and so they do. Even humanitarian workers who are there to help you, they'll still rape you because they're stuck there. They've been there for months. They're horny, they're bored, they're crazy. There's no rules, there's no laws, nothing to protect them or you. So, you know, they just do what men do, and it's disgusting. And I struggle most of the time when I meet a man. They'll have to blow my mind in the first like 60 seconds for me to not write them off as another male muggle, a waste of skin. And I hate that deleterious, you know, or whatever you would call it, like malevolent view of it. But, you know, and a good genius human with good honorful practices, maybe not honorful, but at least like, you know, benign. Like I'm not honorful, but because I did all this stealing and drug dealing and stuff, but I am principled and I never harmed anybody. So it's like, you know, so you could call me benign in that respect. I've never harmed somebody. I've never thrown a punch. You know what I'm saying? I'm proud of that. You know, I'm fucking proud of it. I've never harmed anybody. I've never stolen from somebody who I knew their name, you know, or I might have known their name, but I've never met them, kind of thing. And I would say a lot of that that's dishonorable, it's dishonorless, but it is benign. And in the respect that, you know, it's just, you know, it's not targeted, it doesn't harm anybody that I know, it doesn't harm my community, etc. So it's like, you know, and so and I'll suss out within 60 seconds if a man is actually like me. And it's so fucking rare to actually meet a good man. It's fucking rare. It's honestly, in my experience too, it takes 15 fucking years before you totally know if that person is actually like that. If something bad happens in their lives, maybe they just throw all their principles and morals to the wind. That men often do that. I've had friends who did that. I have friends who did that to me, threw their morals and principles to the fucking wind to harm me. People that I'd known for 10 years. And I don't think they wanted to do that. I think now they would apologize to me and tell me that they lost control on drugs. And I would accept that apology maybe, but it still doesn't change the fact that they harm me. So now, you know, and that's what I think of when I think of men. Harm. Like I think they'll just harm me most of the time. They'll imprison me or steal from me or covet what I have or attack me or fixate on me or stalk me or harass me or attack me. When it happens, it doesn't surprise me. I'm like, oh well, that's the man that's the men that I know. That's what they're worth. That's who they are deep down inside. Worthless pieces of shit. Not worth the words, you know. But yeah, and so this lady is just explaining the rape culture around war. No, you won't put this on the screen for whatever reason. Why? You're dumb. Sorry. So here we go. Yeah, this lady is explaining that, like, yeah, the men get all rapey when war starts because there's no rules. And it turns out that, yeah, the prison and law is good for stuff like murder and rape. It's not good for stuff like drugs or prostitution. but it is good for murder and rape, right? So the only thing stopping men from just taking what they want from women at all times, really, and just declaring like an open sex market, essentially, is the law. And that's one of the things I love about the law, is it keeps the men from being rapey. And so, but remember, in war, there is no law. So that the first thing that happens is rape. That's who men actually are.
The men come.
Now, am I saying you're like that? No. Especially if you're watching my channel, you might actually be kind of interesting. But I'm saying like most men. I give it probably 86% something, and that's a crazy made up number. But in my estimation, I'd say probably something like 85% of men can be counted on doing something really nasty in their lifetimes. Who knows what it is?
Set yourself on fire. I'm not for any.
When I was 15, I busted into a game store and I jacked them for like, I don't know, 30 grand or something. It's been so long now. It's been 30 years that it's beyond the statute of limitations. They didn't prosecute that case, so I can freely speak about it. The old days, the old me. I would never do something like that ever again. I was 15 years old when I did that. That's an example of a man being really fucking terrible at some point in their life. Robbing, well, not robbing, but, you know, robbing implies like a gun. I burgled a game store when I was 15, and I'm not proud of it, but like, I'm proud that I got away with it. And, or, well, I didn't like GameStop at that time. I thought they were fleecing kids. So if you ask me, do you feel proud of what you did because of political reasons? I would say, yeah, GameStop was predatorizing children. And I was a child at the time who felt that all of my money was going into a brand new game. I would play the game. It would join a stack of about 5 or 10 other games that I kept, and then I would sell 3 or 4 games to get enough credit to reach another new game. So that's 5 used games equals 1 new game, and that's terrible economics because those used games can sometimes be worth like $40. So maybe you give them 40, 80, 120, $160 worth of games, like just to get to a $60 game, right? And they offer you like $10 credit or $12, $13 credit on each title. And you're like, what the fuck, this game, I know you're going to turn around and sell for 40. Couldn't you give me at least half that? But no, they don't. They give you like, you know, $6 to $13, something like that. And so, or like way less, like to $1 to $13, you know? And they'll be like, we'll take this off your hand for $2 and all this, like a fucking trader and like a vendor in a video game. But it was problematic because they were primarily financially predatorizing children. And it doesn't surprise me that GameStop was at the center of that stonks thing on the internet about stocks and like getting money off of the GameStop buyout and all that stuff. That doesn't surprise me because GameStop, that sort of seizing of the market is kind of criminal, and that sort of behavior around GameStop doesn't surprise me. I don't think GameStop had a lot of morals, kind of. I think they were selling Grand Theft Auto to kids, and I think they were like selling adult content to kids, and I think they were like, you know, they were predatorizing kids with their used game payment system, and they should have been thinking about the bottom line of that, how morally bankrupt it was. And so what was my response to this when I was 15? I just went and stole all my games back from them. And a bunch of stuff like on top of that too, like a bunch of Dreamcast consoles and all this other stuff. And games, a whole plastic case stuffed with N64 cartridges. It was like 200 N64 cartridges or something like that. That was amazing. The whole thing was just fucking crazy. I just threw it in a sack. And you know, and it was just crazy. And I was only in there for about 2 minutes and 35 seconds or something. And I was in, I got what I wanted. I filled 3 fucking huge garbage bags with it and took them on out there to my car. It drove off through the neighborhood at, I don't know, 3:30 in the morning or something. I don't remember when it was, 2:37, I think it was something like that. And I just threw all my, I stripped naked while I was driving at 105 miles an hour, and I threw all my clothes out the window because I figured they were evidence. That was something else crazy that I did. I put on clown makeup like insane clown posse, so they couldn't recognize my face, but I wouldn't have to wear a mask, right? So I put on clown makeup, and I don't know why not. Clown makeup works, so they would have been able to figure it out, I think, had they ever met me. But then none of those cops ever met me, so then they wouldn't have ever been able to peg it. So, and I stole all my games back from them, and then I sold the consoles to my friends for $100. These $450 consoles. I sold a whole bunch of consoles for $100 to all my friends in my high school. And to their credit, like 65 people knew that I robbed that game store, and not one of those kids snitched on me. To their credit. They could have just mentioned it to their parents and got my ass busted for real, thrown in juvie for full-blown robbery or whatever you call it. But I mean, to my credit and theirs, that whole school liked me. So I was the king of the school. That whole school liked me, at least by my estimation. I'm sure some of the other males felt they were too. But I mean, but that whole school loved me so much that nobody snitched. And a ton of them were involved because they bought my product. So they would have been. That's probably the other part of it too, I guess. I didn't think about that, but it's like, yeah, because they bought a lot of my product and stuff that I sold, they were all implicit in receiving stolen goods too. So nobody snitched me, but they could have just told the teachers if they wanted to, but they didn't. I got away with it scot clean. And on top of it, I worked at that GameStop there. I worked at that GameStop later on. And I continued to rob them because I really didn't like what they were doing to me. All my money and all my time was going into trading them used games for like 6 years. It was like that, like 7. No, it was more than that. It was like 8. When I was 16, I worked at the game store, even though I robbed it a year before, because I wanted a PlayStation 2 so bad that I needed the employee discount. And while we were there, like during the PlayStation 2 launch, some other set of kids in the city from the same neighborhood did the same exact thing that I did. And they showed up in the middle of our shift at like 9:30 p.m. at night. And they popped the back door by running a rope to the fucking handle. And they had a fucking Bronco, and they popped the door with a rope. And we heard I was there when it happened. And the alarms went off. And and fucking we were like, what the fuck is that? And my friend goes out back because he's the senior manager, he has to go. I'm like, I'm watching the store. And he was like, yeah, I gotta go lock the door or something. And he did. He locked the door, and he was like, there's kids in there stealing PlayStations. And I was like, what? And he was like, there's kids in the back right now. I locked the door. They're not gonna be able to get in unless they break the door or something. But they can't get into the store, but they're like, they're in there back there, and they popped the door, and they're stealing PlayStations, and they got masks and stuff. And I was like, okay. And he was like, call 911. I'm going to watch the back door. And I was like, okay. And I called 911, and it was just crazy because I was working there. I had to. I didn't want to, but I did it. I had to call 911. And the same shit happened while I was working there. They did it while we were I did it in the middle of the night at 3:30 in the morning. They did it live at 9:30 in the evening. It was fucking crazy. We were there at the store. It was nuts. For a while, I was really scared. I was like, I don't know. This job is starting to really scare me. I was very nervous that they would draw some connection between my robbery and that robbery and make some accusation that I was with those kids. And I was like, oh my God, I might be liable for 2 robberies if they fucking catch me, or whatever you want to call it, like fucking burglaries, I guess. And I was just like, I don't want to be liable for 2 burglaries and stuff. So I quit that job. I was like, no, me working at this job is now a direct connection between my burglary and someone else's burglary that I was a witness at. And I was just like, this is too much burglary. It's too hot here. And I just like quit. Plus I was also robbing the game store blind. I was just full blown stealing games. I just wasn't paying for them. I was just pocketing the games. Just as I left each day, I was just stealing games. And I was like, this place, it's like I'm a crackhead in a crack plantation, or whatever, I don't know, like a crack production plantation. Working at that game store, it was like I was a crackhead in a crackhead plantation, in a crack production plantation. It was that crazy. I was like, no, I'm going home with a bunch of crack tonight. And my best friend was working there, and he was like, stop stealing games. You're going to get me fired and or arrested. Stop stealing games. And I was like, I can't. I'm sorry. I need to play this game tonight. And he's like, don't take this game. And I was like, oh God, they're going to know. And it's like, all right, fine. And I would put it back and stuff. But it was was like crack. It was like crack so bad. So I just quit the job. I was like, it's too close to the cuff. It's too self-involved. And the second robbery, like, it just caused a bunch of paranoia for me, because I was like, why wouldn't they draw a connection between my burglary and these kids' burglary and then try and bust all of us, right? I was just like, and I don't know. I was like, what evidence did I leave? I don't know. Maybe they've got my blood or something. I hurt my finger, and I was like, they might have my blood, but I wasn't in the system yet. So it was just sort of crazy. I was just like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if they'll catch me or not. It was like that for fucking 7 years. It was like that until the day the statute of limitations went by on that mess. I was so paranoid. I was like, motherfucker, I don't know. I don't know.
That anybody sets themselves.
So and so that's an example of how one man can just have a terrible time in his life where he does something totally despicable, like rob a game store. That's the nastiest thing I've ever done, I believe. Yeah. Well, I helped steal a car. Which probably was more money, honestly, because everything I stole from the game store except for the consoles was used. So you could kind of chunk a value to it of like $5,000 or something like that. But the consoles were expensive, and I did get a bunch of them, like 20 or something. And yeah, I mean, I stuffed a whole big 18-gallon bag or whatever those big black bags are called with fucking consoles. I just kept stuffing consoles in there. I was like, I don't have time to take them out of the boxes. Just, and I put like 15 of them in there or something like that. They're big, it filled the whole bag, but yeah. And it was heavy. Getting out was crazy. It was like you ever seen that Futurama where Bender's dragging along a huge bag? That's what I did. I was carrying 4 huge black bags filled with loot because it was a one-man heist. So I was like, well, it's got to be worth it, So I did. I spent some time filling some black bags. That's what you're in there to do. It was crazy. And anyways, so that's an example of me being a shithead and being a bad person and a thief and a fucking burglar and all these terrible things. And I'm not trying to glorify it or say it's a good thing. I'm just saying that's an example of a time in my life. And I also have done other things like be a drug dealer, be a credit card thief, be a driver for the cartel for $500 an hour and move like maybe killers and drug dealers around. I don't know who they were. Maybe illegals, we don't know. And I did all kinds of nasty stuff like that. I built a criminal empire business, sort of, and I hid it behind an Uber company. I did weird like scams and stuff. I would get I used to run a Craigslist scam where I would respond to people who had lost stuff, and I would get them to describe what it was. And then I would go and steal it. And I don't know how else to say it without like incriminating myself and that's all past the statute of limitations anyway. So I suppose I could talk, but but that one makes me a little bit nervous because it's like a bunch of those were successful and a bunch of them weren't. And and that's an example of doing something really nasty. But there's loopholes if you think about it the right way, and you do enough Googling, you can discover a loophole that is possible to do. I did it on Craigslist, and I'm not going to say what it is because it would cause a bunch of people to go and do this particular scam. But there is a loophole on Craigslist Lost and Found that I used to exploit rather terribly. And it's really simple once you conceive of it, but nobody ever conceives of it. And I did, though. I used to tell my mother, I was like, I hate to say this, but it's like, being a criminal, I'm actually fairly good at it. When you look at all of the stuff I was successful with, you could call me a career criminal. But I mean, I stopped 9 years ago. Can you call that a career criminal? I didn't go to jail, but I got away with it all. Is that a career criminal? I think it is. I got away with all of it. I mean, I went to jail a couple of times over possession charges and dirty UAs. And and I did get busted for trespassing one time, burglary type situation. And they busted it down to misdemeanor theft. But it's like, but I was there for information and my cat. I wasn't there to steal from them. And I still don't feel that bad about it. I was like, I would have paid for the window. I didn't harm the guy. I let him citizens arrest me. He broke my ribs. Like, I let them arrest me. I paid my dues. I did my time. I fucking, I didn't do time for that thing because they dropped it down to a misdemeanor theft charge and just made me make it right with the victim, which I did. But I mean, like, I did my time on that one. I even took the citizens arrest, so I don't feel much shame for it because it's like, I did my time on that motherfucker. They held it over my head. They told me I was going to do 10 years in jail. I was like, okay, all right. But I took the citizen's arrest. I knew I was going to face something when I caught it. I was like, oh no, the guy came home. What am I going to do? Is he going to chase me through the neighborhood? What are the chances my fat meth addict ass isn't going to be able to run forever? Or eventually the cops will catch me. So I let him citizens arrest me because I was like, I've been caught for this crime. There's no reason to resist it. It's fucking stupid. I was only in here for 2 minutes. He came home during the 2 minutes. It's an example of bad luck. He just came home. I can't predict that. I can't predict when that muggle is I can't predict when he's just going to randomly come home. So I took the chance and I was in there for a few minutes and he came home. It just sucked, random. It sucked. It was like God's in the plans. God didn't want me to succeed with that one or whatever. So he sent the muggle home in the 2 minutes that I was inside his house, which fucking sucked. But I was looking for my cat, I had lived in that place and I wanted to know if my cat was still there. I told the guy, I was like, I'm sorry. I'm not here to steal anything from you. I'm not here to hurt you or do anything bad to you. And he's like, you're breaking in. And I was like, yeah, I came to look for my cat. I'm sorry. I used to live here and my cat, I was very worried that my cat might still be here. He's my cat. I love him. I want him back. And the previous owner traded me rent for the cat. And I feel exploited by that. So I came here looking for my fucking cat. And he was like, okay, I see that you have a reason for being here, but you're going to jail for felony, whatever, burglar or whatever. I was like, that's okay. I submitted to the arrest. I'm sorry, sir. And he was like, I get it. But, he was sitting on me. And, and that sucked. And that's another thing I did that I'm not fucking proud of. But I mean, like, I was there for my cats. It's not like I was there to rape him or steal his stuff or something like that, or go or whatever, or harm him in any way. I was there to liberate my cat. It sucks. It is the goddamn truth. I was there looking for my fucking cat. The fact that it was that address is why. You can just tell why I was at that particular address at that time doing what I was, because I had history at that address and I came back there looking for my fucking cat. Now, in my defense, I knocked on that guy's door for fucking 3 weeks before I did what I did. I just couldn't get hold of him. But the minute that I'm in there illegally, he comes home and I finally reach him, but I did. I left a note. I tried to knock. I was like, I tried to knock on that guy's door. It was my old apartment. I went there a bunch of times over 3 weeks. I was like, I need to know if my cat's still here. I want to see if you'll sell him back to me or whatever the fuck, I had money at that time. So I was like, I want to see if you'll sell him back to me or whatever. Can I get my cat back? I've been raising him since he was a kitten. And I left a note like that on the fucking door. I was like, I wonder if I could buy my cat back from you. Here's my number, etc. And I left notes. He was like, oh, you were the guy leaving the notes? And I was like, yeah, I've been trying to reach you for 3 solid fucking weeks. When I couldn't get a hold of you, I just came and did my fucking business. I didn't wait. Because the days are passing by, motherfucker. I let this cat go like 2.5 years ago, and I don't want it to be 5 years suddenly. Like, the days were passing by. I was living on the fucking streets as a meth addict. I was crazy. No rules, nothing. I had a girlfriend who was insane. And not insane, but just, I'm not insane at all. But I'm talking about, like, just like her life was insane. She had an insane life. She herself is not insane. But anyways, and it was just a nutty time for me, and I came there looking for the fucking cat, and he could tell from my conviction that I wasn't there to harm anybody, and I felt no shame. I was like, no, I'm here to find the cat. I feel I had exhausted all of the previous things that I could do. If I can't get a hold of the fucking neighbor, I said not the neighbor, but the fucking owner, if I can't get a hold of the owner of the house, I sat at his house one time for like 5 hours in the yard, just like hoping he would come home. Like, I did try to reach that fucking guy. I explained this to my mother and my lawyer and God and the judge and all this stuff. And they're like, you seem like you're talking a lot and trying to tell some fucking story. But it's like, no, this is the actual case. I was there to look for my fucking cat. I didn't steal anything. I came in there with a backpack. I could have filled it. I didn't have anything in the fucking backpack. I didn't have anything. So I was like, I didn't steal anything from this fucking guy. The worst thing that you should hit me with is trespassing, because that's all it really is. I didn't steal anything from this fucking guy. They were like, you were in there planning to do something. And I was like, no, I was in there trying to find my fucking cat. When I didn't see my cat, I went rifling through his drawers looking for some kind of veterinarian hospital information. because I was like, what if I can find some paperwork about, and I went through his paperwork looking for some kind of vet information, because I was like, the vet might be able to help me track down the cat. If the cat isn't owned by this guy anymore, maybe the vet knows who owns him. But I mean, that's what I was doing. And when he walked in, and I was going through his files, which sickened him. But I was going through his fucking files looking for veterinary information when he busted me. Do you think I'm kidding when I'm saying this shit? You think I can make this up? No. And so that's another example of like, I'm a streamer and I'm right here in front of the fucking camera right now talking to you. And like, I'm talking about all these crimes that I've committed in my life, because most men, they're not very good creatures. Most men, I would say like 85% of us are not good people. Some of us are career criminals like me. It's fucking stupid. Now, I'm not a career criminal because I stopped 9 years ago. And I did work as a taxi driver for a lot of my life, or cashier, or a hotel management guy, and, hotel inventory management guy, or, a housekeeper, or fucking, all the jobs I had, Uber driver, Grubhub driver, all this stuff that I did. Like taxi driver, black, yellow cab, metro taxi, red cab, all that stuff. And I went to work for the government, kind of as a medical driver for yellow cab and all this. It's just insane. There's all this stuff that I did. So it's like, no, I don't really feel shamed that I went to that guy's house and tried to get my cat. They kept trying to make me feel shamed that I had done it. But I was like, no, I explained to the guy why I was there. I took the citizen's arrest. I paid my dues for the fucking crime. I didn't go to jail for it. There's no felony. There's no shame. I fought it. I went to the court dates and I told them what it was and why and all this shit. And I did not lie. I didn't act shamefully other than going in the place, other than going through his stuff and spying on him, looking for proof of where the cat went. That, and I was apologetic to him. I was like, I'm sorry, sir. I'm not here to really harm you in any way or form, even though it looks like I'm here to harm you. I am here to save a cat. So, it sucks, It is what it is. I never did see that cat ever again, and it fucking wrecks me. It wrecks me that I never ever did see that cat ever again. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know where he went. I don't know who owns him. I can make assumptions that my old friend Brandon still has him until he died, but we don't know that. And that's the problem for me. I don't know that, but motherfucker, I got that kitten when he was 6 weeks, and I raised him like a child. Like a fucking child, you understand? It's like losing a child. I went back looking for my fucking child. I don't have kids. I'm too crazy to be with women on a long-term basis, I think. That's what's always happened anyways, is I'm just too crazy to be around them and on a long-term thing. So it's just, so I'm like Van Gogh or somebody crazy like that. I'm just fucking crazy. I would chop off my own ear if it wasn't so psycho. I need my ear. But it's just like, I am that fucking crazy. I'm like a crazy artist like that. And so I feel shame that I don't feel shame, but I don't feel shame. I don't feel shame for the actual acts. No, nothing I ever did, because I always had my fucking reasons. And the guy himself understood. He looked me in the eyes and he saw that I had no malice towards him and I wasn't there to profit off him. I was there for information. I told him, sir, God's honest truth, Scout's honor. I'm not here to harm you. I'm looking for my cat. And he was like, what? That was his response. He was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, yeah, I used to live here and I traded my cat to my old roommate here who lived in this place and he owned this place. I've been trying to reach him and I've been trying to reach the owner of this place for like weeks now, trying to figure out what happened to the cat. And he was like, okay, so that's why you broke in my back door? And I was like, yeah, I broke a window, let myself in to see if my cat was here. And he was like, were you going to steal the cat? And I was like, yeah, I would take the cat. Yep. And he was like, you're sick. And I was like, it's my cat. I raised him since he was a kitten. And he was like, I see why you're here, and I see that you don't have any malice towards me or whatever. He was like, I can see why you're here, and I believe you. And he was like, but you're going to fucking jail for felony fucking burglar or whatever. And I was like, yeah, yes, I am. The cops got there, and they were like, why were you in this guy's house? And I was like, looking for my cat. And they were like, what? And I was like, I used to live here. You can see it from my old addresses on my fucking file at the fucking DMV and stuff. I used to live here and I want to know where my cat is. And they were like, what? And I was like, can I ask you as police officers to locate my cat? And they were like, no. But they were like, that's why you're here. You really were here for your cat. And I was like, yeah, I kept busting in his house. I tried to reach him for weeks. I couldn't get him. He works all day, so I couldn't get him. And so then eventually I just, had my way with it. And I came in the back door, I mean, it was my old home. I used to live there. It didn't feel that scary because I like lived there for years. I lived at that place for 5 years. So like busting in the back door didn't feel that scary to me because I lived there for 5 years. I was like, no, this is my old place. It's kind of crazy. I have history here. If they asked me why I was here, it would make sense because I lived here for 5 years and I'm here looking for my fucking cat. And I can make a movie about this, finding my cat. And at the end of it, I'd be like, I never did find Pixel. It would be a 5-word fin. There'd be the fin at the end with a big black, scene missing. And then the word fin, and then printing across the screen like Star Wars would be like, I never did find my poor ginger cat Pixel. I never did find him, That's what I would say at the end of the movie. I could take this to Hollywood and make it a fucking movie because it's like, you know what I would call it? I wanted to write a novel about this particular thing and my relationship with Cloud Candy and call it Love in the Time of COVID. Because that's what it was. I loved that cat and I wanted him back. I loved Cloud Candy and I wanted her as my wife all my life and all that. And I just wanted what my heart wanted. So I went and did it. I tried to land Cloud Candy and I tried to get my cat back. And I thought maybe it would make a good Hollywood movie or a good novel or whatever. Getting, or Love in the Time of COVID, right? Because I loved the cat so much. I went back after him. And it caused me a great deal of heartache and pain and sorrow because I had no business being there. I thought I was going to go to jail for 10 years for burglary and stuff, but no, they were like, oh, you didn't steal anything. Even in the court case, it was kind of comical. I didn't laugh in the court case, but I can laugh now. Every time they try to say I was doing something evil, this weird shrug would go on their shoulders and they were like, but you weren't stealing anything. And I was like, I know, I didn't steal anything. And they were like, yeah, well, you didn't steal anything? And I was like, I didn't steal anything. I wasn't there to steal anything. Well, maybe the cat. And they were like, don't say that in court. My lawyer was like, don't say that in court. And I was like, well, but I was kind of there to steal my cat. And they were like, don't admit that in court. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm a bit of an animal guy. I got worried that my old roommate had either given him away or sold him or something, and I was just like, I needed to know if he was being taken care of or not. That cat was like my child. So I went back looking for him. I shouldn't have done that. Caused me a great deal of heartache. It was part of the myriad reasons that I broke up with Cloud Candy. There were so many. There was the drug addiction, the burglary, the getting busted, the 10 years they held over my head while I was in a 2-year mental health facility, and the mental health facility, all the drugs, all the drug dealing, all the stealing, all the shoplifting, all that stuff I did is why I'm not with Cloud Candy. I know it is. It sucks. It's all that stuff I did, And so I'm a man who has never harmed somebody in any verifiable way. I've stolen from people, but I've never physically harmed them in any way or form. And this is the truth. So I look at myself benignly. I'm like, well, people like Whitey Bulger, they build drug empires and they kill people. I built a drug empire and I never threw a fist. I don't think it's the same thing. I don't feel shame like I think they do. And so it's just weird. And, I don't feel any shame about that. I mean, I'm shameless about a lot of it. To me, some of it's braggadocio, frankly. And my mother can't stand it. She's like, you're proud and you brag about some of this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I did because I walked away from it. I walked away from it scot clean, So I am proud of it, some of it. It's fucking stupid. But I mean, like... So that's your average man. That's, to me, I think everybody's got stories like this. I think even my best friends have stories like this. I'm fairly sure that my best friend has run night ops before. Well, he's told me about several of them. He's like, I used to crawl through people's backyards. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, when I lived in my house, in Aurora. He was like, I would don black clothes and put on a balaclava, and I would crawl through people's backyards looking in their rearview mirror. Looking in their back windows. Now, this man, he is a wonderful, wonderful man who is universally loved by about 4,000 people, and he runs an ashram, and he teaches transcendental meditation to people who are interested in Vedic culture or Sanskrit or stuff that has to do with Hindu culture. And he is a wonderfully beloved man who hasn't committed a crime in 27 years or something like that. So I will always die on that hill that he's a good man. You know, he's a good man. He's the best man that I know, honestly. And so, you know, I mean, it's just the truth. He hasn't committed any crimes in a long time. He's not, you know, he's just the best man that I know. And, but he used to tell me stuff like this. He's like, I went 155 miles per hour today on the turnpike. And I'd be like, right on, man. You know, or he'd be like, I crawled through the backyards of people with a balaclava and a sneak suit. Because I'm into traveling at night and trying to sneak around at night. And he had army manuals written by Japanese generals trying to describe to the troops that had been translated for the American troopers so they could understand how, like, basically the Japanese army would sneak around at night and how they avoided detection. And they would tie like black claws to their swords and their guns so that glints off metal wouldn't happen and stuff like this. And they would conceal their eyes with like fuzz and stuff like this so that the whites of their eyes would not indicate to their enemy where they were and shit like this. And he was training and stuff like that because he's a nutty genius like that. But there's an example of the best man that I ever met in my entire life, a godly man, a really, really holier than thou man. He's a good man, but he used to crawl through people's backyards looking in the reward is getting a glimpse in their back window, but you're in their backyard, and then he would leave. And I know because I used to do it with him. You know what I'm saying? We actually evaded the police one time in the bushes when we were drinking on the back Bucktail right outside the back of my house. We were drinking on Bucktail and throwing bottles out on the freeway. And a cop came running down Bucktail at like 3:15 in the morning, and we were like 16 years old. So we fucking ran down the motherfucking alley, dodged into the fucking bush, chucked the bottles because they were evidence and shit like this out onto the fucking turnpike and ran, led him through a high-speed chase down through the fucking alleys and stuff, and then crept back to the bushes and stuff. And we had been training to do stuff like that in our off time, so it just wasn't that scary to us. And that's a true story. We evaded those police. They spun my block like 40 times for like 5 hours, and they knocked on my mother's door, and she was like, well, no, nobody's here. She's like, yeah, my son, he lives here, but he's apparently not here. I went to go check his bedroom. He's 16 years old. He's probably at his friend's house. And he's like, no, they're not here right now. And she just like went back to bed, and the cops just kept spinning the block for like fucking 2.5 hours, and we're just giggling in the bushes. It was so bad, and we were just like, oh my god, we've committed, like, we're at least guilty for curfew. We're definitely guilty of evasion, like full-blown running from the police. So we got felonies on our docket now if we get caught. And we were just full-blown like dead quiet, like in there in the bush whispering to each other and giggling and stuff. And just nervous. And we were like 16 and shit. And that was the first time I ever ran from the cops, I believe. But I mean, I think it was. But I mean, I ran from the cops like 5 or 10 times in my life. I can't remember how many times now. 5 or 6. But anyways, I'm not bragging about this stuff. I'm just saying, if I did all of this stuff, most men have done other stuff like this. It's just who they are. So yeah, if you go to wartime, there's no rules. So let's go back to the video we were originally watching, and I'm going to stop bragging about all my career criminal stuff.
On fire, obviously, but what I am saying is that if
Eve has been boring me. Damn it! Oh, my camera is off. Damn it! Activate. Damn it! Eve has been boring me. Like, it's kind of so grindy that I think I need to just sit in Jita for like a week, because it's like it feels like such a grind all the time that it's like a job. But I kick back and I look at the 10 billion ists that I have that I got off the hypernet, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I got me about 14 billion ISK or something like that. And to me, that is like I mean, what is there that I can't buy? I can even buy a Barbaroga, I think. It's insane. It's like, so, like, what can I, you know, so I can buy anything. So it's sort of like, why am I grinding so much? Why am I grinding so much? I can sit back on my fucking laurels and let this game sit here kind of passively for a long time. I have my thing on the wrong screen here. Yeah, why am I trying so hard on Eve? I don't know. Like, I look at my ship inventory and I'm like, there's the 15 Tristans that I kitted out so I can go out to faction warfare. There's the 30 Ventures I kitted out so I can go out and mine in Poshvon. There's the 10 Trig Cormorants I made so I can go and try and get Trig reps so I can stop dying to fucking stupid ass Eden Com. Here's more Poshvon standing stuff that I've been doing. There's all the ibises that I use to fucking fake out the door kid, the fucking mill, the fucking gals that camp the door in fucking Jita. Here's all my herons that I built for back when I was trying to learn exploration. Here's all the Algoses, the 30 Algoses that I just fit out, 30 destroyers that worth like 22 mil a piece or something like this, that I fitted out for more faction warfare on a higher level. And I'm like, am I ever going to do any of this stuff? I do this stuff, but am I ever going to do any of this stuff is the question. Right now, I don't feel like doing any of it. There's the Kikimoras that I built and the Hawks that I built for fucking, what's it called? The Abyss. There, you know, there's all this stuff. There's all these other fucking, there's my prospects for Poshvon and my retrievers for Poshvon. And then there's my wreaths for fucking, what are those, the group missions. I can't remember what they're called. And there's all, you know, and there's all this stuff. Am I going to do any of this stuff? Probably not. I'm so fucking lazy, and I've become Asmongold now, not like in the terms of the right wing, but in terms of like, I just sit here and I watch videos. I don't really play video games that much. I mean, I do win 2 to 5 Fortnite matches a night or whatever when I'm drunk. So I suppose you couldn't say that I'm not gaming. You know, do people win Fortnite a lot? I think people that play Fortnite do, but I don't think randos that main Rust and fucking Mortal and stuff like win Fortnite that much, but I definitely do. I also win a lot of Overwatch, so you couldn't say that I'm not gaming. I win a lot. I win large scale 100-man, you know, fucking not MOBAs, but battle royales and stuff. Like 100-man battle royales, I'll solo win them. I won a solo last night, and I mean, is that like I'm sitting around? I don't think it is. You know, I don't think it is. I'm gonna load Starfield because Starfield is so mindless. I don't care if I stand there in Starfield is what I'll do, and then I'll load FFXI again. And I'll just play videos because it's just like, I don't know. I feel like a lazy gamer that just sits here and watches videos rather than game. But I don't think most gamers win a bunch of Overwatch matches and Fortnite matches every night. I don't think they play Rust main and have a base and a fucking boat. I don't think they main it. I don't think they main Mortal. I don't think they've got 10 clades on Sarduka like me and an old like perfect mastery character in Knave. I don't think they have a fucking Kraken Club on Final Fantasy 11. It's right here. I'm going to log in. Like, I don't think they do all the things that I do. So looking at myself like I'm lazy, I think that's actually just the attitude that all my real life scrubs in my fucking orbit like act towards me, that I'm this lazy person. So I get down on myself and I try to shame myself that I'm lazy. But no, the reality is I do work like 90 to 105 hour weeks. I take care of my family. I drive them around. I do stuff for them. I do the stream. I record. I publish. I write songs. I publish them. I think about how lazy I am, but then I'm also like, but I won 4 Fortnite matches last night and 3 Overwatch matches, and I also was drunk through the whole fucking thing. And it's like, is that like, you know, is that lazy? I'm like 50 hours into a Oblivion remastered playthrough. I'm a Once Human player, and I have like a level 37 or something on the hard server. I've got like, you know, it just goes on. I mean, look at all the games. I mean, I just loaded up GeForce Now, but what else is there? I've got a finished out Dead Island 2. I've got a finished out 7 Days to Die. I'm only 2 achievements from maxing out 7 Days to Die. I've got a hardcore 7 Days to Die character that's like level like 17 or something like that. I've got Starfield. I've completed Starfield, which is most gamers' dream to ever have that kind of time or interest and stuff. But I mean, like, I am like the hardest working gamer on the fucking planet, I think. I don't think most people multi-potentiality, multi-variety game like I do. I don't think most of them play 50 games at a master level. I don't think they do. There is people like me out there, but I think it's like maybe 100 people though. I think there's like 100 people like me on the planet. We're not normal. Okay, when you see people like Ninja, it's because they focused on one single game. I'm fairly far into Caves of Cud. I beat Disco Elysium, and I'm almost all the way through on another Disco Elysium playthrough. I beat Baldur's Gate 3 the 3 weeks that it came out on veteran difficulty with one of my best friends. I mean, I'm most of the way through Remnant 2. I'm like most of the way through. I mean, it just goes on. Like, most people don't main 50 games like this. I'm rich on EVE Online. I've got 15 billion in liquid on EVE Online and like 40 billion in fucking mats or something like that. So it's like, what can't I buy on EVE Online, the most competitive video game ever made, known to man? It tops Ultima. It tops fucking WoW. It's the most hardcore game ever made. It's the most difficult game ever made. And I'm rich and I'm bored on the hardest game I've ever made. Like, I don't know. There's other games that suck kind of that are hard, like Entropia. But I mean, like, but that are hard. They're like really genuinely hard. And there's games like Ninja Gaiden that are fucking harder than the games I'm playing. There's my 2200 New World account with every single character slot maxed out, with every single profession maxed out, and on every single fucking server. I can log into that account, and I'm not lying. I even have hardcore. I finished hardcore on New World. Most people didn't do that. Like, I finished it. You know what I'm saying? I got to 60 on hardcore, and like, fucking, like, you know, and I played WoW hardcore up to level 40 something like 30 times or something like that before it just bores me to death or I die AFK. Like, I don't know. I have a retail character on WoW that's, I mean, it just goes on. It's not braggadocio. It's like I don't think most people have this much dedication. I think it makes me a special beast. You know, I should have named my Twitch avatar Special Beast, because it's like most people don't do what I do. It goes on. I've got a retail character that's running level 9 keys and mythics, and it's just like, I don't know, are you like that? Can you run level 9 keys and mythics with having never played the game much? I'm sorry, having not played the game for 5 years? Like, but I did. I've got a monk that's up to like eye level 343 or some shit or something like that. Like, it just goes on. What else? I did other stuff too. I've got private launchers that lead to games like I've got 7 Days Offline. I've got a high risk character on Fallout 76 on Xbox, and I have a maxed out Fallout 76. Well, not maxed out, but I've got a level 350 Fallout 76 character that's got every single legendary and all of its mats, and it's got thousands of mats just stuffed in her box, and that she's got endless mats, and she's got 300 bobbleheads and 300 magazines or something like that. She's fucking crazy, capped out. And it just goes on. It just goes on. I mean, like, honestly, it's hard for me to stop. I started Gloria Victis again. I can load my Steam list and I could talk further. It goes on further. It's a full-blown obsession to be the best at all of this. I have an Arcanum character. I have a Bellwright character. I have a Barony character that's level 20 or something like that I've got saved that I can fall back on now if it's not too patched up. I'm playing Borderlands 4. I'm like level 37 on Borderlands 4. It keeps going on. I'm like level 20 on Borderlands 1 remastered edition. I have a Borderlands 3 character on Epic that's almost done with the entire fucking game. In the last 2 years, I beat Resident Evil 7 Biohazard on extreme difficulty for my first time playthrough in the last like 3 or 4 years, something like that. I beat Alien Isolation on my second playthrough on extreme on stream. I beat what's it called? BioShock 1 all the way through. BioShock 1 remastered, BioShock 2 remastered, BioShock 3 remastered sequentially for Halloween 2024. You know what I'm saying? That's what I did for Halloween 2024. I did BioShock 1, BioShock 2, and BioShock 3 all the way the fuck through. I have 6,500 hours in Rust. Let's go see, but I mean it goes on. I mean it doesn't really end. I have a level 55 hardcore No Man's Sky character. I have I don't know how many hours. I'm offline, so let's go online, but I have I have 6,000 hours in Rust. In 13 or 23 hours I will reach my 6,000 hours in Rust, which is like, that's like you're done. You're like done with the game. I am done with the game. There's nothing else to learn except for Factorio stuff, and I don't like Factorio stuff. But I mean, I am a world-class Rust player. I pulled 4,000 followers and about $4,000 out of Rust. I'm a Rust gamer. I'm a Rust player. That's my motherfucking main, you understand? That's where I went after World of Warcraft. I'm a Rust player, and I'm a good one too, motherfucker. I got all kinds of shit. So I was a hardcore character on Rust for like 4 years. For 4 years, I only played hardcore on Rust. I did hardcore Rust, hardcore zombies. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have a map, and I was fighting zombies, getting stream sniper, baby reindeers sucking on my dick all day, and all this stupid ass shit. Right? I have a character in Destiny 2. I don't play it though. I have a character in Craftopia. I don't play it though. I have a character in Cycle Frontier. That game died. I don't play it though. I have a character in Detroit Become Human. I've beaten that game before, but I have a new one because my mod bought me Detroit Become Human. I've beaten Disco Elysium 1.5 times, as we discussed. I've got like a level 25 character in Dragon's Dogma 2 because I'm getting ready for Dark Arisen, and I have like a level 40 character on the original Dragon's Dogma 1 Dark Arisen in the last 5 years. It just goes on. I've beaten Dungeon Siege 3 like 5 times, but I didn't do that on stream. I've beaten Elden Ring on stream in the first four months of its release, or whatever the fuck it was, and I've got, I don't know how many souls or whatever the fuck it is, and now I'm halfway through another New Game Plus playthrough, and I didn't buy the DLC for Elden Ring, but as you can see, I've got 200 hours in Elden Ring, and I beat this game. I've got a character in Oblivion Remastered. I've got a character in Skyrim that's modded and not modded. I've got a non-modded and modded character in Starfield, and I've beaten all of them. I've got a character in Embers Adrift. I've got a character on Vintage Story. I've got a character on Enshrouded. I've got 100 hours on Enshrouded. I've got apparently I've got 4,000 hours on EVE Online now. I didn't even know it got up to that point, and that was I played it for thousands of hours before they ever started tracking the hours. I've got 1,500 hours in Fallout 76. I've beaten New Vegas. I've beaten Far Cry 1, Far Cry 2, Far Cry 3. It just goes on. I mean, like, Half-Life 2, all this. So you want to go outside? I'm working on Horizon Forbidden West. I've got a character that's up to like level 40 on Horizon Forbidden West. I've got a character on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 on Xbox. I've got a character on Lord of the Rings Online. I've got a character on DDO, which is Dungeons Dragons Online. It's actually advanced because Bagon power leveled me on that game, so I'm actually through to endgame on a bard on fucking DDO, and that's something I never ever would have been able to do by myself. I've got history with Marvel Rivals. I've got history with Mortal Online 2. I've got 1,100 hours on Mortal Online 2, and I've got a maxed out Clay character. I have a Phantasy Star Online 2 character. I have an Outward character. I have a Once Human character. I play Nightingale, and I'm pretty far in Nightingale. I've got a character in Neverwinter that's pretty fucking far. I capped out New World. It just goes on, and I'm repeating some of these. I've got a character in Shrouded the Avatar. I've got a character in Skull and Bones on 2 different accounts. I've got Dead Island 2 mostly done. I've got really far on Star Ocean: The Last Hope on the PS4. It just goes on. Like I play Surrounded. I have a few hours on Throne and Liberty, like 11 hours on Throne and Liberty. I have 40 hours on Tiny Tina Wonderlands, and I have beaten that game. I have a character in V Rising. I have characters in Valheim. I've got a character in Vayne. It just goes on. I mean, it's like, I beat Winrose, or at least what the early access is of Winrose. Winrose was a really big game from this year. Most people didn't beat Winrose. I beat Winrose, motherfucker. I've got the achievement. I'm fucking proud of that. I beat 7 days, if you can do such a thing. And it's just like, you know, and it goes on. When it takes me half an hour to describe all the crazy endgame stuff that I've done across 50 titles, you begin to understand that I'm not normal. And the other streamers on Twitch, they're not like me. I am a unique snowflake, motherfucker. It is snowflakeitis or whatever. It's main character on the server syndrome. But I mean, I don't care, motherfucker. I am the main character on this motherfucking server. I don't think there is anybody on Twitch like me. If they are, they toil in obscurity like me, because why would this ever be popular? I play too many games. I'm coming. Relax. Relax, kid. You don't have to yell for half an hour. Stupid bossy cat. Oh, how I love her. It goes on, you know. I'm not even done. We could go to the Xbox profile. You're going to see about. I've got an X4. I've got several X4 characters that are like 200 hours in. I love X4 foundations. It just goes on. Like, you know, Final Fantasy 15. I'm on another Final Fantasy 15 playthrough, and I'm through to Act 2 or through to Stage 1 or whatever the fuck it is in that game. I'm playing Final Fantasy 12, and I'm all the way through to the desert or something like that, which is halfway through the game, and I've got like level 50 or something like that. I love Final Fantasy 12, the Zodiac Age. That's a game that's been on my stream quite a lot. Yeah, it just goes on. If we look at the Xbox list, we looked at the Steam list, but motherfucker, I'm across 5 different platforms. I got shit on Ubisoft games. I got stuff on Xbox. You know, I've been playing Daggerfall. I played Minecraft. I played Minecraft Legends. I played Lego Fortnite. I mean, it just goes on. I've got hours on that stuff. I beat Final Fantasy VII Retrograde, or whatever the original game was called. I didn't like it. There's all these games. It just keeps going on. Some of them were free. I've beaten Halo, so I refuse to play it again because I just know every inch of Halo. I don't want to play Halo again. Halo Infinite was better than Halo 1, in my opinion. I'm just saying. I'm sorry. I've got history on a bunch of these fucking games. I beat The Evil Within 2. That's a great game. I did it on stream too. I beat The Evil Within 2 on stream. Did I? I think, or no, maybe I'm thinking of a different game. I think I'm thinking of a different game. I beat Plague Tale Requiem and Plague Tale Innocence on stream in the last 5 years and stuff. You know, the list goes on. It's kind of crazy. Hello. Hey. Oh, yes. Hold on just a second. I heard something come in as you called. Yeah, let me mute. I'm sorry, I forgot I'm muted. So, anyways, I'm back. Yeah. So I mean, and now I've gotten kind of to the extent of what I've done in the last like 10 years, but it's a lot. You know, some of it cost me a lot of money. Like playing World of Warcraft was expensive because I had to buy the War Within, Shadowlands, Dragonflight, and now Midnight, and that's $60 a pop. That's $240. And I don't think the experience is that good for that much money. And all the monthlies, it was like $400 or something to play World of Warcraft in the last 5 years. I don't like how much money Blizzard wants me to pay, so I just stopped WoW, pretty much. But I am somebody with like 10,000 hours in WoW, or more than that, probably 20 or something. But yeah, I don't even want to think about how much WoW I played. It's scary. But anyways,
if anything ever happens, you can't trust men. you can't. There are millions of women worldwide who can attest to that, who've been in this situation and have had things happen to them. If something happens, you cannot trust men. Whenever I talk about the fact that I'm a former humanitarian aid worker, and the one constant I saw in every situation was men harming women, whether they were fleeing from a civil unrest or a natural disaster, men will come to the comment section and tell me that's because of the countries that I was working in.
I'm gonna get off this subject
In
now.
Rust, you can use
We got it.
electricity for crafting, sorting, and security, but most players don't know that electricity is capable of much more. With it, I already made calculators and games. Yet one goal always seemed out of range: creating a working computer. Other games have made them: Minecraft, Factorio, Terraria, but why not Rust? The time, effort, and technical limits of the game are just too much to handle. But I knew it was possible. I just had to be the one crazy enough to do it. This project started 3 years ago. Every video I made so far was just leading up to this one. And the final program I want to run, it's something nobody would even attempt to do. To get there, we need to create 5 programs first. Each will solve one particular task that is needed for the final one. We start with the easiest stretch goal. What's the simplest program a computer could run?
Calculator.
There's one that every developer writes, no matter what language or machine they are learning on. Hello World. All it does is print those 2 words on the screen. As simple as it gets. Though that raises the immediate question, where do we actually print anything? The computer can't magically print on paper. Luckily, we already have a display. In a previous video, I built a typewriter inside Rust, and its screen is exactly what we need here. Instead of typing on it by ourselves, we want the computer to do it for us. Starting out with just writing one singular character on the screen. For this, I have prepared these switches. Here we can specify what the computer should do. In our example, we want to output a letter. So we flip the output and set the right code for the letter.
I don't care about this.
Yes, indeed, it's another episode of Jill versus the Machines. This time, eBay. On the 25th of June in the year of our Lord 2026, I received 2 emails, both of which said basically this. Hello, username. We wanted to let you know that your eBay account has been permanently suspended because of activity we believe was putting the eBay community at risk. I read this email the next day because my nearly 21-year-old eBay account is attached to my even older Hotmail account, and I thought, what activity? I mean, I did buy 2 long sleeve tops in the month of June, and it was very hot, but surely that's only risky to me. For reference, this is my account page. No negative feedback in the last 12 months, which is how far back that goes. Over 300 transactions over almost 21 years. Come on. My friend, codename Eleanor, says she's never known anyone like me for getting banned off of websites, which, I mean, that's fair. I said, maybe I don't get banned off websites more often than other people. Maybe it's just that I make slightly amusing videos about it. I mean, she's right. For someone who is so boring and law-abiding, I have trouble with a lot of different accounts. There was the YouTube demonetization saga of late 2024 that was getting banned off Twitch in 2025. And now in 2026, it's apparently eBay's turn. The thing is, as someone who is terminally online for her job, I kind of expect to have problems with, say, Twix, or YouTube, or Twitch, or Instagram, or TikTok. Because every so often, people remember that they hate me, and, you know, mass reporting of accounts is a thing that sometimes happens, and so that kind of makes sense. But nobody knows that eBay account Jill is the very terrible Jill Bearup, and so I'm thinking it's probably not targeted harassment in this case, it's probably just random computer error. Unless it's Dodgy Sandalman, but we'll come back to him in a second. So I fire up the eBay customer service website, and the AI tells me that if I need to pay eBay money, I should do that. But I don't owe eBay any money. Okay, you can appeal the decision with the link in your email. There is no appeal link in the email. Okay, you can use this link. That gives me a 404 error. Oh, sorry, this link. That's the same link. 404 error. Here, use this one. No, that's the same. Can I speak to a human, please? Yes, what is your phone number? And fair play to them, within 2 minutes, I was in fact talking to a customer service representative. Customer service representative number 1 does not know why my account has been suspended. He says, however, that he will lodge a complaint on my behalf and I should have an answer within 3 days. And I say, I think the reason my account has been suspended is because Dodgy Sandal Man has dobbed me in. And then I explain to him what I am about to explain to you. At the end of April 2026, I thought I really need to replace my summer sandals. The ones I bought on eBay last year. They're very much wearing out. So I went on eBay and I purchased a brand new pair for £9.99. I know, last of the big spenders here. They arrived in the first week of May, and at the beginning of the third week of May, I thought, my new sandals, I should put them on and walk the very short distance to the post office in them. I hadn't walked very far when I realised there was something quite wrong with these shoes. To wit, they weren't actually holding my feet on the footbed. What was happening instead? Well, due to, I think, a manufacturing error, the straps that are supposed to hold your foot on top of the sandal were holding my foot off the sandal so that my heel was sitting on the ground. This also meant that the strap at the front, which was supposed to hold my toes, didn't. Since this combination of traits rendered these sandals completely useless as footwear, I went home, took pictures of them, which I am not going to share on the internet, and sent them back. I checked faulty in the returns box, I boxed them up and posted them away, and I got my refund on the 22nd of May. No problem. Until the 28th of May, when I received the following communication from the seller. Hello there, we have received your returned item, however it has not been returned in unworn condition as the shoe has obvious signs of wear. We ask for all items to be returned to us for a refund in their unworn resaleable condition in the original shoebox. As your item is no longer in unworn resaleable condition, we are unable to issue a refund for you. If you would like the item returned back to yourself, please provide a prepaid label for us to send this back to you. Kind regards. I returned your shoes because they are defective. Having tried to walk in them for 5 minutes, it became obvious that they do not hold feet, as seen in the photos I sent, hence my marking them as defective, not a return. Hi, we allow customers 30 days to try items on to check they are a comfortable fit. As this item has been returned in worn condition, we cannot accept this item. We shall escalate this with eBay. Kind regards. I said, great, I'll do that too, but as it turns out, because I'd already been refunded, I could not escalate. Oh well, I think, I said to customer service representative number 1, Dodgy Sandalman has dobbed me in and tried to get me banned because I wanted a refund for his faulty shoes. I'm sure it's not that, said customer service representative number 1. The system only issues bans on the basis of repeated patterns of behavior. I said, because I'm not so sure, but I thank customer service representative number 1 for his time and I go about my weekend. 4 days later, on Tuesday the 30th of June, I still have not received any communication from eBay. So I go back to the customer service AI and say, hey, could you get someone to call me, please? Customer service representative number 2 also doesn't know why my account has been banned, but if there's a complaint, we only respond if we feel there's something to respond to. That was not at all clear, but never mind. That being said, says customer service representative number 2, I'm looking at your account right now and I can't really see any reason that you would have been suspended, so I'm going to send an appeal through. Just give me a moment, please. I am put on hold.
This is frankly really weird. Look at the milk this alien. And it's got udders and it has milk. But it's like some kind of giant bug rhinoceros. Rhinoceros. Just gonna have a look around here. Starfield, is there a magazine at Wagoner Farm? Two. Right next to the bunk beds on the second floor of the farm. I love this game. They must mean the other building. I love how detailed it is. It's better than Skyrim.
A couple of minutes later, he comes back off hold and says, "I'm terribly sorry, but someone has already tried to appeal the decision and been turned down, and so I can't appeal it again, so I'm
Yes,
afraid
that
the suspension
that person was
stands."
me.
Oh, I say. Right. Well, in that case, I would like to make a subject access request. Maybe if I have a copy of all the data you hold on me, then I'll be able to figure out why you banned me. Only problem is, I say to customer service representative number 2, I can't actually make a request for my data because when I go onto my profile page and click on the link, I get an error. Customer service representative number 2 says, "No problem, I will send you a direct link to your email," which he does, and I click on the link and I fill it out and I submit it and there is an error. So I submit it again and it goes through.
Here we are, Solomon Co. Permanently adds 5% to melee weapon critical damage. Sweet. Oh, that's okay. So, and then there's a magazine down in the canyon camp. They're gonna send me to the canyon camp. Fucking beautiful. The haze is an interesting choice. It's weird because they do this little mission here for Wagner Farm, and it is part of the whole Starfield like MSQ lore. But they probably spent a lot of time designing this mission, which is sort of the antithesis of what Starfield is, which is a procedural planetary game. So why not just have the game procedurally generate a quest objective? As opposed to, but I mean, I guess the hand-drawn quest is not that bad. Oh. Level 64. On a non-modded character. Love this gun. I should have upgraded this gun. Well, now that we know the objective, right, I can just jump to the ship. Yeah, just jump to the ship and we'll go mod this gun real quick. Oh, I can't believe I lost the hardcore character. It's so dumb. I waited too long. Yeah, I'm gonna chill on Eve for a little bit and just sit there and gamble in Jita. I don't think, I think I've been playing Eve too much. I'm like yelling at these people. I think I should let time pass. love my huge ship. There's not really any place to put decorations down, though. That's the captain's locker. Oh, there's an observation deck thingy right here. I didn't realize. Ah. Yeah, you can really fucking see. I wish you could see behind you. Or I guess you can. I love this ship. This is the reward for beating the game, and it's a good reward. It's worth it. Ooh, 3X tech. Oh, I guess, so I should just keep schematics here, I guess.
Through. Hooray, I say. I'll just wait for that. That same day, I get an email to my Hotmail account saying, please provide proof of identity via this link, which I do. And then I get another email saying, thanks for doing that. It'll be 10 to 15 days for us to process your request. And I think, great. But then I also get an email to the address associated with my company eBay account, which says, hello, why have you sent us this proof of identity? What is it you need? And so I have to explain that my personal account has been permanently suspended, and that is why I have sent them proof of identity. Oh right, no problem. And so we wait. And I get nothing. And so on the 15th of July, I go back to the customer service AI and I say, please can you arrange a call from customer services? But it insists on trying to help me first. Which it does not. Of course it doesn't. I tell it the problem, and then it gives me information about requesting data, but I've already done that. I just want the data. After going around a couple of times, it agrees to get a customer service representative to call me, and I am connected to customer service representative number 3. This one's a lady. She very politely tells me that she is looking into things and she needs to put me on a hold, and so she does, and then 5 minutes after I...
Ooh, I could roll, yeah, my microgun. This microgun isn't that good, but... yeah, why not put a legendary thing on it? I wanted to kill bosses very quickly. Yeah, oh look, it got Furious, and Furious is a good roll for this kind of gun. That's like a really, like the best roll we probably could have pulled, honestly. 2x tech and oh no, I don't have enough credits. I'm rich, but I'm not that rich. So, okay, that was that gun. We'll go through and make sure I get them all done. I've done this gun. I don't know. Have I done this gun? I think I have, but let's just check and see if I have anything else I need to do. No, I haven't done this gun. I like the sound that the ship makes. It's like this low crystal hum, and it's good. It's a good hum. Although I wish it wasn't there. Ooh, you can make this into a double barrel. That would be fucking sweet. Muzzle mods 3, which I don't think I have, and then all those mats. Well, we could waste X-Tech on that. Yeah, it is a good gun, yeah. What do we get? Does more damage, the less armor has. Okay. Okay, but the real one I wanted to do... was this one. Modified mag shear. It has a compensator already. Ooh, I can do tactical magazine. It's good. No internal. Default skin. Upgrade module. We could upgrade this for just credits, and I will. 10,000 credits, that's worth it. I love the new system. They made this game so much more fun. Okay, so that's it, I think. Oh yeah, this gun is my explosive refined Varun and my Tesla refined Varun. But it's kind of a placeholder for some better weapon. Maybe a Mag Pulse would be, or Mag Storm would be a better option. Oh, look, the haze kind of cleared up mostly, which is, in the game, man, the game looks fucking good in 1440p. Do I go back out there again? I think it's faster to go on the map, isn't it? No, they'll make me... Oh yeah, I guess jumping there is faster. Yeah. I want to make this a double barrel. I think that'll be really fun. It took me a long time to get progress where I felt like I could upgrade my weapons even. It's weird. The game is a slow burn. It really does kind of like gate you with the research stuff. You could take it seriously and like start buying mats everywhere you go, I suppose, and trying to earn money, but I don't know. Earning money on MSQ is kind of hard. It's better if you're doing random bright quests, or light quests, or whatever they're called. Yeah, this weapon's fucking strong. One-shots everything. It looks cool when you reload it. It pops out that cartridge. I like cool gun stuff, and, you know, guns are fun. I'm not obsessed with them like a lot of men are, but guns are fun. They're, like, cool looking. I am, like, wedged. Why? How is that missing? How am I missing? Oh, run! Biomatter stuff is good for crafting. I don't really worry about crafting, but yeah. Oh. I like Starfield. It's so mindless. That was probably a lot of money if I crouched it. Just sell the mines, but I don't care to. What was that? Oh. Yeah. I caught it in time before it killed me. Oh, what the hell is that thing? Ah! Fire, damn it. Oh, look at the size of it. One of my favorite mods makes all the aliens random sizes. I really love that mod. Oh, thank God I saved. Something one-shot me. And this is why I don't play hardcore. There's no way I could have seen that coming. Stop. Oh! I don't know. What? How did it even reach me? What are you talking about? God damn it. I couldn't even reload. I was just stuck in the reload animation. Why are you reloading? Pressing the wrong button. I fell when I tore my muscle in my legs. Oh, they're rangers. Okay, good. I love this gun. I love just dumping that mag. It's so fun. I love the gun sounds. They look pretty good. Oh, Octomag is weird. Oh! Kill it with fire.
I've been on hold. Cool. She comes back and says, I'm terribly sorry. It's taking a little longer than I thought. I have now been on the phone for 13 and a half minutes. I think I've been on hold for about 12 of them. I'm going to put you back on hold, so she does, for another 5 minutes, and then she comes back and says, I'm so sorry it's taking so long, but we're nearly there, and then I think she accidentally hangs up on me. She probably didn't do it on purpose, but when I try to call back, obviously you can't just call the person back. You are now in the AI system of the phone, and the phone's AI system is way worse than the one on the website. So I go back to the website and request another call back, and I put on to customer service representative number 4. Customer service representative number 4's first question is, are you turning your account into a selling account? And I say, no.
Yes.
I have sold over the last 21 years. Maybe 2 or 3 things on eBay, and in May, my husband asked me to sell a signed cricket bat that he has, like sports memorabilia, so I put that on the website in May, and it got relisted in June, I suppose, but it's not a selling account. I bought 3 things in the month of June. I tried to sell 1 thing. These are not equivalent. I'm just going to put you on hold while I look into this.
You know, I haven't been to eBay in 15 fucking years. Wait, did I? Oh, I got off track. Oops. Ah. That's probably pretty good money. It's like 1,000 credits or something to do that. Oh, I got a level, didn't I? Yes. So there was this targeting thing that I liked. Kill 250 enemies without aiming with a ranged weapon. Okay, so I'm still working on that, I guess. Sniper certification. Scope weapons are steadier and have less sway. Crippling. Even as taking no damage. I can knock shit down. I didn't even know that. That's cool. This is the camp, right? She mentioned... In the canyon camp, there's going to be a magazine here. What? Whoa. There's the magazine. Nice. Ooh. Space helmet. Painblade. It's an upgrade. And X-Tech. I'm starting to care more about the loot. Because some of the loot really is good. Like X-Tech is good. That's like a ship upgrade or something. You found an Astra. This week we found out once you get to the Trekkers Alliance HQ complete first bed. I forgot about the Astra stuff, yeah. I didn't get to bring my Astra forward. I should have cached them. Or I think I did. I think I did cache my shit. He dehydrated. Wish they would separate food and meds. Or I guess they don't. Yeah, no, they don't. Chunks, cake, and a bourbon. How about an orange? Well, I can take everything they have, which I will. Yeah, this is all money just lying here. I was a Bethesda kid. This is like my favorite game. It is fun. It just plays, you know, just plays. You just kind of mindlessly play it until, you know, you get bored of it. I think with aluminum I can make structure things and sell them. Is the ship real? Free emergency kit. This is the watchdog and it's inaccessible for whatever reason. Why waste the opportunity to let me steal this ship and sell it for 10 grand? It's stupid. It's just more adventure. I mean, why deny me? It's stupid. I wouldn't have done that. Taking off in the ship at the end of it is such a cool, like, themology that they missed out on. They do it in some missions where you're like, oh man, do I get to leave in that thing? And you do, and if it's a good video game feeling, but yeah, like that inaccessible shit, it really doesn't make any sense. I wouldn't make anything inaccessible, really. Any door can be circumnavigated. Especially out here on a planet where you're alone and you just killed everybody else who was around, and you just have all day to fuck around with the door and get it open and stuff. That's like, so why inaccessible? It's just a waste. Or maybe I'm supposed to talk to her and then it becomes accessible, maybe. $430. I believe I'll mix a drink. It's getting to be about Miller time. Oh, I've got to water the garden today and go to family dinner. We're having burgers. Oh, they're happy that I helped them. But okay, so you won't let me steal that, but other stuff you will? I want to steal digiframes, but it takes time to like put them in the world. She might not like that I steal either, which wouldn't be good. What's all this then? 3 storage containers and sealed containers. I will just steal the whole room and reload if she busts me for stealing. Oh, 14,000 credits, yeah. She didn't like that I extorted her, but I don't care. I need the 14 gram way more than this lady does. I'm the main character on the fucking server, not her. I will use it to buy bullets to fight my future enemies, ma'am. And those future enemies are your enemies, so yeah, buy me bullets. I want this other lady to go away. Did you go away? No. Some stuff is good value. If I'm stealing, let's see. Just... You didn't see me, did you? She's that thing as well. I'm gonna shut the door so that you stay. Ooh, you gonna let me take this? You are. Nice. I'll take anything you don't care about. I love the sounds and the atmosphere of like the game when there's no music. Don't watch me stealing, damn it. Yes, good. I think if you crouch, she's way less likely to move and come find you. Yeah, these muggles had a lot of money. Books are XP if you roll with Samco. I like that I don't have to do anything. That exotic bottle is high value. Let's bring her in here. Yeah, come in here. Yeah, you, come in here. Shut the door and lock it. Oh, I mean, do you care if I steal? You don't seem to care. Alright. She doesn't care if I steal, so I'm going to go through the whole house again and take anything else of value. Yep, it's all bullet money to me. Okay, so this was Miss Wagner's house. Here's something out back. Is it an outhouse? It is. It's an outhouse. This is just the outhouse of my dreams. I would love having this. It'd be so dope with like a full metal door and stuff. And it feels really secure in there. And my house kind of feels like anybody could just come up and attack me while I'm in there. And there's not really any. It's just a shed, you know. But this thing actually feels secure. Like a bear couldn't get you, or coyotes, or humans, or anything. You can come in here and you're fairly safe. I like my outhouse, but I live in a rural area where there is animals and man. And the outhouse feels a bit exposed, and I wish it didn't like this. It's like a solar-powered outhouse. Yeah, tech is going to get really good, where the only real cost of the tech is producing it, and then it just runs off solar forever and stuff. It like has its own little solar panel on the side or whatever, and could have lots of cool stuff, lights and fans and stuff. I want to buy a bird feeder. A window suction bird feeder. Yep. It's fucking perfect. Maybe I'd get birds to come to the window. $14, not bad. Okay, so this was Miss Wagner's house. Move. Can I pickpocket this guy? Let's see, what do we have? Does she see me? Save. Ooh, 75 containers. Okay, that was the barn. Let's go out to the garden, because I think that's really good source of nutrients. And nutrients are something that's good for crafting. Yep. The whole corn wheel. Good shit. Free corn. Starfield is a looter's paradise. It never ends. It's just like this loot, like production loop that just endlessly dumps loot in your pocket, and I actually really like that aspect of it. It's changed how I look at RPGs. Just looting all the time is entertaining to me. I could kill him and loot him, but I don't think it's a really good idea. Okay, so that was the barn. This is the house next door. This had a lot of stuff, I think. I wish the lady wasn't following me around. It's so annoying. What the hell is that thing? I don't care. There she is. I wish you wouldn't, like, witness me stealing from peasants, but that's how desperate I am for bullets. I steal bottles and packs of cards and stuff so that I can trade them for bullets. So, you know, I promise you that the stealing has a purpose. It's not about greed. Movie night in the lounge. It's about having enough ammo to destroy my enemies. And I'll take anything I need. Is there anything I can... Oh, the owner caught you stealing. Oh, no. Freestar. Are you gonna fight me? Oh god, kill the farmhand. Damn, Emma, you cold. There's that rattler I couldn't steal from him. How did he witness me stealing? Did he see me through the window? Oh god. Well, Emma took care of it. She's a good companion. Ooh, what's all this then? What's that sound? It's so much detail for no real reason. I like this game so much more than Starfield. For one reason, it runs better. It runs so much better than than 76. I like this game more than 76, but 76 is online. All the time when I play this game, I think, why shouldn't I play 76 instead? And then all that loot that I get while I'm playing that game just sits in my pocket forever. But I think 76 has kind of run its course for me. There's not much that I haven't done. Even the new stuff like Burning Springs and all that I completed pretty much, I think. There's always more you could do, but Appalachia's sort of getting boring to me. The graphics are definitely getting boring to me compared to this game. Graphics in this game are so much better. Run around, look at all the incidental loot and stuff. It wants me to waste time, so I will. Oh, this is it's a cargo link. Oh, that's what these look like? Oh, control console. Cargo link is not currently active, huh? So that's what a cargo link looks like, huh? Cool. They're not going to make a Starfield 2, are they? It's sad. Because the media was so mean to them for trying. That ship looks so cool. Okay, I think I fully searched this place. Don't really see anything else. Glance around the side, see if there's anything else over here. I'll go Twilight Crater Leaf.
He says, "Okay, thank you very much." And so he puts me on hold. And after some minutes, he comes back off hold and says, "The reason my eBay account has been suspended is, drumroll please, they needed to verify my identity because I thought I was turning my eBay account into a selling account, and so they were concerned that maybe the eBay account had been hacked or something because they didn't know if it was me doing the selling. So instead of asking or sending an email or sending a message in the app to verify my identity, they just banned the account and then sent me an email saying that they had banned the account because of behavior that was endangering the community." Right. Of course. "Your eBay account has now been reinstated," says customer service representative number 4, and I say, "Wow, thank you, that's really helpful. By the way, I submitted a subject access request 15 days ago and I haven't heard anything back. Could you look into that, please? Let me check that out," he says. And then he comes back a couple of minutes after that and says, "Listen, there seems to be a bit of a backlog, so why don't you just submit the request again?" So I go onto the link that I was sent by customer service representative number 2, below these 15 days ago, and I submit it again right then while I'm still on the phone with him. Okay. And then on the 16th of July, which is the next day, just for good measure, I go back to my newly reinstated eBay account, and I go to the Request My Personal Data tab on the menu or whatever it is, and I submit all of the things there as well. Naturally, I get a confirmation email of this request to my Hotmail account, and then also another email to my business account saying, "I'm sorry to hear that you want to close your account. Here are the steps you can take to do that."
Did somebody hack you?
Excuse me? "No," I say. "I do not want to close my account. I do not want to close any of my accounts. My other account was permanently suspended, and I've been trying to get the data to find out why." "We can confirm," says the reply, "that we received your request for data on the 16th of July. What happened to the other two? What happened to the other two that were sent to the specific link that I was told to send them to? Which I got a confirmation email for, which I was required to provide proof of identity for. What happened to them? Are they just in the void now?" The answer to this is probably yes, because at this point they would have expected me to give up. But I haven't been that well since the end of April, and while I think we're out of the woods now, I do have spirometry next week. I have the time and the patience and the sheer cussedness just to keep nagging at them until they actually do what they're supposed to do. Most people have lives and jobs and limited time and energy, and so they can't do this. But I can, like some kind of customer service nightmare. I am not your worst nightmare in customer service because I do mix this spite and too much free time with glacial politeness. I don't shout at people, I know it's not their fault, but I do just keep calling until someone does something. eBay said it will take about 7 days for them to send all of my data to me via email. Would we like to take any bets? At this point, I don't think that any of the data or data that they're going to send me will actually be useful, but I just want to know that they will comply with data protection legislation, so I want it anyway. Anyway, what we have learned is probably the wrong word from this experience. What we have had reinforced from this experience is the following. 1. Getting a real person on the phone is generally the best option. That doesn't mean it's a good option, it's just better than all of the other ones. 2. Data requests to eBay which aren't sent via your account just disappear into a gaping void in space-time. 3. You should never assume that a company is telling you the truth about why you have been banned, because they just make things up. 4. Nobody at eBay seems to give much of a toss about GDPR. I know, you're shocked. And 5. It doesn't seem to be Dodgy Sandalman's fault at all. I have maybe maligned him unfairly. It seemed to be because I tried to sell my 4th ever item on eBay, and 6 weeks later, the computer said no. Okay. Last minute update. I may have maligned eBay slightly unfairly on the GDPR thing. It's Monday morning, and on Sunday at 2 minutes past 2, I got an email from eBay saying, hey, your subject access request is ready. It gave me a link to go to something called Kiteworks. It asked me to choose a password, so I did. And then it gave me a secure message with eBay with both a cover letter saying what kinds of data I might expect to find and a zip file. Can I open the zip file? Absolutely not. It's password protected. But it exists, I guess. How do I find out what the password is? They're going to send me a letter in the post. Or I can contact customer support with the reference number and they'll be able to give me the password. Well, I thought I'd like to get this video up today, i.e. Monday. We'll see if that happens. Which means I need to contact customer support again. So I tried the AI chatbot, and the AI chatbot had no idea what I was talking about. So I asked for a customer service representative. Customer service representative number 5 called me at 7:45 a.m. and he had no idea what I was talking about. I requested my data, or data. I'm using them interchangeably because I don't really care. A couple of weeks ago, he said, and I didn't have to put in a password. That's very strange. We don't usually give out passwords. We don't know your passwords, right? We can send you a password reset link if you forget your password for your account, but this is strange. I said, do you need to talk to the SAR team? And he said, yes, I think I do. Let me just put you on hold. So he puts me on hold, and then he comes back and says, okay, I've talked to a couple of people, and they have no idea what's going on either. Ah, I say, all right. He then confirms that the address on file for me is in fact the address that I currently live at, so presumably at some point I'm going to get a letter in the post with a password in it, but he also says that he's going to look into it and try and call me back today. I feel like the chances of that happening are slim to none, but we'll see what happens.
And as I go and put this footage into the computer, I've received an email saying, please send me some screenshots of what you have received. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Hot dang, I came back from the shops to find an email from customer service representative number 5 to say, hey, I found out what the password is supposed to be, but I can't send it to you via email, so that's not secure. I tried to call you, but you were not picking up, which is fair enough. You can call a customer service representative, or you can get them to call you and tell them it's in the MAC notes. I don't know what that means, but nonetheless, I go back on the AI chatbot and I say, please make with the calling. And customer service representative number 6 calls me, and I say to her everything that customer service representative number 5 has said to me, and she says, yes, I see the email we sent you. Okay, let me just go and have a look for that. And then she reads the password out to me, and I type it in, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. 21 years worth of data from eBay. Hot dang. Incidentally, if you saw my post about trying to buy my mum the same fountain pen that I have, but I couldn't find a record of it on eBay or on Amazon, it turns out it was just more than 5 years ago, and so eBay doesn't keep records that long. Unless you make a subject access request. I mean, you guys had already told me what kind of fountain pen it was, so I already knew that it was a 126, and so I could order my mother one, but, you know, it's nice to have confirmation. Anyway, this had literally just happened 5 minutes ago, and so I guess the public version of this video is actually going to be different to the patron and member version of the video, which went up earlier today, because now I've got to edit this part in. But yay! If you've ever wondered where Bren's bureaucratic nightmares in Just Space Me Now come from, let's just say I have a deep well to draw from. On Patreon, Just Space Me Now is up to episode 20. Publicly, we're only up to episode 16, but I need to get a few more done to make sure that we're actually going in the right direction, because I got very stuck. Thanks for watching, have a great day, and I will see you soon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome to the Republicans' White Pride rally disguised as a congressional hearing. It might be uncomfortable for some people on this committee to hear about the true history of America, and I hate that for them, but facts are facts. And it's a fact that there is a violent, exclusionary, discriminatory, sexist, and racist part of American history, where our indigenous populations were forcibly displaced from their land, where thousands of black people were unjustly lynched, where black people were denied the right to vote, and they still trying to do it today, where women needed their husband's permission to open a bank account, where people with disabilities were routinely excluded from schools, workplaces, and public life, where 4 little black girls were murdered by the KKK at the 16th Street Baptist Church. And a lot of this wasn't that long ago. In fact, 3 of those little girls would be 77 and 1 would be 74. More than 40 members of Congress serving right now would be older than them. Ruby Bridges, who was the first black child to desegregate an all-white school, is only 71 years old. More than 100 members of Congress serving right now are older than her.
Go, Ruby.
So attacks on the Smithsonian or any other institution.
Being a default heroine, default, the greatest word in the fucking human language. You're just a heroine by fucking default, just by being there. Go, Ruby!
That's willing to tell the true history of America is not only an attempt to rewrite history, it's an attempt to erase history. So, Dr. Blight, if Republicans are going to ban books, penalize schools and universities, attack museums, if states continue to change curriculum, where do Americans go to learn about the complicated, sometimes racist and violent parts of American history?
Thank you for the question. I think they will have to keep going to the same institutions, and we have to keep fighting to preserve what we are doing in those institutions. They have to keep going to public schools. They have to keep going to the public libraries. They have to keep going to the great Smithsonian. Look, the purpose of history is to enlighten us, inspire us, trouble us, bother us, sometimes make us angry. I find it hard to believe that a young person could go through the Museum of American History and not come out at least inspired with the single most important thing, a sense of the past, a sense of history. Americans have to keep going to those places they trust. We have to keep those institutions trustworthy.
Thank you so much. In fact, that takes me to Dr. Hardick. They accuse you and the Smithsonian of sowing division in this country. However, before the White House deleted it, the Departments of Justice and Homeland Security found the biggest domestic threat to the United States is violent white supremacists. So I have a couple of questions for you. First, to the best of your knowledge, has the museum ever been linked to any violent act that has occurred in the United States or against the U.S. government?
Thank you, ma'am. Not to the best of my knowledge.
I don't think many of these white supremacists can even read, but to the best of your knowledge, can you identify a single artifact in your museum that would divide the country?
To the best of my knowledge, ma'am, no. I hope that they unite the country through a shared understanding of our past.
Do you think, or do you ask the political affiliation of any of your employees before you hire them?
Absolutely not, ma'am. It's against the Hatch Act of 1939.
I'm glad that you know the law, but nevertheless. Do you ask if they've donated to political campaigns?
Absolutely not, ma'am. It's against the Hatch Act of 1939.
We need a briefing in this building, but nevertheless, do you only hire non-white people?
No, ma'am.
In fact, almost 60% of the Smithsonian's total workforce is men, and more than 50% is white. 90% of Smithsonian employees making senior level pay are white, and 60% of them are men. I don't understand this fetish that these white guys with fragile egos have with trying to feel oppressed. It reminds me of the same people MLK was referring to when he said, quote, they believe
Jasmine for president, for real.
that American society is essentially hospitable to fair play and to steady growth towards a middle-class utopia embodying racial harmony, but unfortunately, this is a fantasy of self-deception and comfortable vanity. I want to go back real quick, though, Dr. Blight, because you talked about the World Cup. The World Cup that captured the imaginations of the entire world when they saw all of these people of color that was playing for all these teams. And ultimately, if you recall, the last two teams, it was Argentina and Spain. And it seemed like the vast majority of the world was rooting for Argentina, or actually against Argentina, right? And why was that? Just give me an explanation if you could guess, if you'll just let them finish the answer.
Spain had the best team. Maybe that's why they were rooting for them.
There's also a racist history that exists.
Mr. Byer, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Hartig, how many children visited the National Museum of American History last year?
Hi, good morning, ma'am.
Answer the question, how many kids?
Good morning, ma'am. Since we don't charge,
Are you the director of the museum?
I am, ma'am.
Okay, and you don't know how many people visited the museum last year?
2 million.
How many of those were children?
Ma'am, I don't have
even
those
know.
exact figures
Okay.
for you, but I'm happy to
Do you
take
agree that
back.
educating children about American history is a core duty of the museum? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
And are images of sexual fetishes appropriate for children? Yes or no?
So, ma'am,
It's a simple yes
Depends
or no.
on the
Or
context.
is sexual imagery, provocative
Depends on the
sexual
context.
imagery, appropriate for kids? Yes or no?
Maybe one tasteful black and white picture of Marilyn Monroe, or like, I don't know, maybe an indication of what a Playboy centerfold might look like. I think that's okay in the Smithsonian if it's history context based, but I don't think it should be this thing that we rub their eyes in. You know, it should be something in an exhibit, just an example of what porn was like in the 70s. It's not, but no, I don't want them seeing naked images. No, censor the titties and the crotch. But yeah, you could talk about porn and you could depict it so the kids know what it is. Like a long time ago, it used to be magazines. Now it's entirely internet. I mean, well, not entirely. They still make videos and magazines and stuff, but it's mostly internet. And so, yeah, we could talk about how the magazine businesses, Bob Guccione and fucking Playboy guy Hugh Hefner and all that, like it is part of our history, and yeah, you could depict it. You could just block out the titties and the crotch. You could show Michelangelo's David, just block off the penis. It's not that hard.
Ma'am.
They did it very tastefully in Arrested Development season 2.
We strive to represent all Americans.
You strive to represent
fullness of
queer,
American
pedophiles, indoctrination, grooming of kids at an American history museum.
Oh my God, this woman is Nancy Mace is the fucking devil.
And it sounds like you're proud of it. You won't answer the questions, probably because you're ashamed. And as a woman, I really can't believe you will sit here today. And you can't even admit that sexual imagery, like this behind me, they tell me, my staff tells me, this little trinket around the penis, this is BDSM, in a setting where children are walking through. That's disgusting. Like, what kind of message?
No, I think that's just an example of the culture at the time.
Are you trying to send to kids with BDSM imagery? What are you trying to tell kids? Are you sexualizing children? Is that what
they're just showing you that part of our history existed.
your motive is for the museum? Why?
So that specific two-piece.
Do you know how many kids get raped by adults?
Let her answer.
Every year in this country, this kind of thing, when you are dressing men up as women, drag queens, you're putting this kind of crap in front of kids, sexualizes them and makes them more vulnerable to people that want to rape them or abuse them. Or when we have men and women's settings that want to do harm to women. You talked about the girlhood exhibit, and you didn't want to answer the chairman's questions earlier, but it was a diary featuring a 6-year-old. A 6-year-old that reads, everybody was talking about getting boobs in their period. I pray to God every night for my penis to grow. Dr. Hartig, can you tell me, look me in the eye and tell me that belongs in an exhibit for kids?
Ma'am, Girlhood, It's Complicated was not an exhibit designed for children.
I know, you had the little disclaimer thing, which is sort of
the diary was of a 13-year-old going through puberty.
Okay, do you think that's an appropriate thing to put in an American History Museum where there are children walking through?
Yes.
We're talking about American history.
Right, so Girlhood, It's Complicated.
Okay, I'm moving on because I don't know how much money you spent on getting prepped for this hearing. They did a good job because you're filibustering and not answering a single question from a single Republican. Today, do you believe that men can become women?
Ma'am, as the director of the museum, that's not
a
relevant in this
responsible
case.
question.
It's very relevant. You've got
isn't.
men dressed up as
You're
women.
the one who's got trans on her fucking brain. You're the fucking idiot.
And you have them on displays in front of kids.
You have trans derangement syndrome, you fucking bitch.
You think men can become women, yes or no?
So RuPaul's Drag Race, which is the upper...
It's a man. RuPaul is a man who dresses like a woman, literally.
Correct.
What is a woman, Dr. Hartig?
As a director and as a historian, it's not my opportunity.
You sexualize the American History Museum. So this is a fair question. What is a woman?
So at the museum...
What is a woman?
We strive to represent and not categorize all Americans.
Okay, I have another question for you. There's a glossary at the museum that informs visitors that while American culture traditionally recognizes 2 genders, other countries recognize 3 or more. So enlighten me this morning. How many genders are there?
Ma'am, which glossary?
This is a display, and that has a glossary that says other countries recognize 3 or more genders. So I would like you to enlighten me today. You're the director of the American History Museum who's sexualized things in front of kids. I want to ask you, how many genders are there?
So first of all, I'm happy to get back to you about the glossary.
How many genders are there?
Sure.
And what are they?
I'm not sure which glossary you're speaking of.
Of course. I know that you don't. You know exactly what this hearing was about.
Why are you talking about this?
Today, one of your exhibits at the American History Museum says sometimes gender isn't revealed at birth. So when is gender revealed?
So
when was your gender revealed to you, Dr. Hartig?
So I don't really think that's relevant to the
It is relevant. You have a display at the American History Museum talking about gender isn't always revealed at birth. So when was your gender revealed?
So since I am a PhD and...
I wasn't done yet, but I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mace.
And then she cut her off. Oh, she's such a bitch.
Nuke Russian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And welcome to the Republicans' White Pride rally disguised as
Nuke Russian satellite event. New power grid system. New heavy fuses and power plant features. New car lifts in gas stations. New fridges in the supermarkets. New oil rig mission. New fuel pumps on the dome. New water stations on the water treatment. New airdrop and Chinook events on the airfield, and much more will be added to Rust in the near future. The developers went absolutely crazy this time and decided to add all the features the community has been asking for since 2015. And you know what? I love it.
So in this video, let's take a look at all these new updates and maybe add our own ideas before they're officially released. And let's begin with the new event, the Crashing Satellite. To activate this event, you need to go to the launch site monument and find this building. Go inside it, and on the left you will see the control room. At the moment, you don't need any keycards or fuses to open the door, but I'm sure it will change in the future. Inside this room, you will find a huge computer station that you can interact with. You need to insert 10 tech trash to activate this terminal. Once you've done that, it will light up and enable the monitors. Here you will see the list of different satellites with different sizes, fuel amounts, loot and mass. If you select one of the satellites, you can select the grid where it will fall, and you can also see the fuel at the bottom of the screen. On the left side, you can select the grid where the satellite will land, and on the right, you can see the maximum distance you can move on this grid. 1 unit of fuel is taken away for each move on the map. Once you have selected the location where you want the satellite to land, press the lock button and wait 5 minutes. When the time is up, you'll see a satellite falling from the sky and crashing on the ground.
Wow, that's what they're gonna do?
As for the loot inside this
They're like ripping off Mortal
satellite, it will definitely change in the future. But as far as I know, you will get at least a few heavy fuses for the power plant monument, and the rest of the loot will be similar to the patrol helicopter or Chinook. Also, I don't know if it's possible to destroy someone else's base if a satellite crashes into it. But I hope the developers will change the mechanics, so that the satellite will only fall inside the monument building range. That way, you won't need to worry that it can destroy your base. Also, I don't think that this event should be launched from the launch site, because this monument is already too overpowered. You have the best loot here, a Bradley tank, tons of NPCs and a lot of other stuff. In my opinion, it would be much better and more logical to launch the satellite event from the satellite dishes. Maybe they could add a hidden tunnel below this monument, or use this building in the middle to make a command room. And on the launch site, they could add an even bigger event that...
His theory, I don't know, I'm not interested in it.
would involve this rocket, but let's leave that idea to the developers. Next, let's check out the power plant monument and its new features. Here, inside the main puzzle building, behind the green door, you will find new fuse boxes. You can't install normal fuses here, because you need special heavy fuses. And if you put a heavy fuse in this box, you can't take it back. Also, the more fuses you put in, the more power and the longer the power plant will produce electricity. Once you fill up these boxes with fuses, you need to enable this switch and go to the second floor to the blue puzzle room. Inside this room, you need to go all the way to the top, and there's an extra room on the left. For now, there's nothing inside this room, but you can click this button and activate the entire power plant. You might be thinking, what's the use of all this? Well, in the very first version of this update, all recyclers on the map were disabled, except for those in the safe zone, so no one could use them. And the only way to activate these recyclers was to start up the power plant using a whole bunch of heavy fuses. Thank gosh, the developers decided against this idea, and now all the recyclers are working as usual. However, now we have 2 additional VIP recyclers in the safe zone, and if the power plant is running, you can use these recyclers without any loot penalties. Also, I hope you'll be able to get bonuses from the normal recyclers around the map if the power plant is running. For example, instead of 60% efficiency, we will get 70 or even 80% efficiency on these recyclers for a limited time. I think that would be cool. Another useful bonus for all players on the server is free electricity. which will be available after the power plant is up and running. Some of the electrical poles along the road now have a power unit on top, and it actually offers 6 power outputs. So you can basically place a few batteries inside your base and connect them to this pole.
So if you live by the road, you can connect to the power? Wow.
Once someone activates the power plant, you will get some free electricity, which you can use for a long time. And to climb to this pole, you can now attach a ladder to it and connect the wires. I also hope the developers will find a use for these small power stations next to the monuments. Maybe they could divide the roads into different sections, with each road connected to a specific monument and a small power station next to it. And to have electricity in the specific section, beyond activating the power plant, you also need to put a normal fuse inside the small power station. This will make the new system even more balanced, since not all players on the map will get free electricity, only those who have activated their small power station. Next, let's move to the supermarkets and gas stations. Now, you can find a fridge with some food or berries inside every supermarket on the map. I still don't understand whether this fridge will run all the time or only when the power plant is running, but either way, it's a great addition to this monument. And at the gas station, we have 2 changes. First, we have a real garage door that you can actually open. And second, there's now a small generator on the right side of the gas station. If you throw some fuel inside it and enable this generator, you'll be able to use a car lift inside the gas station, which is pretty cool. But I really want to see one more change to this monument. I think it would be insane if we could actually use these fuel pumps. Just imagine, you come to the gas station, fix your car on a car lift, and then fill it up using these fuel pumps. That's really next level.
Yeah, like Fortnite.
And you know what? They actually added a similar feature, but only on the Dome monument. Now you can find a couple of fuel pumps next to these huge tanks. But to use them, you'll need to solve the longest and most difficult puzzle in the game. First, you need to activate the power plant, so it starts generating electricity. Next, you need to come to the large oil rig. Go inside the red room and activate the switch. As I understand it, this will activate the oil rig, and it will begin extracting oil. By the way, inside the great room, you'll find a sketch showing how all this works. And finally, to get all this oil, you need to find or make a car with a tank model and drive it to the Dome monument. Park it next to these fuel pumps and connect the tank to the pump using a hose. As you can see, the oil will automatically transfer to your car, but it will take a while. You can also switch to a different fuel pump if you want to speed up the process, but there are only 3 of them here. To extract this crude oil from your car, you need to find or make a car lift. Just drive your car onto the lift, go outside and press E to open the car menu, and you'll see a take button to collect the oil from the tank. By the way, I think it would be insane if they added the ability to sell this fuel at the gas stations. As I said before, these fuel pumps need to be working, and the best way to do that is to add the ability to sell the fuel to other players, using the new shop mechanic from the apartment complex. This will take in-game trading to a whole new level. Next, let's move to the airfield, and here we also have a new event. Now, you can call an airdrop or a Chinook, or both of them at the same time from this tower. All you need to do is put a fuse in this fuse box on the first floor, and another fuse in this box on the top floor. Climb to the very...
I gamble for 300 million ISK. Coveter, I didn't get it. Iteron, BPO, I didn't get it. Orb Weaver, I didn't get it. Rodiva, I got the Rodiva. I'll take another swing at a Rodiva. Yeah, sure, run it. No luck. Saber.
Extorted him.
It's up, and here you will find a new command center. Behind this door, you will find a scheme showing how to call a supply drop or a Chinook. Fuse A is located on the first floor, and Fuse B is located on the last floor. If you want only an airdrop, just put a fuse in Fuse A, and if you want both, a supply drop and a Chinook, use both fuses. By the way, while you're waiting, you'll have to replace the fuses a few times. And to make this process easier, you can use new heavy fuses. Next, all you need to do...
I hate stuff like these changes. I hate these sort of changes because it makes you focus on the game more. And I want to focus on the game less.
Is just wait until all the lights on the station turn green. And you'll get a Chinook and a supply drop flying to the airfield. And the last monument that has been changed is water treatment. If you climb to the top of these huge barrels, you'll find these things in the middle. When you open it, you can put a gear in here, and then you need to hold E to turn this valve. And you might ask, what's the point of this? Now, you can find these little water stations in random places around the map, and use them to get some water. You can either drink it, fill your jug with this water, or use a car to store all this water. In any case, this can be insanely helpful if you want to build a farm somewhere in the middle of the map and there are no lakes or rivers close to you. That was all the changes at the moment. If you have any ideas on how to make this update even better, please write your thoughts in the comments below. Maybe Facepunch will use them before the force wipe. Also, if you want to support my channel, you can join the membership and become a real chat. So, if you have the opportunity, I'd appreciate your support. And if you want to learn even more about Rust, then this is the updated ultimate guide to all monuments in Rust, from tier 1 all the way up to tier 3.
It's good. I've never been to Kang, I don't think. New planet for me. Ooh, I got this Sentinel. Oh good, I got this BPO for Coercer. BPOs are fucking awesome, I don't care, I like them. I put some MTUs on the HyperNet, I got 36 active. Got a bet on those. Wait, did I reach the end? Oh, I did, I reached the end of that list? Okay. Trump's ICE is filled with sex offenders from Status Quo News.
.37 committed crimes targeting children. What sickos we're handing guns to go hunt and shoot down brown people.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hey, it's Jordan with Status Quo. Remember when Donald Trump came down the golden escalator a decade ago, said that Mexico wasn't sending their best? Well, his ICE and Border Patrol have had a record number of sex crime charges and convictions since he came back into office last year. Who's not bringing their best? You know, some of the details here, it is absolutely horrific and not at all shocking. Federal immigration agents have faced a record number of sex crime charges since Trump returned to office. The Ohio Immigrant Alliance study, titled They Walk Among Us, logged 59 ICE and Border Patrol officers charged or convicted of sexual or violent offenses since 2006. Daily Beast Substack reported. Sex crime allegations accounted for 50 of them. 37 involved child victims. Of those cases, 25 were from 2025 and 2026 alone. The previous highest annual peak was 6 in 2020, another Trump year. Quote, these are not people who should be given guns and free rein, said Lynn Tremonte, the Alliance's executive director, who wrote the report. David Roulette, the agent who just shot dead Johann Sebastian Duran, 26, in Biddeford, Maine, had been accused by 2 ex-wives of choking, threats, and violence. I want to show you inside this report. We'll put the link in the description. Key findings. This analysis examined 59 documented cases involving DHS employees involved in civil immigration enforcement, revealing a disturbing pattern of sexual violence, predation against children, that would be sick fucks preying on children, and abuse of authority, a problem that is accelerating rather than improving. The scale of sexual violence is staggering. Of the 59 individuals, 50 have been charged with or convicted of sex offenses and 37 committed crimes targeting children. I thought life is precious. Taken together, 35 individuals committed sex offenses against children, the largest category on the list. Cases documented in 2025 and 2026 alone account for 42% of the entire list, 25 out of 59 cases. The year 2025 saw 13 cases, and 2026 has already logged 12. Folks, we're only a little over halfway past the year, with more than 5 months remaining. Compare that to 2020, the previous peak year, which had just 6. Several individuals on the list have documented histories of criminal, dangerous, and predatory behavior that should have disqualified them from any law enforcement job, yet they were hired by Department of Homeland Security anyway. Last year, NBC reported that ICE had been skipping the prior background check process to rush recruits through hiring and training, resulting in the acceptance of some individuals with pending domestic violence. You want to get to the worst part? Several individuals on the list have documented histories of criminal, dangerous, and predatory behavior that should have disqualified them. Perhaps most ironically, Rashad Johnson, the person in charge of conducting background checks for DHS employees, was convicted of soliciting prostitution involving a minor. So the very person who's supposed to be in charge of the vetting process was busted for soliciting minors. Who the fuck is in charge of looking at and vetting and approving what bozos, what insane, reckless people, what sickos we're handing guns to go hunt and shoot down brown people, and increasingly white people too? I mean, it's unbelievable. And you know, you don't only have to look at the sexual violence and you know the sick, predatory behavior where they are preying on children. Look at David Brulette, the ICE agent that literally just assassinated Johann Sebastian Guerrero in Maine. It came out that this guy was severely mentally ill, that he beat multiple ex-wives. Seems that there was some stuff with his daughter in terms of violence. And he lied to the military to get into the military, totally withholding that he had been diagnosed as a young child with manic bipolar, and that a psychiatrist had said he had tendencies of schizophrenia. That hard out to the military. There's no shame in having those mental illnesses, but you might not want to hand somebody a gun to be judge, jury, and executioner who clearly have impulse control issues, clearly, you know, have some mental health issues. Just listen to the guy. This is audio that just came out where he's screaming, he's taunting his ex-wife on a voicemail, sounds drunk to me, about her bloodline being a bunch of fat people and that they should all have their throats cut. Take a listen.
Most recent call before this week was on November 28th, 2025.
Every single female in your bloodline is nothing but a disgusting fat. And all of you should have your throat cut.
What?
Yeah, you should.
This is a guy that the Trump administration gave a gun to. This guy. More on him. His ex-wife, Ashley, had concerns about David's mental health. She also told the paper. David is a U.S. Army veteran who had been receiving disability for the Department of Veteran Affairs, court records show. Ashley told the Press Herald that she had gone to David's superiors with her concerns. She also claimed that David was abusive while they were married for 2 years, beginning when she was 18 years old. Several of David's close relatives gave a fuller picture. They told the AP that he had mental health issues since childhood and was unfit to work for ICE. His disabilities compounded by his service in Afghanistan. He deployed to the country from May 2012 to February 2013. He left the service in December 2015, having attained the rank of sergeant. Quote, Afghanistan destroyed him, trained him to be a killing monster, a machine, an immediate relative said. They took someone who was extremely mentally ill and turned him into a killing machine. Well, it seems you're either extremely mentally ill, or have a history of domestic violence, or have a history of child sex crimes. All of this seems to be kind of a growing pattern in terms of ICE agents, in terms of Border Patrol agents. Not to mention, there's been a lot of talk and concern that some of these folks carrying guns are members of Proud Boys or other violent extremist right-wing groups, militia men. And Trump talks about the Mexicans aren't sending their best? Or talks about we're going after the worst of the worst? This is the worst of the worst of the worst.
Yep.
I mean, just absolutely vile. Here's some more on Mr. Brulette, who just took the life of a 26-year-old father and husband. Report reveals killer ICE agents' abuse of ex-wives threw boiling hot water at his ex-wife.
Oh, good.
A Washington Post report published Saturday detailed a violent history alleged in court filings against David Brulette. Quote, Ashley Brulette said in an interview that her former husband once threw boiling hot water on her.
Oh, look, it's a magazine. Skill bonus acquired. What do you mean skill bonus acquired? I don't know. Ooh, this is the airlock out. It is. And boom, we're back out again. That's so cool. I love these fucking dungeons. Way better than Daggerfall or Skyrim. That was a fun one, going all the way to the top, get the magazine at the end.
While she was holding their young daughter, the Post report
This is what we get from them,
in another
rapists and
instance, she
white
said he
beaters.
kicked open the bathroom door when she was
They're the drunks. I mean, that's who they are.
in the shower and pointed a gun at her. I'm
Great.
sure there's some agents that have
Fucking
the
great.
perfect trio. Maybe they are domestic abusers, add on a little sprinkle, little topping of potential child sex crimes, mental illness. I mean, who the hell knows? We have
Yeah, we
no
don't know.
idea
We don't really know.
who is vetting these ICE agents, how they're vetting them, how long or short it's taking. And there has been reports that there's been ICE agents admitted through AI background checks. Let me repeat, AI background checks.
background checks. Great.
This is a life or death matter, because especially if you're brown or black, but even white people nowadays, if you are pulled over by an ICE agent or you're followed by an ICE agent, you don't know if they're carrying a full stack up there. And again, I'm not belittling or shaming mental illness. We all have our stuff. I have depression. I take medication. Mental illness is a real thing. But certain types of people with certain types of background, you do not want to carry a gun or have law enforcement responsibilities or privileges. Literally, Trump, since he's been back in office, sex, crime, charges, and conviction, the most of the last 20 years for ICE and Border Patrol. Worst of the worst. And then some. We will stay on it. Please support Status Quo. We continue to be the leading outlet on the ground covering this ICE terrorism. Support us for as low as $5 a month. That's 16 cents a day. It really makes a difference. We need to keep growing. Thank you.
I love buying cheap storage and combing through it in search of treasure. Old software, deleted files, maybe even lost media. This is Archive Dive. Hello everyone, just to acknowledge the amazing growth that we've had in the past week, the incredible number of views, and all the new subscribers. Thank you very much for coming here and spending your time with me. Please continue to stick around if you find what I do interesting. This video has been in the works for a while, and it's just sort of landing this week, but I feel like it answers some questions that some of you have had about what you can actually do to protect your data when you pass a drive on or sell it to somebody else. And yeah, thanks for all the support. Welcome back. Normally we recover files, but this week I'm going to explain to you how data recovery works. Why? So you can use that knowledge to make sure it doesn't work. I'll teach you how to really delete sensitive information.
I know how.
The steps that you can take to stop me rifling through your homework folder. starting Archive Dive, friends and family have asked me, when you delete a file, isn't it gone? And that's a hard question to answer.
The answer is yes.
To the average consumer, the file is essentially gone, since it's no longer accessible by normal means. You can't get the file is gone. With the right tools, however, and knowledge of how file systems work, there's a good chance it can be recovered. We need to go over what happens when you delete the file, because this helps us to then understand why files can be recovered. Then that leads nicely into how you might be able to ensure a file is thoroughly inaccessible or gone for good. This guide isn't for tricky people. If you're up to no good, you'll be caught eventually. What I'm teaching here is so when you donate your stuff to sex or wherever, you can give it a thorough scrub beforehand. So, when files are deleted, they're not really deleted. It goes against common sense and conventional logic, but it's true. And no, it's not because they go to the recycle bin. Many operating systems have a designated area to store deleted files to allow them to be recovered, but let's say you deleted the file by emptying the recycle bin or using a common key combination like Shift and Delete. Guess what? You still haven't actually deleted the contents of the file, only the idea of the file. Because files are like just a construct, man. Depending on how familiar you are with computers, this revelation might have just completely blown your mind. You're welcome, by the way. How does it feel to be seeing everything in code now, like Neo in The Matrix? Your file system is made up of an MFT, a master file table, with the name of the file, its location, its creation date, etc., and the physical sectors of the drive, or storage medium you're working with. I mean, there's much more to it, but we don't have all day. This is all you need to know. Each sector is made up of bytes, which are made up of bits, and these bits are set to 1 or 0, essentially on or off. Keeping it simple, since MFT entries actually have multiple modes, for example, used and unused, but all that matters to us here is what happens when we delete a file. The MFT can be any size. It's basically limitless. But there's a set number of these sectors on the drive. Sectors cannot be removed, but their contents can be changed. Each entry in the MFT points to exactly which sectors make up its data. You grab the file entry, it shows you where the data is, it's that shrinkable. You decided that you no longer need a file, so you delete the record of the file. The sectors remain, because the amount of sectors you have on a drive never changes. In the case of sending a file to the recycle bin, all you really do is take the entry relating to that file and put it in another spot. You don't move the actual data at all. That's why you can recover files from the recycle bin so easily. They haven't really been deleted. So you empty the recycle bin, or just delete the file directly. The record is gone. The data itself isn't. You create a new file, which creates a new entry in the MFT. That new file can now reuse the sectors that were attached to the previous file, changing their data when needed. Basically, deleting a file only deletes the record that points to where the data is stored, typically removing the visibility of the file from your operating system. The file record itself in the MFT is untouched until in use by a new file, which is why we can sometimes recover files, along with their file names, location, and metadata. On an old school hard disk, the sectors you overwrite with a new file are essentially random, and on an SSD, it's a little more complicated, but we'll get to that. So can you target a specific sector? Not really. So why don't we overwrite a file once you delete it? Honestly, that's an excellent question. It's basically because Bill Gates and the rest of Microsoft were working with very old computers. Back then, the process of changing every bit to zeros would take a long time. So why don't we do it nowadays that PCs are so fast? These days it would inflict unnecessary extra wear on your storage media, making it expire sooner. SSDs, USB sticks and other flash storage doesn't work like old spinning disks do. The process of deleting files involves physical cell clearing and background data shifting, along with anti-wear processes that run in the background, such as trim. Oh, it's starting to sound too technical. We're losing them. Jangle the keys. Jangle the keys.
It's not that hard of a concept.
It's worth briefly mentioning trim. On SSDs, the background function called trim is run to reduce wear, which limits the time available to perform file recovery, but also makes precise overwrites even less predictable. It also ensures that new files are written to different areas to reduce wear on specific sectors, which has the added effect of improving the chances of successful data recovery. On a traditional hard drive, sectors can be changed as many times as needed. On an SSD, this causes wear and will eventually cause it to fail. The data that the files are composed of may eventually become inaccessible due to corruption merely from overuse. We're talking millions of writes, but still, wear is wear. The trade-off for the speed and efficacy of solid-state drives is their eventual death, which is really kind of philosophical to think about. If you're using an SSD to ensure the data is lost, more drastic measures are required. More on that later. I'm not saying you need a hammer, but you might need a hammer. So if you think about what I've told you already, then you can suss out how data recovery works. If the sectors haven't been changed by a new file, it should be possible to recover the deleted data by simply scanning every unused sector of the drive. We can ascertain what kind of file each sector might have belonged to. The process doesn't recover everything. Sometimes image data is messed up, or the metadata attached to it is gone. Audio and video files can end up smushed together, causing songs to skip around or suddenly change into a different one. This happens because stitching files back together from their sectors is basically a form of guesswork, albeit one that data recovery software is good at. In massive amounts of empty space, you may also trigger false positives, which is when the remaining data from a secure overwrite is read as a real file, resulting in junk. So the process is imperfect, but it is still good enough to recover some, if not most, of the deleted files. I use recover from Piriform for most drives, though it has a habit of crashing or recovering too slowly when dealing with larger or older drives. If that happens, I use Christophe Granier's Test Disk and QPhotoRec instead. Both have their strengths and weaknesses, but more importantly, they're both free for personal use. For creating an entire disk image for more in-depth forensical analysis, HDD raw copy is a good option, and RescueZilla is a great alternative since you can boot into it, like an operating system. I've been told that Test Disk can also create perfect 1:1 copies of a drive.
That's pretty cool. RescueZilla.
Sectors.
From just USB, it's a bootable environment. Wow.
So now we know how to recover files. We can go over how to make sure they're not recoverable. This is the bit I'm sure you've all been waiting for.
Nope, I don't care about this part. I'm going to leave because I don't have anything to hide. And it kind of sounds like some child sex stuff, so I'm just going to move on.
Hi, loves. Today we're going to be discussing what happened in the Rebel Wilson case in Australia, the defamation case that she was involved with the young actress Charlotte McGuinness, who was starring in the Deb movie, which was Rebel Wilson's directorial debut. Just to let you know, this video is going to be a video on this channel, and then I actually have a compilation video coming out on my sleep channel that is the entire
I like her sleep channel.
Rebel Wilson legal saga and all of the background on her too, which goes into her, in my opinion, unhinged behavior and, according to a lot of other people too, horrendous behavior on sets. And that compilation, I will leave it linked in the description box and pinned comment, because it goes over every shred of information from not only the Australia case, but also the US case that is currently ongoing and is set to go to trial in October of this year, 2026.
I like her. She's amazing.
So if you want to know everything.
Thank you, Coffee Colson Cats. I like him sub to your channel.
About that case, if you want to see the text messages, the contracts, the emails, hear about the Zoom calls, hear about the most unhinged background check that was ordered by Rebel Wilson's former lawyer, and it went into creepy information about Amanda Ghost, Gregor Cameron, and also had stuff about Charlotte McGuinness, all of the people that Rebel Wilson was entangled with illegally. So I will, like I said, link that below, but we'll just be talking about the verdict here. Basically, I'm going to cut to the chase and say it was not good for Charlotte McGuinness. This was just a bench trial. There wasn't a jury. It was just the judge who rendered this verdict. And I will go through a few of the main points that the judge zeroed in on as to why they thought the Rebel didn't defame Charlotte, because there was a 80-page verdict document, which is what I've spent the morning reading. So I will point out like the main factors in the judge's decision. And I know I said several times in the video that I was pretty 50-50 on what was going to happen, because it is just so hard to prove defamation. But I was hopeful, because the behavior, I'm sure if you've made it to this point in the video, you probably agree that there was a lot of absolutely uncalled for, unhinged behavior. But unfortunately, when it comes to actual legal cases and proving things in court, there is such tight constraints and such stipulations. And there can be things like, it literally is in the verdict document about where Charlotte was living was a factor, and the fact that this case happened in Australia and what certain laws were going to apply and the area and all of this stuff that Rebel actually posted, the Instagram post. So let's now just go through some of the finer points in the judge's verdict and really go over why this didn't go forward. So we will just be discussing the verdict, because I don't think that it's possible to summarize this entire story, not just what happened in the court case, because every article I've read so far today that will do, you know, a few lines or like a paragraph summarizing like, oh, this is what happened, it has been absolutely infuriating me, because it is a drop in the ocean of this story. And I mean, the vast majority of people are not going to know the entire story, because one, I know it's a lot to sit through hours of a video to get the whole story about what's going on. And anyone who does, I think that they will be absolutely blown away by everything else that has gone on in this situation and what Rebel Wilson was doing, because even telling people about it in my real life that, you know, didn't really have any clue that this was happening. At the weekend, I was telling one of my best friends about it because we were away for the weekend, and she just sat there looking at me like, what? Like, I have not heard anything about this. And it's because, as I've said many times in my other videos, Rebel Wilson does have a very good PR team, a very expensive PR team, that they have spent a lot of time and money and effort keeping things out of the mainstream, putting out garbage fluff stories about her new kid or losing weight. And in that deep dive video, you will see literally the text messages and emails to her PR team saying, this negative story's gone out about it, I need it taken down, I need this done, that done, you know. And the actual PR team, who have been accused of multiple smear campaigns between themselves, are talking about how unhinged and how awful Rebel Wilson is. So I mean, the alleged smear
Team, I'm obviously very upset by this. You were supposed to get the negative information about ghosts and have failed to do that, and now instead Amanda has yet again managed to get multiple articles out spreading the absolutely false narrative that is in their baseless defamation suit. From a legal perspective, you have advised me not to file, which is preventing my side of the story and factual evidence to come out. I honestly can't believe this is happening. I've done nothing wrong. I was universally liked and respected by all cast and crew on the film. I have been an absolute professional. You guys as a team are better than Camille, etc., and yet I'm getting slaughtered. This is my life and career here. Something has to be done now.
Your campaign, people are saying that about you. So, see, this is what happens. I just, it's so infuriating, this whole story, because she's been so successful at keeping all of her behavior out of the media, because I think we all know that there are plenty of very rich people, very rich and famous people that do awful things, but they aren't illegal things. And defamation, which was what Rebel Wilson was accused of, is notoriously an extremely hard thing to prove. Throughout the entire coverage that I've done of this, I have said, like, I felt like it was very 50-50 about what was going to happen, purely because of how hard defamation is to prove. But I was hopeful that how bad, in my opinion, Rebel Wilson came off on the stand, and through reading every single bit of information I possibly could about this case, I mean, I, in my opinion, think that the behavior was absolutely appalling and she's done horrendous things. But in a court of law, it was determined by the judge that it wasn't defamatory what she did. And there's a lot of specifics about why it wasn't defamatory, but the absolute, like, crux of Rebel Wilson's case was that she was telling the truth. And with defamation, you can't defame someone with the truth. So that was what Rebel Wilson's whole case rested on, was that she did actually tell the truth, that Charlotte McGinnis did say to her the day after this incident with the beach and the bath, that was true in the judge's eyes, that at one point Charlotte did say to Rebel Wilson, oh, it was an uncomfortable situation, it was a weird situation, that we ended up in our bathing suits in the bath together after Amanda had a medical incident. And the judge says throughout the 80-page verdict that she didn't really believe a lot of what anyone said, Amanda Ghost, Charlotte McGinnis, or Rebel Wilson, but that ultimately she found that she did think that at some point Charlotte did say to Rebel that she was uncomfortable. This case was just looking at 4 Instagram posts that Rebel made in September 2024, in May 2025 there was 2, and July 2025, and she put these on her Instagram and also the movie The Debs Instagram, which is Rebel's directorial debut, and the movie that Charlotte McGinnis was starring in. The judge only ended up looking at the September 2024 post because there was a lot of back and forth about which laws should apply, and the court case was in New South Wales. Rebel's team wanted it to be the law of New South Wales, and Charlotte's team wanted it to be Western Australia. And the reason that Charlotte and her team wanted it to be Western Australia, it's because that's where Charlotte is from, and if you read her affidavit, it absolutely is where she's been massively affected by all of this. Because whether we want to talk about Rebel's talent or lack thereof as an actor, she still is one of the most well-known Australian actors, and Rebel blasted all of this out to 11 million followers, and Charlotte was saying in her affidavit that anytime she goes home, anytime she visits family and friends, she hears all of these rumors and other things about her. When she goes out, people are talking about her. When she sees anyone, it's all anyone asks about. And so Charlotte has been massively affected by this in Western Australia and of course elsewhere. But the judge doesn't see it that way. The judge just talks about the fact that she doesn't live there anymore. And so it's not, in the judge's opinion, affecting her career in Western Australia, and so to the judge that doesn't matter. And the judge ended up saying that it was going to be the rules of New South Wales, which meant that there was this particular threshold that was introduced in New South Wales when it came to defamation cases. And this threshold means that to be declared defamatory, there has to be serious damage to the person's reputation, like financially, career-wise, and so that was an even bigger hurdle to clear. And that's why I've been saying throughout like all my coverage of this case about why it is so hard to prove defamation in a court of law. And you see people all the time on social media being like, oh, sue them, sue them, sue them. And it is, one, it's extremely expensive. It's such a long process. It's insane to really suggest that. And it is such, even if you do go and do spend the money and do have all that time, it is such a hurdle to clear. And it's very difficult. I mean, my experience...
I love the immersion of this combat. I think it's so good. It puts you in these cool situations where you're like, I did the tarmac, but now I'm inside, and they might push the stairs, and I have to shut the door behind me so I know they're coming. And it feels like Fortnite, and you're being... Oh, look, I found the magazine. I came... Oh, look how immersive that is. I came directly to the magazine by accident. Which means I can just leave this place now that... Or, I don't know, what did they want me to do here? They want me to take out the outlaw captain. So now all I have to do is go directly to the outlaw captain and just kill him.
US, and it's going to be a lot easier in the UK than in the US. The US, it's nearly impossible to win for defamation in court. I don't know tons about the Australian legal system, but from looking into it for this case and then speaking to like a lot of my Australian viewers, it seems to be somewhere in the middle of the UK and the US. But in 2021, when they introduced this new threshold in New South Wales, that just made it even more difficult. Ended up saying it's going to be New South Wales law because that's where Rebel was whenever she posted these things. And then they also talk about how a lot of Charlotte's discussion about where she felt like it had affected her, where she grew up and stuff like that. The judge said, they sound very cold in these legal cases anyway, but the judge basically said, I don't care about that because it's like your friends and family and somewhere you lived previously. It has to be where you're working, residing, your career, your finances. That has to be what's impacted from these posts. And at the time that the posts were made, and I believe now Charlotte McGuinness is living in the UK, and so the judge was saying, yeah, I don't really care outside of what's happening in New South Wales because that's the legal precedent that we're using. And so when specifically talking about the September 2024 post, the judge said she didn't believe that Charlotte's side proved enough that there was damage to her reputation, career, things like that. Because when it comes to this post, the judge said, it's my view that the ordinary, reasonable reader would have scrolled through the post relatively quickly, and his or her reaction would have been impressionistic and fleeting. The essential message conveyed by the post is that Miss McGuinness complained about the producer's conduct in the bathroom and how it had made her feel, and then changed her story. I do not accept that the matters of detail regarding whether she had been asked to bathe and shower would have been retained by the reader in an impressionistic way. Rather, the purported sting is the fact of the complaint and thereafter changing her story. So the judge is basically saying the only post I care about is this September post because of the locations, posting, all of that. The only thing that's like really mentioned about Charlotte that someone would retain is about her changing her story. And the judge ultimately determined that she thinks that Charlotte at some point did say to Rebel that it was a weird situation or it did make her uncomfortable, and then change her story. And this is what I meant by you can still be a horrendous person and do horrendous things like everything else that Rebel Wilson has done in regards to this movie, in my opinion anyway. And it was not found to be defamatory for this specific post, and not defamatory enough that it was causing reputational harm, financial harm, career harm. And that's why it is so unbelievably frustrating because, I mean, if you
I shot the explosive container. Nothing happened.
have seen all my coverage about Rebel Wilson, even before this case, a lot of the things that she was doing, like even the stuff with Sacha Baron Cohen, that nearly destroyed its career. And there's so many other things that she has done. And all the stuff about, even the judge said when she was discussing how Rebel Wilson was going on Instagram and telling people that she'd been falsely imprisoned and was saying it in the Australia 60 Minutes case, the judge was like, oh, well, she was exaggerating. And I just think this is another one of those situations where someone has enough money, power, the right lawyers, that they can get their way out of absolutely anything. Because I do find it kind of bizarre that the lawyer that Charlotte had is supposed to be one of the, this is what my Australian viewers have told me, but Sue Grantham is supposed to be one of like the best defamation lawyers out there. And I just find it odd whenever you see these like big cases go to court and then there's like jurisdiction issues or some other like weird technicality that plays such a huge part in it. I mean, there's been other cases where it's been like, oh, well, you were an independent contractor, you weren't an employee and stuff like that. And I mean, the lawyers are the only ones who win in this with all their fees and stuff. But a lot of this, like I was saying, is very the jurisdiction and how much financial damage. And the judge also says a lot of the time, like it sounds really cold, but the judge says, you know, a lot of the affidavits and a lot of the information you showed me, it was from your family and friends and talking about how much emotional damage this has caused you. And again, I feel awful saying this. This is not me saying this, but the court said, I don't really care about your emotional damage. I don't care how this affects you. I only care whether this clears this serious damage threshold, career-wise, financially-wise, because you have to be able to prove that you've lost out on jobs or producers aren't considering you for...
Yeah, people can talk shit. They just can't cost you money with it. Because that's tortious interference or whatever. But it's like, you know, but, or defamation. But it's like, but they don't care if somebody talks shit about you. That's actually not something the court cares about at all, I would say.
Work or something. Because ultimately what it came down to, the bar that had to be cleared was from this one Instagram post on September 2023, on September 23rd, 2024, this one Instagram post had to be, one, untrue on the very one specific bit that Rebel says about Charlotte making a complaint, withdrawing the complaint, and this one post had to cause serious reputational harm with the people who would be producers, who would be casting you, and you also had to prove that you weren't being cast in things, you lost out on roles, you lost out on money. But ultimately the judge said she didn't care about the emotional damage, about mental health, about anything else of like, how it affected Charlotte or her reputation, because that's the way the law is written. And the judge also said that she thought that it would have made Charlotte uncomfortable and that Rebel wouldn't have made this all up out of whole cloth. As I've also mentioned, I think that if you have watched all of my coverage on Rebel Wilson, in my opinion, only my opinion...
Like, look at the RP of holding this door right now. And I'm like, I don't know. I think everybody's dead now, actually. I think I killed every last one of them. Somehow. Yeah, I think I killed all of them. Oh no, when I fire, like, yeah, like 5 more aggro. Oh wow, look at all this. I always think of those as condoms. Yeah, give me full health, why not? Everything went on without me. The hell is that? The hell is that? Time to feed the kitty, I think. Sissy, dinner time. Hey. Come on in, I love you. Yeah, you holding down the fort out there? Good, good. I heard that you aggroed to a dog today. Yeah, did you see a dog today? Did it scare you? Yeah, okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm here to protect you, kitty. Ain't no dog gonna eat you while I'm around. No one's gonna harm you while I'm around. No one's gonna harm you, not while I'm around. Time to feed your dinner, kitty, but I'm gonna pay attention to you. I love this, kitty. You're my best friend. Yeah, Boreal. Yeah, you. Okay, are you ready for dinner? You like that word? Yeah, I'm gonna feed you fresh dinner. You wanna eat some of that, or do you want to have fresh dinner? Yeah, you want fresh dinner, fresh food. I don't blame you for wanting fresh food, kitty. Your whole life we fed you canned food, and I feel like that's cruel in some ways. And so we'll get rid of the old canned food, and we'll give you fresh canned food. See if we can get a different color. Green, blue, orange. Let's give her an orange. Dinner time for sissy time. Dinner time for sissy time. Dinner time for sissy time.
Dinner time for sissy time. Dinner time for sissy time. Dinner time for sissy time. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna give you some treats. Yeah, you in the mood for some treat? Yeah, you want some treat with your dinner? I was thinking I'd give you some treat. Okay, I put some treat on your dinner. We want to gain weight. We want you to gain weight, kitty. You're a little skinny. You're a beautiful kitty, very lithe and very graceful. Okay, there it is, kitty. Enjoy. Okay, sorry about that. I had to feed the kitty and go to the bathroom. I've got to leave here in 5 minutes to go water the garden, but I'll keep going for a little while.
I would not put anything past her. In all of this coverage, I've not seen anyone mention things like Rebel Wilson was on the phone, on speakerphone, when all of this was going on too. And I absolutely guarantee over the next few weeks, you're going to see so many articles being pushed out from Rebel's camp that are all Rebel Wilson, champion of women, all this stuff, and it's just infuriating. Again, if you've watched all my coverage, just seeing how unhinged her behavior has been. Again, in my opinion, I know I keep saying that, but I mean, look at the situation. Not that she knows or cares who I am, but it's absolutely wild to me. Breaking news. It hasn't even been 24 hours and I have been proven right because I filmed what you're watching yesterday, the 22nd of July, because the verdict came out it was the very early morning, US, UK, Europe time, because of course this is in Australia. It is now late in the afternoon on Thursday, the 23rd of July, because I had to read the verdict like twice because it's obviously in like legal language, and then I had to go back and like check a lot of my notes, film, edit, and so I'm about to release it, and the articles that are coming out just keep getting more and more insane. And I mean, these articles, it is so obvious that they are being fed from her team. There was one article in particular that I rolled my eyes so much that I'm surprised they didn't get stuck in the back of my head. This was actually in an Australian newspaper. One of my lovely subscribers sent it to me today. One of my subscribers, Katie. So this is actually called Rebel Back from the Dead, and it's 2 entire pages, and it talks all about how Rebel Wilson has defeated Western Australian actor Charlotte McGuinness, the young lead of her directorial debut, in a defamation lawsuit that put the Pitch Perfect star's integrity on trial. Absolutely. You didn't defame someone in an Instagram story. In my opinion, you are still a horrendous person who did awful things and has treated so many people terribly. But she knows that
she's kind of acting like the karma police.
No one is going to look into this case, and they are just all going to read these little articles, headlines and stuff, and that's why, in my opinion, her and her team are absolutely flooding every outlet they possibly can with this garbage and giving them exclusives. And how you can tell is because of the just sickening language, and it is exactly the way that she puts out stuff about herself and how she speaks about herself. I mean, listen to this. The definitive victory for Wilson avoids a costly setback as she shifts from acting to directing amid apparent flagging interest in her from fans around the world who initially loved her brassy personality and Australian twang. Her last hit, Pitch Perfect 3, came out in 2019. Yeah, because everything else that she's done that isn't Pitch Perfect has been an absolute flop, including the last 7 years of movies. Within minutes of the judgment, Wilson posted on Instagram a photograph of herself in a makeup chair and wearing a top advertising her next film, Girl Group. The movie's director and lead, Wilson plays a faded pop star forced to try to turn misfit teenagers into a slick girl band. Girl Group will debut at the Toronto International Film Festival in September, Rebel said. Thank you to everyone who supported me, Wilson said in the post, which amassed 1,800 likes within an hour. I mean, one, that's kind of embarrassing for someone that has 11 million followers. So I wouldn't be bragging about that. But also, this is it's exactly the language. I mean, if you look at any of the articles that, in my opinion, are extremely obviously her and her team pushing them out, and a lot of it is the way that she writes about herself, because if you've seen anything from my other coverage, she is one of those actors that like meddles in their own PR and stuff. Like a lot of people, it'll be like their team curate things, but she's in there. I mean, I've shown in the videos like all the texts and emails with her PR people that she was paying 25 grand a month to make sure that there was negative articles taken down and that there was no coverage about this. And this is all that, I mean, that is her talking about how wonderful she thinks she is, and it is trying to put out about Girl Group and all this other stuff, because every movie, like Pitch Perfect, as I said, every movie she's done for like the last 7 years has been a huge, like significant flop. And also, all of these articles, you're gonna see this for months. It's just gonna be flooded, because while this case was going on, she did everything in her power to flood any bit of news that wasn't even news, to try and like get the actual articles, the very few that were written, out of the headlines, out of the Google search results. And again, I hate saying this all the time, but if you see like all the other content I've done about it, there was literally articles from 10 years ago that talked about another defamation case that she was in, that these outlets, and they're all like outlets that are like paid ones, or very, you know, they have these relationships with celebrities to create the articles, because it's just all like celebrities and outlets scratching each other's back. And so there was loads of these outlets. I'll literally put it on the screen. There was dates in these 10-year-old articles changed to reflect like current day, as if it was written in 20.
I get it.
Well, friends, it's been a hot minute since I made a full-size video, and well, some of the reasons for that are what I am here to talk about. I've had a few challenges with organizing, and the consequence has been that I'm not going to be organizing with a lot of the people I used to organize with. I'm not going to be doing the same types of actions. And all those changes caused a lot of stress, and I ended up removing a lot of stickers from my bikes. So I got to refactor the actions that I'm going to be doing and build some boundaries in order to avoid the burnout that happens to so many people involved in activist work and has already happened to me, several times over the years. But that gives me an opportunity to do some failure analysis, which, back when this was a strictly motorcycle channel for all of, 2-3 videos, basically, until that cop drew his gun on me, those were good videos. I was ahead of my time on that. That became an entire genre of motorcycle content that people built entire careers off of. So I'm going to do that, but for kind of this last year of organizing,
I like AJ.
leading
I think
up
he's
to
good.
kind of all of these changes and challenges I ran into. I'm going to bring experience from organizing, not just like behind the scenes, but being in the streets. Unlike pretty much most of the people I'm having a significant conflict with, I am far more on the front lines than they are, and that's because I can't be a bystander, and I want you, in case that you are kind of more on my level, like a lot of the people who started doing activist work with me, who started going to events and stuff with me at the beginning, were too. I want to keep you from making the mistakes that I did that got me in this position right here. Failure, especially catastrophic failure, is an amazing learning opportunity. Rockets don't blow up every day. Well, at least they didn't used to. History is important. Even the lessons I'm learning now are lessons that other people have learned and have been talking about for years. And in fact, many of them were identified by other people. I wasn't even the one that figured it out. I'm just kind of like crystallizing it after processing it on my own. And that's my goal, is to really summarize the lessons and the learning without dragging people or creating drama with people like around me that were involved, because that's not what it's about. That is what one of the things that contributes to the destruction of leftist movements. And like serious people, I don't think have time for drama. I like to think I'm a serious person sometimes. And I'm going to try to bring a healthy dose of self-critique and stories about me making mistakes so that everyone understands that, again, I am not trying to act above this, or that I am like explaining to the children how to operate. Like, this shit's complicated, and I've made my own mistakes. The truth is, me doing this YouTube shit and even talking about this and trying to educate a broader audience or have like dialogue in this manner is becoming harder and becoming a bigger deal as things spiral out of control, as people are just more and more engulfed in their fears, especially after Prairie Land and Spokane and these Minnesota, all these different trials across, all these people getting insane 30, 50-year sentences for printing zines, or just wrong place, wrong time. The fear, I get it, but despite how much conflict I have had for what
Okay, guys, I've got to go water the garden and do family dinner. I'll be gone here like 2 hours or something like that. I love you guys. I'm going to pause it here with a reminder that you've been watching Skycatlive. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. Click on the cat space to donate. Come to the Twitch or the YouTube. Give me a like, sub, or a follow. I love you guys. Thank you so much for your time. I will be back here 2 hours, something like that. And yeah, I'm going to go scoop the box and water the garden and do family dinner and, real life stuff. I'll be back in just a little bit. I love you guys. Thank you so much for your time. Bye. Okay, guys, I'm back. It's 12:14 p.m. I listened to music for about 4 hours there, and I'm back. I'm just going to do videos for the rest of the night, and I'm going to turn my volume of sound back up. Here we go, so I'm not so quiet. There we go. Sorry about that.
Just say
Gonna play some Overwatch and just watch some videos.
It was a random disappearance. Don't dig any further. And this prosecutor, her name was Alexandra Bravo. She continued to investigate the allegations by 36 survivors who say that after they survived U.S. strikes, they got back to Ecuador. They say they were tortured, that they were kidnapped, and she was trying to get to the bottom of it and killed over there. Upon arriving at the crime scene, officers say they found 5 9mm shell casings and Bravo's injured driver, but no sign of a police detail that was supposed to be assigned to protect her. The police directorate, which operates entirely under the executive branch, launched a probe to determine was there an internal security breach, according to this article. Now, who sits at the top of that government? None other than a guy named Daniel Noboa. Who's Noboa? He's from Miami. He's a Miami-born billionaire who Trump put in Ecuador. Remember, we covered the Noboa election over there. Donald Trump is doing a lot of people don't talk about this, but there are currently active ground invasion and wars, the Trump regime and Noboa. There are lots of people who raise allegations about Noboa, his family in the area, and that Noboa could be using these troops to just further cement his dictatorship and his control in Ecuador, saying they're going after narco traffickers, but really just going after people who they believe are enemies in the way that Donald Trump has labeled anybody who disagrees with him now. Think about the language, very similar. Anybody who doesn't agree with Trump, he's using the language of Noboa, he's using the language of his other dictators that he puts in Western Hemisphere. You're communist, he says it's the biggest threat, bigger than the Nazis, right? What's Trump's speech that he gives lately? The communists are here, this is more dangerous than Hitler, more dangerous than 9/11, they're amongst us, and that's how he refers to people who just don't agree with him politically, people who want access to healthcare and affordable housing. He says worse than the hijackers on 9/11 and Adolf Hitler. And that's the dehumanizing language that's used to kill whole classes of people. Fernando Bastias, a renowned human rights attorney with one of the Geneva-based World Organization, says, I can't make any assertion yet regarding this being a political assassination, but evidently, when a prosecutor is killed because of the investigation they're conducting, that's something we've learned from our experience in Ecuador. The Operation Southern Spear, it's already killed. 221 people have been killed.
Got a
Trump regime
point.
kills these
Stay
fishing
on
boats.
point.
A lot of the data that comes out, just so you know, is that the criteria for attacking the boats, there's not a criteria that the boats be proven to actually have drugs on them at all. Just think about that. That's not a criteria. The criteria is very murky. There's no due process, and the Trump regime just kills people. Just kills one after another. You will also recall that the former commander of Southcom resigned, did not want any part of this, and the Trump regime put in a new person at Southern Command. I want to bring, and Hat Tip Drop Site covered this, and the reporter Camila Lawrence Galarza, again, it's a very courageous scoop, of course, obviously, where journalists, just like prosecutors, are targeted for doing stories like this. Let's bring in Harry Littman from the Talking Feds YouTube channel, Talking Feds Substack, and Talking Feds podcast. Harry, I think it is important to give the same disclaimer that, the human rights lawyer who watches what happens there, at this point, what we do know is the prosecutors on these cases get killed. Definitively, when you're run by a dictatorship that then does the investigations, I put that in quotes, it's often murky at best to find out what actually happened. But I think this is a broader conversation that we should be having. I think we should not ignore what's happening in Operation Southern Spear, which to me is just something that we'll be talking about a lot in future generations as one of the darkest things that, along with USAID and killing all of these people so cruelly. But Harry, also, this is what Trump wants. This is Trump's view, in my view, of the legal system, of what unfavored prosecutors have happened to them, and what favored people get. What do you make of all this, Harry?
Yeah, it makes the head spin, Ben, doesn't it? But starting with Trump, these are the kinds of tyrants who run their countries where anyone looking into anything the government does winds up getting shot, again, in broad daylight. That's only something that can happen where the lawless control the streets. That's the kind of thing that, it seems like it's in the movies, and also a key difference between, a free society and not. We've seen all these struggles to the south of us, mainland Mexico, etc. When a prosecutor, it's happened once here and it was a total crisis, but if a prosecutor gets killed based on the cases she or he is working, you have a system in breakdown. Look, the stuff you're talking about, the murders in broad daylight, and all the apparent corruption and gun running, etc. Let's just say, without any further proof, okay, that's all Ecuadorian stuff, but it really doesn't take too much surmise or flights of fancy to think that there's some connection to what's going on in our attacks that are still happening off the coast. It's a really important theme. We forget there's a scandal. It comes to light. There's a little bit of hubbub, or somebody in Congress says something, or there's somebody's on cable TV. Then we move on. I mean, it's almost a kind of technique or strategy. We move on to the next scandal, and then there's a reprisal prosecution, or then there's a elective war. The other things, illegal as they may be, continue. And yeah, every time I've gone back and checked, and I've done it a few times, it remains the case that we are doing these absolutely illegal under international law murders of people in boats off the coast of South America. You may not, we proffered this at the time when it became a big thing, this extremely weak justification that, remember, with the second strike and the innocent people who were killed, but the overall justification for these sorties is that these people are literally, that's what it has to be under international law, making war on us. They seek to take the drugs, and we don't know where they're going, but the argument is, and they can just, if get away, come to the United States, and for some reason never tested by a court, and I think doesn't hold water at all. That is tantamount, literally, because otherwise you couldn't try to make this legal under international law. That is tantamount to an act of war against the country. The same thing as, we're doing in Iran. Is it the narco-terrorists who constitute a kind of nation by any other name? That doesn't seem too good. Is it Ecuador itself? But whatever. These things that are going on, and we're just blowing people out of the water, and certainly there's reason to think, yeah, these guys, well, even some of them don't seem to be involved with drugs, but the ones that are, yep, they're running drugs. They are not making war on the United States. They are not, whatever, Castro in 1961 and the like. They're trying to eke out a living, and it involves narcotics. That's just not a justification for the United States of America to go in and blow them up. And again, there's all this, including assassinations in broad daylight on the one hand, and this ongoing American effort on the other. I spent a lot of time in the Department of Justice trying to talk people down off the ladder of conspiracy theories, and I'm not even deep into Trump 2.0 ready to say that we're like behind the assassination of the prosecutor. But I just think it's clear that there's some connection here. There's some overlap with the players. There's some, kind of knowledge on our part of what's going on, and that itself is a sort of corruption. Now you can hear international folks say, "Oh, that's the way it goes, and you guys are naive," etc. But it does seem to me, just like with the operations themselves. Is this now what the government of the United States of America, where they, what sandbox they now play in down in South America? What does that mean for our standing in the world and that part of the world, etc.? Not questions you would have quickly jumped to a few years ago or 10 years ago. But man, oh man, just look at Venezuela, or how he has thrown around his weight. 50% tariffs on Canada 2 days ago. It is not. I think the niceties of international law don't deter the administration at all. And again, I want to end where I sort of started, which is to say, with even just if you posit it's isolated, one has nothing to do with the other. We have to affirm again, this is illegal acts of war. You're not permitted to just boom assassinate people off the coast who are basically doing what in the United States you would arrest them, etc. If this were right there, you could just go and shoot drug dealers in cold blood. We've taken liberties there for political reasons or personal reasons of Donald Trump that are just not consistent with the law.
Did you know that since the 1750s, all men have been women? Yeah, I was surprised too. But according to this book from 1757, the ruling manners of our women are essentially the same with those of the men. The sexes have now little other apparent distinction beyond that of person and dress. Their peculiar and characteristic manners are confounded and lost. The one sex having advanced into boldness, as the other have sunk into effeminacy.
Yeah, we'll see.
I wonder which one's which. It turns out that for the past 250 years, all men have been women, all women have been men, and no one noticed. And it's all the fault of pasta. In the 1760s, a new kind of men's fashion takes London by storm and brings about the death of civilization as we know it. Men dress as women, the poor pretend to be rich, and good stout Englishmen go around looking French. These snappy dresses are called macaronis. Yes, as in stuck a feather in his cap and called it macaroni. Our text for today is Pretty Gentleman by Peter McNeill, which is the best book on the topic that I've found. It seems like he managed to sneak into a load of stately homes and take photos of portraits that are normally part of private collections so nobody ever sees them, which have been really useful to me in putting together this video. So, to a modern person, it can be difficult to tell the difference between regular fashion and this macaroni subculture, although it would be really obvious at the time, so we've got to train our eyes a bit. Mainstream men's fashion before macaronis looks like this. You wear a three-piece suit, which is breeches, a waistcoat and a coat, and it's either plain or it has a big brocade pattern. The coat flares out at the waist and it goes all the way down to your knees. You've got a wig, which is flat on top with big curls at the sides. You might wear bright, saturated colours in London or as part of your military uniform. And when you go to the country, you might wear more muted browns and greens. So, how would a macaroni be different? Well, like with any subculture, no one person wears all the different bits at once. But here are some things to look out for if you're going macaroni spotting. The macaroni wig is kind of high and pointy. There are a lot of satirical cartoons about macaronis where the hair is really silly, but you can also find normal portraits of macaronis where it's a bit more realistic looking. You can see it's just got a little bump on top compared with a normal one. At the back of the wig, you'd have a big ponytail called a queue. These wigs need a lot of product, so to avoid getting the back of your jacket all smeared with grease and powder, you tie the ponytail in a big black silk bag with a bow. This is usually the best way to spot macaronis in paintings, the big black bow behind them. Their sleeves and their breeches are cut tight, and their coats are shorter than normal. You can see they stop just above the knees. It seems like a tiny difference to us, but people go on and on about it at the time. Pale colours for your suit are really popular, especially pale pink and pale green.
You have tiny embroidery of flowers and berries, and sometimes even insects around the edges of your waistcoat and the hems of your sleeves. But the real distinguishing feature of the macaroni is his accessories. Again, no one macaroni is going to have all this stuff at once, but you want to look out for big, ostentatious square buckles on shoes, spyglasses, bouquets of flowers on the lapels, swords that are almost like jewellery, shoes with red heels, tricorns, and jewelled snuff boxes. Macaronis are really into symmetry, so much so that you'd sometimes have a second fake pocket watch to balance out the real one. Macaroni-ing is mostly a men's fashion. Some people at the time do try and coin macaroness or lady macaroni, but it doesn't catch on in the same way. Famous macaronis include Richard Cosway, the Reverend Dodd, Joseph Banks, Humphrey Repton, Julius Soubise, and Charles James Fox, who, because of his name, sometimes gets portrayed in political cartoons as a furry. Okay, great, but why are they named after pasta? The term macaroni is a bit weird because we don't know who came up with it, and it doesn't even really seem like it's something macaronis call themselves. The word's been floating around as an insult for a while, like how you might call someone a noodle or noodle-headed. But the reason it gets attached to our boys is because, the 7 Years' War! Churchill was right, it was the First World War. Okay, so the 7 Years' War was a massive global conflict between Great Britain and Prussia on one side and France and Austria on the other. That's right, America. We've been warring with other countries behind your back. And you know what? It's been going great, actually. This thing was huge and went on all over the world in European colonies. And while it was on, British people couldn't go to the continent because of the fighting. And then in 1763, we won, and finally, wealthy Englishmen can go to the continent again. They flood into Rome and Florence, and especially they fill their boots with all the French fashions they can get their hands on. So, because it's a European style, it gets a European name. The English never particularly cared to tell the French and the Italians apart. Until the most famous actor of the day, David Garrick, plays a character called Il Marchese di Macaroni in a play called The Male Coquette. So, macaronis are named after a fictional character who is named after the pasta. They're not quite the same thing as a bop. Bop is, again, a word that we give us to describe any kind of effeminate, overdressed man, not a particular subculture. And it's absolutely not the same thing as a dandy, which is later and more about really subtle fashion choices and being careful with your tie-downs. God, the 7 Years' War is so big and complicated and hard to wrap your head around. And it doesn't help that almost no one's made a movie about it. Have you seen Barry Lyndon? No, you haven't. Don't lie. I've got to admit, for a long time, I hated the Georgian period. Partly it was the fact that for some reason, when I was a kid, the entire 18th century was simply not on the curriculum. Second War, beginning of the Industrial Revolution, height of the East India Company, height of the slave trade, the bloody coast, body snatching, enclosures, the Napoleonic Wars. Unimportant. If you're my age, or even if you're a fair bit younger than me, the Georgians might simply be a foreign country to you. Like, I don't know, was Pirates of the Caribbean supposed to be 18th century? It's unclear. Apart from that, most English history books about this period use these James Gilroy and Thomas Rowlandson cartoons as illustrations, and guys, can I be honest? I hate these. They're so mean. If you read British history books, it's like there was just 50 years where everyone turned into a pig, and then it's the Victorians. A lot of what I do is about making you feel closer to people in the past, and these make you feel so people that they only know. They are horrifying, burning masks. I know that technically is what Gilroy was going for. I don't really blame him, I guess, except for making bad art. But the way this stuff is used by historians completely turned me off the whole period for ages. And I'm too, because they are most of the pictures of macaronis. Okay, so macaroni fashion is maybe a little silly, but it's not the downfall of civilization as we know it, right? Wrong, idiot. People hate macaroni. There are anti-macaroni plays, songs, magazines, and so many cartoons. Green frock coats which he had brought from Paris, when he is attacked by 3 of those gentlemen of the nobility who, taking him for a Frenchman, not only abused him with the foulest language, but gave him 2 or 3 slaps on the face. Macaronis are seen as frivolous, spending money on silly things like wigs when the economy was in complete shambles. Ah, yes, that's the reason we've got no money. It's the wigs. Although the original macaronis are wealthy men, the fashion catches on with people all over the social order. So working class macaronis wouldn't feel the dressing above their station. Like, it's one thing to dress very impractically when you just sit around gambling all day, but when you've got an actual job to do, you've got to really want to wear that long ponytail. You've got to commit. One poem said, "E'en farmers dress and mount their ponies, and all alike are macaronis." People also don't like them because it's a French style. One letter to a young macaroni reads, "For God's sake, return home. Nature never meant you for a Frenchman. Burn your formal bagwig and put on your far more agreeable scratch." A scratch being an old style wig. English people think of the French as their natural enemies and counterparts. We're on and off at war with France for basically the whole century. French people are scrawny, wine-drinking, effeminate, overly dressed, airheaded, and living under a tyrannical king. Whereas the Chad Brit eats lots of red meat, drinks beer, manly, simply dressed, clear-thinking, and not afraid to kick out his king and install a different one if he wants. French fashion is quite different to English ones. Frenchmen still kiss as greeting, whereas we dropped that decades ago. When the Marquis de Palaiseau arrives in London, he gets laughed at in the street, and he realises it's because he's carrying a muff, which France is generally accessory. But the war is over. Britain has finally proven her supremacy, her superiority over the world, and then all of the rich men in London go right back over there to copy their fashions. We've beaten them. They should be copying us. One article says that macaroni fashion is to the disgrace of our noble, patient British race. But the main problem with macaroni is that they aren't managed. Moral crisis. And you can tell they're wearing tiny hats, like pucks. So, let me get this straight. This is manly. This is effeminate. It's just the natural order. We evolved to hunt the mammoth and wear flat wigs like God intended. Macaronis are being made fun of for being interesting in fashion and shopping and the textile arts, with one pamphlet saying, "Hark, with what a feminine softness his accents steal away. Feel that soft palm, those slender fingers, accustomed only to handle silk and ribbon, needle, or soft gliding shuttle, but unpracticed in the rough exercises of warlike weapons. I am truly sorry to have to show you these hideous cartoons, but the joke is that they're simpering, flaccid she-heaves. They're often drawn as hairdressers and portrayed as having lost their masculinity. There are a few cases of macaronis with gay sex scandals, one of which is the army chaplain Robert Newberg, who was stationed in Philadelphia during the American Revolutionary War. In 1769, word gets out that he's sleeping with his manservant, and by the time he rejoins his regiment across the Atlantic, word has already got out. Style is also seen as a masculinity. His officers freeze him out, mock him openly, and pull him up as proper charges of disobedience and insubordination. Rather than let that hang with his tail between his legs, Newberg decides to stand his ground. Here to explain what happened to him is Joel Cook from PBS's Road History.
Thanks, Jake. With the risk of unemployment, loss of honor, maybe even execution, Robert Newberg felt he had to do something drastic. He convinced a soldier in the regiment to accuse him of directly once and for all, and put the issue to rest. The Royal Irish officers would be forced to testify in front of men who could end their careers if they lied under oath. But unfortunately, instead of fighting a burglary charge, he was now facing a general court-martial for perjury due to his vicious and legitimate life. But what was most fascinating about the 1774 court-martial of Robert Newberg was the way in which he defended himself. Though he remained a British subject, Newberg defended his position as a queer man with revolutionary thought. When the prosecution, Newberg argued that he could so long as his character and ethics were good. He was found guilty of falsehood and impropriety in his conduct, but the generals also noted that there was no proof to support the accusations of buggery. Though he was eventually pardoned, he still suffered the indignity of having his personal life put on trial. And even for all of his efforts, there was no major cultural shift because of the trials of
with lots of political enemies, like Charles James Fox, never have gay sex. What people are more worried about is that they are effeminate. Effeminate at the time isn't always associated with homosexuality. These guys aren't bringing people's gaydars necessarily. In fact, some cartoons show macaronis in order to get chicks. No, they're bad because they're breaking gender roles. Macaronis are constantly talked about as if they're a weird third gender. You got men, women, and these freaks. I am going to speak of that wretched thing called a macaroni. To the naturalists, I leave it to determine whether it is masculine, feminine, or neuter. I have more sense than to call it masculine, but I shall call it he for my own convenience. Yeah, they were having pronoun discourse in the 1760s. One writer is so furious at macaronis usurping the proper occupations of women that he recommends conscripting them into the army as cannon fodder. National service hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times, where strong men are, I guess, soldiers who are willing to be cannon fodder for the fatherland, and weak men are, I suppose, feminist soy boy cucks.
What?
Unfair, but if you follow that logic, well then, surely you can create strong men on purpose by making their lives hard for no reason. So if the leader of your country conscripts you into the army, if your boss makes you poor, if your favourite podcaster tells you to wake up at 4 a.m. and do 1,000 press-ups before breakfast, you mustn't complain, because he's making you into a strong man. It's for your own good. One of humankind's most primal fears is the blurring or breaking of boundaries. Sometimes this makes a lot of sense. There's good reason for us to fear, for example, a knife breaking the boundary of our skin, or a disease breaking the boundary of our body. But sometimes this instinct leads humans to create a boundary, to straight make one up, and then get terrified that the boundary's going to be broken. Macaronis, for example, blur the boundary between England and France. The Englishmen are all becoming French. Soon we'll all be wearing berets and speaking Verlan, and there'll be no Englishmen left at all. We have to defend our culture. One poem says that fashion itself is a dangerous French import brought over here to poison the minds of the noble, pure English people and enslave them. Its portrait of Great Britain's sons is known. Were it to France and Italy confined, whence it came untamed from the English mind. Send back the siren to her native shore, and make each Briton great as heretofore. No longer slaves to fashion let them be, but like their fathers, generous, bold, a macaroni gives up his Englishness by putting on French-style clothes, weird, you could at least make a proper rhyme. Macaronis also blur the boundary between rich and poor. If a working class man dresses as a macaroni, then how can we even tell who's rich and poor anymore? The newspapers describe macaroni fashion using that disease penetrating the body. The infection of St. James's was soon caught in the city, and we now have macaronis of every denomination, from the kernel of the trained bands down to the herring that they might be polite to someone, thinking they're rich, only to find out that they're polite to an errand boy. Gross! And macaronis blur the boundary between men and women. But macaronis are a substance which use philosophy correct. Though all the priests of Venus rites agree they are hermaphrodites. But we just made all these borders up. The border between Britain and France, for example, is made up. I know there's a little bit of sea there, but no more sea than is between me and, say, Orkney, or Northern Ireland, or the Falklands. When I was a kid, I assumed the Falklands were Scotland, because Scotland has a lot of islands, but no, it's over here. And apparently that's ours, but France, who decided that the channel was important? Seals don't recognise it, nature doesn't recognise it, and there's definitely science that says big Falklands are inherently French. So what happened? Did civilization collapse? Did men all die out? Heck, did we even get taken over by the French? No. Wish we had. Maybe I could get some decent cider. You can't actually hurt this boundary. It's not easy. You definitely can't hurt it with tight trousers. The word masculinity was first written down in 1748, not that long before macaronis came on the scene. And masculinity
What? Cheater!
Every generation thinks that their men are weaker, softer, and more effeminate than ever before, and it's never been true. Because no matter what men wear, or how they speak, or who they speak with, or how good they are at sex, their masculinity is not in crisis. Because if a man is doing it, then it is masculine. I know that doesn't mean much coming from someone who looks like me. For the people who need to hear it, they really need to hear it coming from a bloke. And if there are any feminist allied blokes in the audience who want to know how they can help without talking over women, you could take this one, it would be fantastic. But if you won't listen to me, maybe you'll listen to the weight of history. Guys, I have some great news. You're not in crisis. Or at least, you're not any more in crisis than you were in 1776. If someone tries to tell you you're not manly enough, fucking mean anything. They're just trying to make you feel insecure, so you buy their pills, or go on their course, or vote for their guy. You could literally wear a big powdered wig with lace up and pull up with one through the downhill path. And I know, because we already tried it.
Hard times create hard men. Hard men create soft times. Soft times create soft men. Soft men create hard times. We are now around soft men and hard times.
Men need to feel like they're
Soft men and hard times.
No? I think they do.
I think I agree. It's to do with competency, control of oneself and one's own emotions, leadership from the front, taking responsibility.
You're supposed to be a warrior. You're supposed to be a warrior. You're at home changing diapers.
Okay, so there's this meme which is like strong men create. What are the strong men create?
Good times.
Good times create weak men.
A sort of anecdote about my son being involved in a bit of banter on the playground, and he understands why the other boys seem to be being mean. For me, taking great pleasure in going, no, son, what that is banter. They're just testing you out to see if you're weak.
Who is it that you want on the front lines fighting? Well, have a look at who gets conscripted, have a look who makes up the mass ranks.
For now.
Thank you for watching. I want to recommend PBS thank you so much to PBS for making this video with me. It was really nice to do so. And frankly, their video is much better.
Yeah!
I very much recommend it. Also, my monitor's not working Something else you can find in the description is my list of sources. I love when people read my sources. If you've ever read something from my sources, thank you so much. One of the house rules around here is that if you want to disagree with me, you do have to provide a source for yourself, and I'm really interested to read those as well when they come up. Anyway, my camera's probably overheated by now, so thanks very much to my patrons.
We can get something to eat. Oh, everybody left.
What if I told you a major label forgot to sign a piece of paper and lost a huge band on MTV in a single afternoon? Executives of East West Records sat in an office in 1993 holding this very popular song in Europe, but they were so lazy that they missed a deadline by 2 days. 3 Swedish musicians walked out the front door, took the song with them, and signed a massive multi-million-dollar contract with Virgin Records instead. Here's how Whale made a splash by making the music business look like a bunch of complete idiots. So in late 1992, nobody in Stockholm was trying to make a world-famous rock band. Henrik Schyffert was 24 years old, worked as a comedian, TV presenter, played guitar in some local groups, but his main job was being funny on TV. Gordon Cyrus was a sound engineer, hip-hop producer who spent his days mixing rap tracks in dark basement studios. They met while working on this silly TV commercial for a local Swedish brand, bored out of their minds. During a lunch break, Gordon told Henrik that he had this cool hip-hop drum beat sitting on a floppy disk in his sampler. Henrik said, well, hey, I happen to have a trashy guitar riff that sounds like the Pixies. So they decided to get together after work just to make a noise and hang out and drink a few beers. Now, they needed somebody to sing on top of this noise. So Henrik calls his girlfriend at the time, 29-year-old TV host, Sia Berg. Sia was famous in Sweden for presenting a weekly music video called Vågen back in 1984. She was not a trained singer, but she had played in a pop group called You Bangy back in the early 80s. You Bangy, You Betcha. She walked in the studio wearing an oversized sweater, listening to the weird mixture of heavy hip-hop drums, distorted guitar, started shouting random nonsense into the mic. Didn't write down any real lyrics, just screamed whatever silly words came into her head. And one phrase that kept coming out of her mouth was hobo humpin' slobo babe. It meant absolutely nothing, but it was great. So recorded the track in a few hours on cheap equipment, didn't have a real band name, didn't have a manager, didn't even have a plan to release it. Henrik looked at the current rock charts in '93 and noticed that every alternative group had a simple name with 5 letters. Bands like Suede, Curve, Blur were everywhere. And he thought those names were absolutely stupid and pretentious. So as a total joke, he picked the word whale. Had 5 letters. It was an animal. It sounded completely ridiculous for a group making grungy dance music. So they pressed a few hundred white label vinyl records, handed them out to club DJs in Stockholm. DJs played the song at 2 in the morning, and the dance floors exploded. Kids were jumping up and down with heavy bass line, screaming vocals. A small independent company picked up the track, and soon executives split records in London. East West, we're talking massive sub-label owned by Warner Music. They saw the club reaction and panicked. They wanted the song on media. So East West wanting to hedge their bets, signed Whale to a quick one single license deal in '93. The contract gave East West the right to release Hobo Humpin' Slobo Babe across Europe, but the contract had a special clause that said if the single was a hit, East West had a specific time frame to execute an option clause to sign Whale for a full-length album. If East West missed that date, the band was completely free to leave and take the song somewhere else. So the old suit and tie execs at East West didn't think much about the option clause. They figured 3 unknown kids from Sweden would be begging on their knees to stay with a major Warner label no matter what happened. So to promote the single on European TV, the label gives this band a small budget, under $400 to make a music video. They hired an American director, Mark Pellington. Mark was in Europe doing creative work and wanted to shoot something wild. So they snagged an empty warehouse in the cold outskirts of Stockholm. The building had no heater, the floor was covered in dust and dried dirt. Sia arrived on the set wearing a green nylon track suit, jacket, and thick plastic red sunglasses. And then Sia pulled something out of her bag that made the director stop in his tracks. Real metal orthodontic dental headgear harness. Thick wire braces wrapped around her cheeks and hooked into her mouth, strapped tightly behind her neck with a rubber band. Sia had found it at a local medical supply shop and thought it looked hilarious. And Mark Pellington was like, yeah, put it on immediately. Now you got this chaotic video shoot. In the middle of the room, Sia going completely nuts, jumping up and down on the concrete floor, sticking her face directly in the camera lens, metal wires of the dental headgear, pulling her lips back, making her teeth look giant and terrifying, licking her lips, screaming the lyrics, stomping around like a lunatic. When the video hit MTV Europe in early '94, the reaction was instant and brutal. Some viewers wrote angry letters to the station, complaining that the singer looked hideous and disturbed. Other viewers called the station phone lines endlessly, demanding to know who the hell this band was. MTV's like, oh yeah, we'll put this on heavy rotation. Then the video crosses the Atlantic Ocean and lands on American MTV. And it caught the attention of none other than the creators of the hit animated TV show Beavis and Butthead. And as you know, Butthead is like my brother's voice. And in an early 1994 episode, these two nacho-eating cartoon legends sat on their couch watching Sia scream in her dental headgear. Beavis stared at the screen with his mouth open. It's like, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, Butthead was like, nodding his head to the heavy drum. The single cartoon feature pushed the song directly onto the U.S. Billboard Modern Rock Tracks chart, where it climbed all the way to number 4. By May of '94, Hobo Humpin' Slobo Babe was an international smash hit, charting in Denmark, Norway, Netherlands, Sweden, UK, radio stations across America playing it 5 times a day. Major record companies in America and Europe realized that this weird Swedish trio was sitting on a massive potential career. And the telephone in Henrik's small Stockholm apartment started ringing off the hook. He had reps from Columbia, Capitol, Virgin Records calling at all hours of the night, offering massive recording contracts. There's only one problem for those other labels. East West still held the original single contract. Top execs at East West were relaxing in their London offices, smug and confident. They knew they had the option clause in the original contract. All they had to do was send a formal legal letter to the band's lawyer before a specific date in June of '94, confirming that they were exercising their option to sign Whale for a multi-album deal. Deadline date arrived on a Tuesday. Head of legal at East West was busy dealing with other rock acts, put the paperwork on the corner of his desk, went out for a long lunch run with an artist manager, totally forgets about the letter, and the tape passed. Letters still sitting under a pile of cardboard folders. Nobody in the office checked the calendar. Nobody sent the fax. Nobody called the band's lawyer in Stockholm. Thursday morning, 48 hours after the legal deadline had expired, the lawyer representing Whale checked his fax machine, and it was empty. So he called Henrik, Gordon, and Sia into his office, pointed at that contract on his desk, told them that East West had officially missed the option window. So under basic contract law, the agreement was dead. Whale was no longer bound to East West. Free agents and Hobo Humpin' Slobo Babe was entirely their property. At around 2 o'clock on Thursday afternoon, the legal team at East West finally realized what had happened. Panic erupted in the London office. Secretaries running down the hall with folders. Head of the label grabbing his desk phone, dialing the band's lawyer in Sweden. Yelling and screaming into the receiver, shouted it was a simple administrative oversight. that the letter was ready to be sent, and they had to honor the deal out of professional respect. The Swedish lawyer's like, okay, well, he didn't really care about professional respect. So he listened to this guy carry on for a few minutes, then calmly said that East West was 2 days late. Told the exec that if East West wanted Whale, they would have to step into the open bidding war against all the other major labels. And he got the slam phone down in his ear. Within 24 hours, top execs from Virgin Records flew directly to Stockholm, brought all these contract proposals, royalty guarantees, taking Henrik, Sia, and Gordon out to the most expensive seafood restaurant in the city, ordering bottles of wine, told the band that Virgin would give them total artistic control over their music. And for those lame-ass AI accusers, that is artistic. Yes, I can pronounce it. Why? Because I'm not AI. I am Guitar Meets Science on YouTube. So yeah, I mean, artistic control, huge recording budget, tons of cash up front. All you gotta do is sign immediately. East West execs did try to scramble back to the race, set faxes offering to match the money. The band was totally disgusted by how arrogant the label had been before the deadline. Henrik looked at the Virgin contract. It was a massive multi-album deal. Giant cash payout right up front. 3 band members signed right up. East West had lost one of the biggest alternative rock breakout acts in '94 because a guy in London wanted to take a long look at the band. And so the band took that sweet, fresh Virgin advance money and went straight to the studio to record the debut album. They're not normal rock musicians. They didn't want to hire a typical rock producer who would polish their sound for radio. When somebody who sounded pretty dark and strange. Sia was a massive fan of the British trip hop artist Tricky. Tricky was actually known for being really extremely difficult to work with in the studio. Hated standard pop music, loved paranoid sludgy beats. So the band ended up flying to a recording studio in the countryside of Spain. Sessions were totally weird and wacky. Tricky would sit in the corner of the room in total darkness, smoking lots of stuff and whispering directions into the talkback mic. Sia would sit on the floor in front of the vocal mic, getting hammered on red wine and shouting back at him. Tracks like Kick In. Music was this crazy mixture of industrial beats, thrashing guitars, Sia's unpredictable vocals. They finished the record and named it We Care, with a big fat yellow pig on the front cover. Virgin released the album in '95. The label bosses were expecting another radio hit, like Hobo Humpin' Slow-Mo Babe. And what they got was a weird, aggressive, experimental alternative record that confused half the rock fans in America. When We Care came out in mid-'95, music journalists from major magazines, Anime, Melody Maker, Rolling Stone, wanted to interview the group. Journalists kept asking the same boring questions. How did you form? How'd you get your name? What were you doing in the 80s? They're getting sick of answering the same questions 50 times a day. They thought rock journalism was a total joke full of snobs who took themselves way too seriously. So Henrik sat down in Stockholm and decided to write a fake history of the band. Went to the official biography of the famous British goth rock group, none other than the Cult. And yes, I used to jam with their drummers back in the day. But he copied the entire text of the Cult's biography, pasted it into a Word document. He took that thing, found every instance of the Cult, and changed it to Southern Whale Cult 1987. Well, that sounds a lot like what happens on YouTube these days. But the fake biography claimed that Whale was actually formed in 1987 under the name Southern Whale Cult, but they were a dark, serious, goth metal band that had released 5 full-length underground studio albums in the late 80s. He patched in some fake album titles like Bloom Engine, Dark Waters of Stockholm, claimed the band had toured Europe with heavy metal icons, sold hundreds of thousands of cassettes, and then secretly changed their sound to dance rock in '93.
Please let me move. I can't move.
The Henrik posted this fake biography on the band's official website, printed out copies to hand out to journalists before interviews. And the reaction from the music press was a disaster. Several lazy music journalists didn't even bother to check any historical records or look up old vinyl catalogs. Simply read the bio sheet, wrote long, serious magazine articles about how Whale had a secret goth metal past in the 80s, praised the band for their amazing musical transformation to nothing other than 90s alternative pop. So when actual music fans, rock historians read those articles, they raised the red flag. People searched used record shops across London, Stockholm looking for these mysterious 5 Southern Whale cult albums from 1987. Found nothing. Checked old concert posters, festival lineups from the 80s. Whale did not exist anywhere in those bills. And a senior writer for a major music paper called Henrik on the phone and confronted him directly. Asked why nobody could find a single copy of Gloom Engine anywhere in Europe. Henrik starts cracking up. He admitted that the whole story was BS. He had copied the cult's biography in 10 minutes because he was bored. That the music press were idiots for believing it without doing any basic research. And the music press was pissed. Writers felt completely humiliated that a 26-year-old Swedish comedian made them look like absolute fools in print. The magazines had praised the band, and now they suddenly turned on them. Articles started appearing calling Whale a manufactured show, fake art project, band of pretentious pranksters who didn't respect the history of rock music. And the label execs at Virgin in London
Oh
were
God,
not
get a
laughing
cover.
either. Spent hundreds of thousands of dollars setting up press tours, marketing campaigns in Europe, only to have the lead guitarist tell the press that everything about the band was a hoax. The relationship between the band and the label management started getting extraordinarily tense, to say the least. But despite the press anger, Virgin pushed the band on the road to promote Weekend. Late 95, they scored massive support slots, opening for British Britpop giants Blur on a grueling multi-city tour across North America. Blur was doing great. They had Park Life, so they're playing to packed venues every single night. Well was thrown onto giant stages as an opening act, playing in front of thousands of screaming teenagers who had no idea who they were, but nevertheless were totally digging what they were throwing down. And the travel schedule was brutal. Bands packed into a cramped tour bus, driving 12 hours every night across freezing American highways, living in narrow bunks, eating terrible fast food from gas stations, playing 30-minute sets to crowds that stared at them with complete indifference. But I'm sorry, nothing beats a nice microwave burrito from a gas station. But that's beside the point. The friction inside the band started boiling over. Henrik was used to being in control of his TV shows, comedy stuff back in Sweden. He was a sarcastic perfectionist who wanted everything done his way. Gordon Cyrus was a quiet, serious hip-hop producer who hated the chaotic rock lifestyle, didn't like sleeping on a dirty bus, didn't like backstage shouting matches, getting sick of Henrik's constant sarcastic comments about his bass playing. Sia was caught in the middle of all of this, exhausted from screaming her lungs out every night. Throat was constantly sore, and she was drinking heavily to deal with the stress of the road. The venue sound engineers on the tour were rude to them, constantly rushing them off the stage. The Blur's crew would set up a massive light show. The breaking point happened at a gig in the American Midwest. The stage monitor mix was completely ruined during Whale's opening set. Sia couldn't hear her own voice through the stage speaker. Henrik was standing on the right side of the stage, glaring at Gordon because Gordon had missed a bass cue during the Bridge of Kickin'. Gordon threw his hands up in the air mid-song, looking totally disgusted. As soon as their set ended, the 3 band members walked off the side of the stage, walked straight into the cold loading dock behind the venue. Backstage area was freezing. An argument breaks out immediately. Henrik yells at Gordon for messing up the tempo of the song. Gordon stepped into his face and told him he was sick of playing stupid rock riffs for an audience of snobby teenagers. He shouted he was a professional, damn it, not a circus pony for Henrik's dumb comedy trick. Gordon took off his bass, slammed that thing into the case, looked at Sia and Henrik and told him he was done. Walked out on the loading dock doors in the cold night air, got in a cab, straight to the airport. Flew back to Stockholm, leaving the band completely stranded in the middle of America without a bass player or producer. Virgin Records? They were furious. The label had invested a fortune in the American tour, expecting the band to build on the success of Hobo Hunt and Snowball, but instead their founding bassist vanished into thin air. Henrik and Sia returned to Sweden in early '96, exhausted, angry, took a long break from each other, didn't talk for about a year. But '97, Virgin Records reminded them they were still under contract for a second studio album. Henrik and Sia decided to hire 3 new musicians to fill out the group. Guitarist John Jefferson Klingberg, bassist Keiki Kiviaho, I got that pronunciation right, hopefully, and drummer Jurgen Wall. They flew to Chicago and London to record the second album.
Yeah!
Famous producers Chris Potter and Brad Wood. He said Wood. They spent months in high-end studios trying to create a heavier, darker electronic rock sound. self-titled the album All Disco Dance Must End in Broken Bones, and released it in 98. And the record friggin' flopped. The music scene was done with 90s alt-rock. Radio stations at that point in time were no longer interested in eccentric Swedish rock bands. Album peaks at a horrendous number 13 on the Swedish charts, nothing on the charts in the US. A brief follow-up tour with Tricky in late 98 was plagued by low ticket sales and definitely a whole hell of a lot of low morale. By early 99, the band members realized the magic was gone. Money from the Virgin advance was spent. Radio hits had dried up, and the music press refused to cover them. Late 99, Whale quietly stopped playing shows. No press release, didn't make a farewell announcement or anything, simply packed up the gear, locked their studio doors in Stockholm, and walked away from the band forever. Like, subscribe. Thank you.
Subscribe. Thank you. Okay, time for dinner. I made some sweet potato fries with sour cream and cheddar. Gonna have some milk with that. Let's go. Sounds good. BRB.
All right, folks, we have some major breaking news this evening, and it's news that Donald Trump certainly isn't going to like. We are now learning via a new court order that a federal judge has ordered Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche to hand over the unredacted Epstein file emails and documents for the court's private review in the lawsuit that Katie Fang brought against Donald Trump's Department of Justice. She is claiming that Donald Trump has violated the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which required the government to release all of the Epstein files, not just some, but all of them. And it seems like the court has some agreement with Katie Fang, or at least is interested in moving the case forward. So there's so much in the story. There's a lot of news I need to run through with you this evening, but I want to give you some context on everything going on right now with the Trump administration and the Epstein files. We haven't talked about it in a while because these court cases move slowly, but we have an update and there's a lot to go through. But let's start here with Donald Trump's administration's own acknowledgement recently. J.D. Vance went on a podcast with Joe Rogan and said the Trump administration screwed up the Epstein file rollout and everything that came with it. J.D. Vance says the administration absolutely mishandled the communications surrounding the Epstein files and its contents, and his comments on this podcast has really pissed off some Republicans, which we're going to look at in just a moment. During a lengthy podcast interview with Joe Rogan released Wednesday, Vance pointed largely to former Attorney General Pam Bondi, who infamously stated that an alleged client list of Epstein's was sitting on my desk right now. We've all seen that clip. In addition to those comments, the Justice Department under Bondi had also offered conservative commentators and influencers binders that were called the Epstein Files Phase 1 and Declassified. J.D. Vance told Joe Rogan, quote, "I know Pam, I like Pam. I don't think there was anything malicious going on. I think Pam was trying to respond to the political moment. I think she overstated what we had and what we didn't have. Or maybe she didn't. Maybe there is a client list. Maybe there is more to these documents, but, Donald Trump wouldn't let her release it. As a result, Vance said Bondi was roasted publicly for it and led people to mistrust the administration's transparency efforts on the Epstein files, saying, quote, "We absolutely screwed up the comms of the Epstein files like we just did." Vance said, "But I do think the reason we screwed up the comms is because we were trying to hide something." No, which I don't think is true. I think they're obviously trying to hide something. But this comment from J.D. Vance got under the skin of Fox News and conservatives across the board. For example, Tommy Lauren, a Fox News commentator, said just today that J.D. Vance seems to be trying to undermine Donald Trump and is contradicting him on a lot of things. Take a look.
Mark, I want to start off by saying I don't disagree with the vice president there, but I am a little perplexed at why he did that podcast and why he's seemingly, in some ways, undermining the president's
100% agree
goals
with you.
here. And I hate saying that because I actually don't disagree with his premise there. I just find it odd that he did it. Do you share the same concerns? Do you see the merit of his argument, even if we both agree it was perplexing? He made it on a podcast. But do you see what he's saying about...
Yeah, I don't see the merit of the argument that I agree with your premise. I don't think he seems to be going off base a lot and contradicting the president a lot in public lately, and it's not helpful.
Yikes. Trouble in MAGA-land by any chance? Even Fox News is saying that J.D. Vance is contradicting Donald Trump. They're specifically focusing on the Iran war in this segment, but also I imagine they're also thinking about his comments of the Epstein files. I mean, Donald Trump has said he's been perfect on it, and then you have J.D. Vance over here who is saying that they screwed up. So there seems to be some division, maybe some trouble in MAGA-land. You tell me. Then, for Donald Trump, specifically focusing on him, he had quite the embarrassing moment last night regarding the Epstein files at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. This clip has gone incredibly viral. This is his face while the Wall Street Journal is receiving an award for their reporting on the Epstein files, and more specifically, Donald Trump's relationship with Epstein. Take a look at this.
The Journal's courageous reporting on President Trump's past relationship with financier Jeffrey Epstein triggered the release of the so-called Epstein files, thousands of documents that might otherwise have remained hidden from the public. And despite the president's threat of a lawsuit, the Journal published a story about a provocative letter to Epstein bearing President Trump's signature. Trump quickly filed a $20 billion lawsuit against the Journal, revealing reporter Khadija Safdar's home address. Her family had to be relocated. The Journal was kicked off of Air Force One, but the reporters continue to file revelatory stories. Please welcome the winners of the...
So you can tell that he's pissed off that the Epstein files are being brought up again and that the Wall Street Journal is receiving an award for their reporting on Donald Trump with, a specific focus on the letter. Remember that birthday letter that, Trump sent to Epstein with his signature on it? He doesn't like that. He filed the lawsuit against them, exposed the reporter's home address because of that lawsuit. Not good from Donald Trump, but nonetheless, that's what happened last night. He even acknowledged that it wasn't a great night for him later in that White House Correspondents' Dinner event.
Wow, that was very beautiful, but this has not been an easy evening, all these awards. Do I have a say in those awards, all those awards? But it's great to be...
So first of all, I don't know why all the journalists in the room are laughing at him. This is not a laughing matter. I mean, Donald Trump filing a lawsuit to block the release of crucial information about his relationship with Epstein. Is that really funny? Are we laughing at Donald Trump being upset about these awards? Is that funny to them? That just bothers me that some people in the room are laughing about it. And I imagine it's probably the more conservative journalists in the room. Maybe it's the Fox News table cracking up or the Trump admin table cracking up. I don't know who is laughing. I don't know who's behind the laughs. It sounds like a little bit more than just one table. But that brings us, that's everything that's going on with Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, the administration as a whole with Epstein. That brings us to this lawsuit.
It's like, we could call it what the Chinese people have called the suit, or we can call it the Mao suit. Red Scare, communism, woo! All right, in other news, Fox News giving Hassan promo, question mark?
Let's take a look. Hassan Piker is born in New Jersey, Turkish parents, but raised in Istanbul. He has family ties. You'll recognize this guy. He entered political media as the Young Turks co-founder's nephew. That's Cenk Uygur, who you remember.
Cenk Uygur.
Hassan Piker starts building an online empire, turning his daily stream that everybody from Ro Khanna to Abdul El-Sayed wants to be on. AOC.
You guys know what they say. It's better to blank in the sink than to sink in the...
And he turned these live streams into an audience of 10 million followers. Part of why he is so front and center as a voice of young Democrats. His political access with major progressive stars appear on his show. They're literally it's like Joe Rogan trying to get on his show. If you are a far...
It's like, oh, should they call him the Joe Rogan of the left? It finally happened.
Left progressive Democrat. His radical record, though, cannot be denied. He's called religious Jews inbred, defended Hamas, continues to do that, and apologized after saying that America deserved 9/11. In the latest firestorm, addressed college Democrats in a Mao-style suit. Look at that. And it's interesting,
Dude,
guys.
I gotta
because
say, the Mao suit is so fucking funny. I think he should go further, okay? I think he should have the exact suit recommissioned in the exact color. Because I think this is peak. If you're sitting there focusing on his fucking outfit, you clearly cannot defeat any of his positions. And I'm not joking. It's just like, it's giving Obama tan suit. The hyper focus on the suit is so pathetic. It's like not a good smear campaign at all, even a little bit. So I want them to do nothing but spend more and more and more and more and more time talking about that stupid fucking suit. Continue.
Think the list of
Can you convince him to stop taking minoxidil and go bald like Mao? Good idea. Replace the minoxidil with some sugar pills.
America conservative speakers that have been
To
booted
fulfill the
from
prophecy. We have to fulfill the prophecy, chat. Hey, it's not a stupid suit. Well, don't get me wrong. I think that... No, actually, I kind of like the suit. I think it's kind of fun. I think the suit is giving, like, nice fashion. I think, like, I think peak fashion is something that stands out, but it doesn't stand out the way that, like, syphilis stands out. You know what I mean? And I feel like sometimes fashion is, like, it stands out that way, which is not good. And then sometimes fashion is that suit, where it does stand out. You are a poet. Thank you. Question mark. You know what? That's also praise. I'll take it. Thank you. You should see the red version of the suit. It's really pretty. I'm such a big red suit enjoyer, dude. I just learned Jackie Chan is a secret Maoist, has been a secret Maoist the whole time. He wears that style suit at every red carpet. The other thing that's so annoying is that, like, calling a style of suit that's popular in China the Mao suit is kind of crazy, is it not? Am I the only person that thinks that that's crazy? Like, to say, like, he's literally trying to be Mao. He's gonna come for all of the landlords. And that's it. He's literally trying to be Mao. It's like... Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sure, man. Sure. It's kind of giving renaming cannabis to marijuana. You know what I mean? Making it sound scary. It's like, we could call the suit what the Chinese people have called the suit. Or we can call it the Mao suit. It's like, ooh, scary. Red scare, communism. Woo. Can you imagine if we just started calling, like, whatever the you would call, like, a standard suit, like this? I don't think it's called a standard suit, but whatever you think of when you think of, like, Thai formal, whatever. We just start calling it the Epstein suit. Can you imagine, like, Chinese officials being like, and you can see Trump here is wearing the Epstein suit. You can see that. Can you imagine? You can see here he's wearing it. Yep. Yeah. You should be a propagandist because that's a good idea. Yeah, we just call anything from Hugo Boss at any point forever the Nazi uniform. Like, someone's wearing it. Who's the most controversial figure that's worn a three-piece? Did Hitler wear a three-piece? I actually don't know. Okay, listen, guys, I'm not a Hitler buff. Okay, sorry, I don't know if he's big on three pieces. Conor McGregor is a great one. Yeah, anytime someone's wearing a three-piece, you're like, oh, the McGregor rapist suit. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, again, that's why I compared it to, like, renaming cannabis to marijuana to make it scary. Taking, like, I think it's pronounced Zhongshan suit, and now it's just known as the Mao suit. It's like, well, this one guy wore it and he liked it, so now that's what it is forever. It's like, can we at least try to pretend to hide some of our red scare? Just some of it a little. Just like a smidge. just a little bit. No? All right. That's okay. That's cool. That's how the West was introduced to it. Yeah, well, Japan was introduced to American influencers through Jake Paul and Logan Paul. I sure would hope that the term that they use for Americans with a phone out doesn't become, oh, that guy is Jake Pauling. Oh, that guy must be Logan Pauling. I would, like, that's all I'm saying, man, all right? Maybe we don't make the initial introduction. Maybe we should use the terminology that they use. I don't know. Maybe. Okay, what about the Hitler stash? You really did screw that one up. Okay, that is fair. That is fair. Yeah. But to be fair, like, who else rep the Hitler stash that I can think of? It's like, what, Charlie Chaplin?
Mussolini.
He did fuck that shit up, though. He did. I totally agree. To be clear, I agree with you. It's just risky business is the problem. It's just risky business. And besides, the mustache sucks anyways, okay? So, like, what are you, cold but only a little? Like, it's a stupid mustache to begin with. It's just a dumbass fucking mustache. Just grow the whole bitch out, like, hello? Or don't have a mustache. It's like, have you seen crop top turtlenecks? It's like, are you cold or are you hot? What? Pick one. Anyways, yeah, that's my, the suit looks good. The mustache is no great casualty. Yep. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I think we can all retire that one. It's okay. Remember when Michael Jordan did the mustache? I remember when Alex Jones did the mustache as an experiment. What is this? This is the funniest hate comment I've ever gotten. I guess you can talk. You must have enough facial hair to have an opinion. What does the first part of the sentence imply? Is it like, well, I've been following for 41 seconds and yeah, I guess you do have things you can talk about. Yeah. Or is it like, oh, he must be saying, oh, you know, because you have the facial hair to talk about it. Is that what he's saying? I think he's saying, see, everyone here can see that you have so much facial hair, so it's no wonder that you have an opinion about what facial hair is okay and which one is not okay. I just need you to know, dude, you look like a crazy person. You look like a crazy person, okay? You know, would you prefer a male companion? There are...
She started asking me questions. She's like, well, it says that you spent $41,000 on research last month. I didn't spend $41,000 on anything. She was like, call him right now and ask. I call, and he got really frazzled.
Did you call the police on this guy?
Before I was 18, I had 38 cars. Who let me do that? I came from a small family, didn't have any money. One of the first people that we hired was a business manager. I really, really trusted him. He's doing it to me. He's doing it to everybody. It killed me.
There was that weird thing that came out that you couldn't remember anything from Malcolm.
I would lose my vision a little bit. I couldn't recognize faces. The press took it, and it became, he has so much trauma that he can't remember, and that's not the case at all. We were trying to control the release of it.
Your divorce. Yeah. It's like you guys are dancing.
I had a few people who I really look up to who wrote very negative things about me. They wrote me personally like I did it because we wanted this angle for this story. Please don't be offended by what I wrote.
What made you delete the video? You walked off set.
I've never fully told that story. I stood up for myself and I said, I'm leaving. The other actors, the other crew members, they didn't stand up. They let it happen. Like, I was a kid at the time. How do you not say something?
If you appreciate this kind of content, please subscribe, especially you Americans. We don't get enough of you, and it makes a big difference. Why did you walk away from Hollywood?
When I was an actor, when I became an actor, I also did so many different things as a kid, right? I would go from soccer to baseball to basketball to tap and jazz to rehearsal for something, and it was one of those things that just took over my life, right? Like, I started doing theater. I know you said you just interviewed Evan Rachel Wood.
That's right, yeah.
So her dad was the person who first picked me to be Tiny Tim in his production of A Christmas Carol, and me and Evan Rachel Wood did that together as like 8 and...
Oh, you're kidding?
8 and 7 years old. Yeah.
That's funny.
So that's so funny that you just were with her. But
small world.
So yeah, so like I went into that. I'd never done anything. My sister kind of pushed me into wanting to audition. And I sang Let's Go Fly a Kite from Mary Poppins and got the part of Tiny Tim. And the next thing I knew, an agent approached my mom from the rehearsals and was like, I'd love to represent him. And like I said, it just kind of took over and I never stopped until Malcolm ended, and I said, hey, like, you know, I love everything I've gotten to do, but I want to try more things. Like, I want to do more things. And I felt like to be successful, even as an actor or anything that you do, you really got to dedicate yourself to that thing. So I didn't want to do something halfway, right?
Yeah.
So I thought the easiest thing was to say, I'm taking a break from this. I don't know how long. Like, I'm leaving acting and I'm going to pursue racing. And that's what I did.
Man, that is, it's so unique, I think. And then, so how quickly as a child, I mean, how old were you when Malcolm happened?
I think I was like 12 when we did the pilot, 13, but you know, we were, I was playing like 8 or 9, but yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
right. Yeah. Did you have to like go against other kids that were nearly going to get it?
Yeah. I went in for the audition, the Malcolm audition. I didn't want to go that day because I was supposed to film a Pizza Hut commercial that morning and we had to be at the set, let's call it 10 o'clock. And my audition was supposed to be at 9:30. Right. And we were living in New Jersey. So I was auditioning in New York City. And I was like, Mom, there's no way that we can make it from, you know, Times Square to Brooklyn in, like, if I do the audition, like, what if they're behind, you know? So we have to skip it. She's like, well, we'll just go early. So we got there at 9 o'clock and nobody was there. The casting director wasn't even there yet. And we were just about to leave and she came out of the elevator. She's like, oh, you're early. And I was like, I've got this Pizza Hut commercial. It's my big break. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like,
man.
And she's like, well, come in real fast and read. And I read it as quickly and like frustrated as possible, not realizing, because back then you never got the scripts, right? You just got like the few pages of sides. Like they never really sent out the scripts, so we didn't even know what the show was about. And I just kind of whipped through it as quickly and angrily as possible, you know, only to find out like that's exactly
that's character.
Malcolm.
You must have not. You didn't know it was going to take off the way it did.
No, you never do. I mean, I was going on 5, 6 auditions a day. Right? Everything from print, like modeling things, to commercials, to movies, to TV movies, to theater. And you just kind of, and I was always constantly working on things. Like I always was like booking things. So like
I dislike this guy. I'm going to bed. I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. I will see you in the morning to play some video games. Goodbye.